A massive monster stands as the final boss, enduring repeated attacks while players struggle to defeat it. The battle takes place inside a highly immersive VR game that connects directly to players' senses and minds. 5 top players push forward relentlessly, overpowering enemies and advancing toward the final boss together. After a fierce fight, the final boss collapses, signaling the end of the intense battle. With the mission complete, the players log off quietly, ending their session without celebration. Osako Satoshi, known as Zelos Merlin, obtains a rare item after battle and lives quietly. He spends his days tending fields and improving skills while living a simple and isolated life. The defeated boss suddenly revives, filled with resentment, and begins pulling players down with it. Satoshi realizes the fight is not over as a sudden attack overwhelms him completely. At that moment, a nationwide blackout occurs, and many players are later found dead mysteriously. Satoshi opens his eyes slowly, sensing something unusual as his surroundings feel unfamiliar. He finds himself in a forest, confused, realizing he is no longer in his room. Noticing his equipment from the game and 2 moons above, he understands he is elsewhere. He begins to suspect he has been transported into the game world itself. Still unsure, he tries to check his status, attempting to confirm his situation. Satoshi checks his status and discovers extremely high-level health and magic values beyond normal limits. Reviewing his skills, he realizes he possesses countless maxed abilities, making him overwhelmingly powerful. A message appears from a goddess, explaining the situation behind his sudden arrival in this world. He reads further, learning about a sealed evil god connected to the game he played. The goddess reveals the boss self-destructed, causing real deaths, leaving Satoshi shocked and uncertain. The goddess explains that those who died were reincarnated into a world created from the game's data. Satoshi learns he was given a special body based on his avatar with greater freedom. Angered by her selfish actions, he reacts strongly, unable to accept what has happened. Overwhelmed, he vents his frustration, struggling to accept losing his original life so suddenly. Calming down, he decides to leave the forest and search for a safer place nearby. Satoshi walks through a dense forest, confused about his situation and unsure of his surroundings. He realizes survival is important, questioning food, shelter, and the possible presence of monsters. A goblin suddenly appears, startling him as he notices its human-like appearance. Hesitating to fight, he struggles with the idea of harming something that resembles a person. More goblins attack at once, forcing him into danger as he is quickly surrounded. Satoshi spots a distant light and believes he has found a nearby village to escape danger. Instead, he discovers a goblin camp where creatures prepare to capture and consume him. Realizing the threat, his expression changes as he abandons hesitation and accepts the danger. His emotions shift into anger, releasing his suppressed power without holding back anymore. A powerful spell erupts, destroying the goblins instantly and clearing the surrounding area completely. Satoshi looks at the destroyed land, realizing his attack caused massive devastation beyond expectation. He gathers dropped items, acknowledging that his actions cannot be undone anymore. Reflecting on the destruction, he understands the fragility of life in this world and feels conflicted. He considers the wider world, thinking about nations and how he might be treated there. Elsewhere, 2 figures sit by a fire, hinting at people he may soon encounter. A young girl named Tina sits quietly beside her grandfather, avoiding eye contact and appearing troubled. She questions her inability to use magic despite coming from a respected sorcerer lineage. Doubt fills her mind as she begins to believe she may lack the talent expected of her. Others around her quietly judge her, reinforcing her feelings of inadequacy and isolation. Her grandfather firmly defends her, insisting she is not weak and still has strength within. Tina reassures her grandfather and decides to study more, showing a small sign of determination. She studies seriously, unaware that her destined meeting with a powerful sage will not happen yet. Meanwhile, Satoshi rests peacefully in the forest, delaying the encounter that would have changed both their paths. A man lay beneath trees as birds chirped, slowly regaining consciousness again. He moved to stand, but his clothing slipped, causing confusion and alertness. A strange ape creature appeared nearby, behaving aggressively, forcing him into panic as he struggled desperately. After escaping, he checked himself and found his supplies gone, leaving him hungry and unsettled. Then noticed a calm forest rabbit nearby, considering it as possible food to survive. Carefully aimed a bow at the rabbit, focusing while controlling his strength. The arrow struck with overwhelming force, causing a massive explosion across the forest area. He realized the weapon was excessively powerful, far beyond what was necessary for hunting. He considered eating the result but hesitated, thinking about using a mercy-related skill instead. Suddenly, a large orc appeared, forcing him to shift attention and prepare for another fight. Examined the defeated orc, realizing he had killed it instantly without effort. Stood in confusion, recalling limited knowledge, unsure how to handle the situation properly. He attempted to process the corpse, hesitating while observing its unfamiliar structure and materials. Realized his abilities were far beyond normal limits, with most skills already fully developed. Overwhelmed by this realization, he expressed frustration internally, and considered isolating himself from others. A wyvern suddenly attacked from above, catching him off guard and forcing immediate reaction. He continued fighting various monsters without rest, facing constant danger in the forest. After a week, exhaustion affected his mind, as he learned survival meant constant movement and caution. His thoughts hardened, accepting that only strength determined survival in this harsh environment. Eventually, he discovered a road, giving him hope of finally reaching a human settlement. Checked his condition and noticed his poor hygiene, then decided to move forward carefully. He washed himself in a river and cleaned his clothes, enjoying a brief moment of relief. After drying, he observed a bridge nearby, realizing it could lead to a settlement. He prepared himself, adjusting his gear and mindset before continuing his journey forward. He finally approached a moving carriage, stepping closer as he neared signs of civilization. People inside the carriage noticed him outside, observing his appearance and equipment with curiosity. An older man evaluated his condition, noting his worn clothing and unusual presence. They discussed his likely status, assuming he was a low-rank mage due to his robe. The group continued analyzing him while traveling, comparing his skills and possible abilities. Meanwhile, the carriage moved forward, and attention shifted ahead toward a group blocking the road. Inside the carriage, the group noticed merchants stopped ahead, raising concern about the situation. They observed a fallen tree blocking the road, sensing something suspicious and preparing cautiously. Bandits suddenly appeared from hiding, surrounding the area and threatening everyone present. Leader realized they were outnumbered despite having guards, creating a dangerous situation, prepared to attack while the passengers relied on protection, bracing for the coming battle. Demanded surrender, threatening the group while mocking their weak defenses and magic. Their leader revealed a strategy to overwhelm the barrier, confident the defenders could not last. The man intervened, unleashing powerful magic that instantly froze and shattered multiple enemies. He calmly continued, eliminating the remaining attackers with ease while exposing their true nature. Witnesses realized his true strength. Shocked that someone so powerful wore a low-rank robe, bandit leader reacted angrily, while the man remained calm, showing no concern for their threats. He raised his hand and activated a new spell, gathering energy into a concentrated form. Dark spheres formed around him, confusing the bandits as they failed to understand the danger. The spheres launched forward, striking multiple enemies and releasing powerful electric shocks across their bodies. He finished the attack effortlessly, demonstrating control and confirming his dominance in close-range combat. Bandits hesitated as he issued a final warning, giving them a chance to leave. He reflected briefly, realizing he felt nothing after killing, which unsettled his thoughts. Zone Bandit challenged him directly, provoking him into a close confrontation without fear. He responded instantly, drawing his weapon and striking with precise, overwhelming speed. The attack ended decisively, leaving the opponent defeated as he stood calmly afterward. He turned away after striking, ignoring the injured bandit and showing no further interest. The older man watched in shock, unable to understand the overwhelming display of power. He continued moving forward, cutting down another opponent without hesitation or delay. The remaining bandits panicked, realizing they stood no chance, and began pleading desperately. Despite their fear, one guard attacked, continuing the fight as chaos persisted around them. After the battle, he sat quietly, reflecting that his harsh survival mindset would not suit civilization. The older man approached and introduced himself formally, expressing gratitude for saving their lives. Carefully observed the man, realizing his strength and equipment were far beyond normal standards. Considered the man's background, suspecting hidden circumstances behind his unusual presence and behavior. The man responded, simply appearing lost, while the group acknowledged his help and prepared to move on. Explained his goal was to live peacefully, avoiding conflict and seeking a quiet life. The older man listened silently, surprised by his simple and modest intentions. He showed humility, lacking greed despite possessing overwhelming power, which impressed the others. Older man invited him to travel together, offering support and guidance moving forward. He hesitated briefly, then began introducing himself, while still uncertain about his situation. Finally gave a name, presenting himself calmly as a humble mage ready to proceed. A middle-aged noble meets a traveler beside a carriage and allows him to join the journey. The noble insists on offering a reward, believing it is his duty, despite Kenja's modest refusal. Kenja reveals his wish to live quietly on a distant farm, far from busy settlements. A girl named Celestina is introduced and joins the group, traveling together toward the next town. Kenja observes her closely, and realizes her magical ability is far lower than expected. The noble reveals a concern about the girl, explaining she is still inexperienced despite her status. It becomes clear the girl cannot properly cast magic, leaving Kenja confused by her condition. The noble explains that despite many attempts, she has failed to learn even basic spells. Kenja begins to question whether the issue lies not with the girl, but with the magic system itself. He suggests flaws in the spells or mana output, shocking the noble with this unexpected possibility. Kenja examines the magic textbook and asks the girl to show the spells inside. After reading, he reacts with shock, realizing the spells are incomplete and filled with serious flaws. He explains the spells are inefficient, filled with unnecessary runes, and rely only on natural mana. He concludes that even basic spells waste too much mana, making them unusable for most people. Kenja determines that the flawed spell system prevents proper mage training in the entire country. The noble and the girl urgently ask Kenja to improve the flawed spells for easier use. He explains the girl's inability comes from low mana and repeated exposure to incorrect teachings. The girl asks if fixing even one spell will allow her to finally use magic properly. Kenja agrees to help and begins analyzing the spell structure with careful focus. He starts modifying the magic circle, rewriting it as glowing symbols gather around him. Kenja quickly finishes adjusting 2 spells and suggests testing them immediately, surprising the girl. He explains that optimized spells reduce personal mana use by drawing energy from external sources. He clarifies that magic is a technique to manipulate natural mana, though improper use can exhaust resources. He describes spells as structured systems, like a programming language that can create various magical effects. He concludes that understanding and rebuilding magic requires rare knowledge, making full reconstruction difficult. Kenja concludes that magic in this world is simple and structured like knowledge-based systems. The others are amazed by his insight, while the noble questions why he does not serve a country. He explains he avoids conflict and political involvement, choosing a peaceful life instead of power struggles. He rewrites the spell using magic control and prepares a method for the girl to learn it. He teaches her a safe torch spell and explains control techniques essential for all mages. The girl learns that mastering control allows casting without chance and even rewriting spells freely. She focuses and begins memorizing the improved torch spell, determined to succeed this time. Kenja explains mana as life force within living beings that can be directed for magic. Following his guidance, she carefully channels her energy and activates the revised torch spell. A small flame appears, and both observers watch in surprise as she successfully uses magic. The girl celebrates with joy after successfully using magic, feeling as if her dream has come true. Her excitement causes the flame to grow unstable, but she struggles to control its intensity. Kenja instructs her to keep practicing, explaining that repeated use will improve her mana control. She regains focus and continues, determined to master magic despite the difficulty. The noble observes her renewed determination, noting her strong passion as she continues training. Kenja advises the girl to increase her mana capacity through continuous use of enhancement spells. Her status reveals strong patience and perseverance, suggesting hidden potential despite her weak magic ability. They continue training playfully, while Kenja challenges her progress with further spell optimization. He completes his improvements, but intentionally lets her feel the achievement of exhausting her own mana ladder. He relaxes by a fire, reflecting quietly while holding simple bread after the long effort. Kenja recalls surviving dangerous encounters, including being chased by monsters and a wyvern in the forest. The noble reacts with shock, realizing such feats could earn him the title of Dragon Slayer. Despite the danger, Kenja treats the experience casually while eating, showing little concern. He shares parts of his past, describing a harsh life filled with research, survival, and magic training. His journey led to forming a group, continuing to pursue magic while seeking a peaceful place to live. The noble asks about Kenja's strength, but he avoids giving a clear answer about his level. Others speculate that his ability is extremely high after hearing he defeated a wyvern alone. The group reacts with shock at the realization of his overwhelming power. He downplays his strength, calling himself a sage, while asking them to keep his abilities secret. The girl begins to call him her master, while he reacts with confusion to her sudden respect. The girl, filled with determination, urgently begs Kenja to become her teacher and guide her growth. Kenja is caught off guard by her sudden request, reacting with confusion and hesitation. Celestina woke early, excited to try every magic formula her teacher had carefully re-edited today. Her teacher warned rest was important, while she determined to become a skilled, careful magic instructor. The teacher imagined relaxing with tea in the courtyard, thinking thoughtfully about teaching methods to improve lessons. They discussed the tutoring duration, realizing the schedule would continue until her summer holiday ended completely. Celestina described the prestigious Magic Academy, where noble children trained in advanced spells and various magical factions. The teacher explained the tutoring would last until summer ended, returning the student to the academy. Celestina described the prestigious Magic Institute, where noble children learned advanced spells under various faction teachings. They arrived at the academy, causing commotion as guards ran, surprised by the unexpected young mage's presence. A monstrous bloodbear suddenly appeared, roaring violently, challenging them with immense strength and magical resistance simultaneously. The teacher conjured powerful steel manacles, restraining the bear while Celestina watched. Terrified yet amazed at magic, the teacher asked if Celestina had learned combat magic, preparing her for the upcoming dangerous encounter ahead. Celestina realized she could only cast her magic 3 times, panicking at her limited current power. The teacher offered some of his mana, transferring energy to strengthen Celestina's magic abilities significantly. Celestina hesitated, then cast a powerful crimson fire spell, targeting enemies with determination and controlled focus. The teacher instructed her to follow up with a different spell, cutting the enemies with wind magic. Celestina struck the enemy with an air slash, cutting through its defenses with surprising precision. She accidentally hurt herself, collapsing into her teacher's arms. Feeling both embarrassed and exhausted from magic, her status appeared, showing her skills in multiple magic types, and her perseverance growing steadily now. The teacher noted her surprising level growth, amazed by her sudden increase after the intense battle. Celestina celebrated reaching level 11, astonished at her rapid development, while her teacher smiled proudly nearby. Celestina pleaded for the monsters to stop, while her teacher checked carefully for any remaining threats nearby. An elder congratulated Celestina, praising her for defeating a monster entirely on her own courageously. After dismantling the bloodbear, they traveled toward Santal, the largest town in the surrounding region. They arrived at the massive city, amazed by its scale, realizing it was a major trade hub. The fortified city reflected the kingdom's power and wealth, leaving both teacher and student awed by sight. The city thrived as a trading hub between mountains and river, nicknamed the Blood-Stained City. An elder explained that his son inherited the duke's rank, trusted by the people completely. The teacher worried about inheritance disputes and unknown grandchildren, realizing bloodshed could occur in succession struggles. He wondered if Celestina might be one of the many unknown grandchildren in the noble lineage. The teacher asked where to sell magic stones, planning to visit a specialized shop soon. The teacher explained mana stones could only be taken from monsters in dark areas rarely nearby. The elder was amazed by the quantity, claiming even the royal family would desire such stones. The teacher admitted he didn't fully understand the system, showing an inventory screen that mysteriously appeared. He realized the system from the game worked in this world, feeling its convenience and power. They departed from the city, traveling quietly through the countryside, preparing for their next adventure together. The teacher pointed out a steep cliff and forest, revealing a villa standing in its center. They arrived at the grand villa, its ornate gates signaling wealth and architectural elegance clearly visible. The teacher admired the simple yet spectacular design, noting the villa's elegance while observing its grounds. He learned about the villa's self-sufficient agriculture and external meat sources, impressed by its organization. Celestina confirmed she could carry her luggage herself, entering the villa with her teacher and grandfather. Celestina noticed the teacher didn't carry a wand. He wanted her to live as a normal citizen. The teacher revealed a special ring made from metal grads, usable for sword or combat magic. The ring contained metal-eating monster properties, providing extraordinary strength and defense, capable of lethal attacks automatically. The elder acknowledged the teacher's past, understanding his desire for peace after surviving countless dangerous battles. They met the villa's staff, including Dandy and Masuka, entrusted to manage Celestina's and teacher's belongings. The teacher offered to prepare a change of clothes and a room, providing safety and comfort. Celestina waved goodbye, noticing the elder crying softly, touched by their long, arduous journey together. The teacher followed staff, walking through the villa's corridors, guided politely toward his assigned private quarters. Entering the room, he admired its spacious elegance, sunlight streaming in, and serene, peaceful atmosphere. He appreciated the quiet, peaceful room, recognizing the villa as a secure and beautiful resting place. The teacher explained the room was for the most important guests, praising him for saving the master. The teacher realized he had gained unexpected authority, feeling surprised by the exceptional treatment offered here. A staff member asked if he knew proper bathing etiquette, offering a bath before dinner service. He confidently replied that he knew, understanding that washing before entering was a common-sense requirement. The staff explained that the hot tub was luxurious, showing his high-class treatment and elegant facilities. The teacher carried a towel, preparing to enter the hot tub, anticipating relaxation after long travel. The staff questioned Andy-san about escorting the esteemed guest to the bathroom, feeling surprised by the situation. Andy-san was silent, embarrassed, and uncertain, realizing the situation was more complicated than he had expected. Celestina appeared in the bath, surprising him completely, creating an awkward and shocking encounter for both. The teacher's eyes widened in shock, while Celestina reacted with embarrassment, creating tension in the steamy room. Her scream echoed through the villa, startling staff and marking a chaotic end to the bath encounter. A man asked the maid for the library to find textbooks needed for his upcoming classes. The maid appeared embarrassed and nervous, apologizing repeatedly while the man reassured her it was okay. An older man exploded with rage, confronting them for a misunderstanding involving his granddaughter, causing panic. The man explained calmly, emphasizing the girl was still a child and nothing improper had happened. He apologized for the chaos, refusing to escalate further, while ensuring everyone's dignity remained intact peacefully. The maid guided the man through the hall, leading him quietly toward the grand library doors, entered a towering library filled with endless rows of books, each shelf stretching upward. The man admired the library's vast collection and prepared to study. Assisted by the attentive maid, he discovered ancient magical texts, detailing wars and lost civilizations, revealing high-level skills and knowledge. Carefully examining old scrolls, he worked to recreate forgotten magic, studying tirelessly from dusk until dawn. He reflected on the best way to teach Celestina, considering the complexity of magic formulas carefully. The Philosopher's Stone, a rare magical material, was noted as the best option for optimal spells. Realized creating magic required special equipment, concentration, and combining numbers and letters precisely, causing frustration. Recalling his age, he decided it was too dangerous to use extinct, unstable magic anymore. He focused on using his game-earned knowledge responsibly, avoiding arrogance and the temptation of overwhelming power. Reflected deeply, realizing the magic system ran continuously, producing powerful spells without system failure. Sun rose over the castle, casting light on the city and its quiet streets. A maid woke the young noble, reminding him that it was almost time for daily duties. The young noble appeared embarrassed, realizing the experience with him was different from his grandfather's presence. He reassured her calmly, letting her know that there was nothing to be ashamed of today. Maid advised the young noble not to act like Zelos, showing concern for his future. The young noble asked why, holding the pillow closely, trying to understand the warning carefully. The maid explained Zelos had risked everything repeatedly, experimenting with magic and ignoring dangers recklessly. She reflected that people change with age, noting that Zelos now prefers a peaceful, quieter life. Emphasized experience shapes perspective, asking the young noble to consider lessons seriously before acting. The maid scolded the young noble, warning it was rude to ask a woman about age. Noble blushed and felt embarrassed, standing quietly while the maid watched him closely. They began studying magic, starting with recognizing ancient symbols, sacred letters that remained undeciphered. The maid explained numbers and symbols represented a language for interacting with and gathering magical mana. She guided him to disassemble the torch spell, demonstrating how external mana fuels and regulates the flame. He explained a rough control technique that could be applied to other magic spells for practice. The young noble compared different languages, considering Elven or Dwarven dictionaries to decipher magical writings carefully. He described how magic formulas act like an eggshell, safely converting mana into desired magical effects. The girl eagerly asked about the formulas, showing excitement and interest in learning advanced magical techniques. Demonstrated a magic formula directly, guiding her hands to show how the spell was properly executed. Gasped, astonished by the magical effect he produced, marveling at its mysterious complexity. Explained that the spell, Dark Judgment, was dangerous, and could erase entire areas instantly if misused. He warned that powerful magic carries risks, could produce grudges, and must never be shared recklessly. He advised Celestina to use magic neutrally, helping others, and to avoid destructive conflicts during war. He asked what type of magician she wished to become, prompting her to reflect on ambition carefully. The girl expressed she didn't want to become a mage focused solely on battle, reflecting thoughtfully. The teacher suggested resuming magical skill practice tomorrow, asking her not to let the lesson disturb her. She admired him as the ideal magic user, living neutrally without abusing power or schemes. An older man appeared, praising the lesson while the teacher emphasized he was not a role model. Asked what type of magic she wished to use, explaining lessons helped people positively. Expressed wanting to be a mage for the people, aiming to help society peacefully. The older man explained arrogant mages cause conflicts, warning that intense academy rivalries arise between factions. She reflected that unchecked ambition could lead to endless wars as mages competed for achievements. Helped Zelos lift a heavy object, showing collaboration and clarifying when cooperation, not war, is appropriate. The next day arrived, signaling the continuation of lessons, growth, and magical skill practice in the academy. A strange mud golem appeared, standing awkwardly in the field, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The teacher explained the golem's stats matched a level 3 monster, warning students about its strength. He instructed them that survival depended on mana usage and distance from the enemy during combat. Failing in battle would endanger allies. Careful planning and positioning were crucial for safety. He explained country mages often struggled with knights, needing cautious coordination while waiting for support. The teacher explained normal humans running out of mana could only cast spells briefly during combat practice, advised using varied strategies rather than relying solely on magic, showing the young mage proper technique, reminded her to pay attention, stay cautious, and avoid injuries while practicing against the mud golem. Young mage charged at the golem, demonstrating skill and courage, striking with precision and determination. The teacher observed, noting her close-range fighting ability, impressed by her training, talent, and adaptability in battle. Mage swung her weapon, striking with force and skill, demonstrating determination and courage in battle. Teacher watched closely, smiling slightly, promising to increase the difficulty of her training in the future. Satoshi Osako observes the attacking golems, realizing the situation is dangerous and immediate action is necessary. He recalls guidance from his mentor, understanding the importance of strategy, pacing, and choosing the proper approach. Satoshi channels his mana, preparing a spell, focusing energy to create an opening and boost his strength. Using precise magic, Satoshi attacks the golem's cores, breaking their regeneration and gaining a critical tactical advantage. After persistent effort, Satoshi succeeds, escaping the golems, and earns relief while his mentor watches approvingly nearby. Satoshi Osako's student struggles as a golem strikes, falling to the ground but determined to continue. Satoshi encourages her, pointing out mistakes, reminding her to stay focused and complete her training properly. He explains that failure is a learning tool. Analyzing combat styles strengthens understanding for future battles. The student observes carefully, realizing sensei's strictness protects her, giving room to prepare before risking dangerous combat. Despite exhaustion, her resolve strengthens. She lifts her head, ready to apply lessons in the next attempt. Satoshi Osako's student reflects on her training, understanding that losing can be constructive for future improvement. He sets goals for Celestina, challenging her to raise skills quickly while motivating her with achievable targets. Satoshi promises to teach her an original spell, showing how having goals makes training both fun. Celestina feels determined, vowing to do her best and absolutely accomplish the task with all her effort. Satoshi watches, slightly surprised by her determination, realizing her commitment will strengthen her abilities effectively over time. Celestina runs excitedly after learning Satoshi Osako taught her an original spell, thrilled by her progress. Satoshi explains the spell's destructive power, inviting observers to witness the magical technique firsthand, demonstrating his mastery. An elder watches intently as Satoshi demonstrates, commanding him to test every aspect of his powerful spell. The spell ignites, filling the surroundings with intense magical energy, as Satoshi maintains precise control throughout. Flames of purgatory erupt, forming a dragon, annihilating obstacles completely, while Satoshi observes its immense destructive capabilities. Satoshi Osako stands calmly as flames die down, preparing to show another layer of his magical skills. He casts a new spell, surprising the elder as a protective shield forms, instantly impressive and versatile. Satoshi explains the spell's versatility, capable of forming barriers or swords, shaped entirely by the caster's will. The elder examines the spell's mechanics, understanding its efficiency, energy consumption, and countering destructive magic effectively. Satoshi demonstrates the spell's range, explaining it allows attacks outside normal reach while maintaining precision against opponents. The elder praises Satoshi Osako's skill, noting his magic surpasses ordinary magicians, and demonstrates remarkable versatility. He wonders what nickname Celestina will earn, looking forward to her future growth and magical achievements. 2 weeks later, Satoshi spends his days tutoring, farming, and studying, balancing work with practicing swordplay. Satoshi contemplates purchasing magic stones to improve his abilities. Realizing he needs some currency from this world, he receives a map, allowing him to explore distant cities. Planning carefully for his next magical journey, Satoshi Osako is warned about dangerous kidnappers in the old town, advised to reconsider visiting carefully. He thanks his guide, promising to stay cautious while venturing into unfamiliar areas, aware of potential threats. Satoshi arrives at the crowded streets, navigating through bustling townsfolk. Planning to reach the magic shop quickly, he finds the location, hesitating as the building appears unusual and somewhat intimidating from the outside. Satoshi approaches cautiously, realizing the shop seems unwelcoming, and wonders if customers are truly meant to enter. Satoshi Osako enters the dark, intimidating shop, determined to sell his magic stones despite initial hesitation. A shopkeeper greets him warmly, welcoming Satoshi and acknowledging his purpose with curiosity and cautious attention. Satoshi explains his stock, listing numerous magic stones obtained from goblins, high goblins, and even a goblin king. The shopkeeper examines the stones carefully, verifying legitimacy to ensure Satoshi's items meet proper magical standards. Satoshi realizes magic stones are rare in large sizes, considering crafting his own might be more efficient. Celestina accuses Satoshi of stealing magic stones, pointing angrily, challenging his integrity and testing his honesty. Satoshi explains he defeated the monsters himself, asserting his claim while trying to calm the confrontation. Celestina investigates, learning Satoshi is staying at the former Duke's mansion, confirming details from other sources. Satoshi faces her disbelief, defending himself against accusations of being a shady mage, worried about reputational damage. Satoshi warns of severe consequences if she falsely accuses, and the store manager intervenes, calming the tense situation. The store manager confronts Celestina, criticizing her treatment of customers due to Satoshi Osako's gray robe. She notices a legendary class item in Satoshi's possession, shocked by its rarity and possible value. Satoshi explains the robe is ordinary, downplaying the danger, keeping the situation calm and tension minimal. The manager suggests adding a bonus for the rude clerk, while Satoshi admits having no funds available. The clerk rushes to comply with the manager's order, attending quickly to ensure the transaction proceeds smoothly. Satoshi Osako notices the store decorations, realizing they reflect the shopkeeper's hobby, adding charm to the interior. Celestina presents the payment for the magic stones, revealing the exact value in gold pieces, clearly. The shopkeeper celebrates receiving a huge magic stone, amazed by its rarity and the quality of the item. Satoshi observes the shopkeeper, thinking she is attractive but potentially dangerous, keeping caution in mind for later. Celestina calls out, catching attention for the next task, preparing Satoshi for the following step in transactions. The store clerk scolds Satoshi Osako, warning about fighting monsters too dangerous, expressing disbelief at his boldness. She explains, behemoth leather cannot be dyed gray, recalling how dangerous the creatures are, freezing her with fear. The clerk continues, emphasizing that fighting such a creature could kill instantly, questioning where the former duke found him. Satoshi explores the city market, observing cheap food prices, considering how to live efficiently for the coming month. He buys meat from Holstein cows, impressed by quality and fragrance, deciding to try a skewer immediately. Satoshi Osako enjoys the meat skewers, delighted by their juicy flavor, spices, and sweet fruity richness. He orders 50 more, realizing he bought too much, ensuring he has plenty for coming meals. The vendor explains why metals are expensive, sourcing ores from dangerous areas inhabited by many demons. Satoshi reflects on the current political situation, noting tension between knights and mages. Though peace appears intact, he thanks the vendor, learning about a mercenary guild for newcomers seeking protection while traveling this country. Satoshi Osako finds exactly what he was looking for, holding it with satisfaction and relief. He carries his purchase through the city, walking happily along familiar streets while enjoying the moment. Satoshi tastes a fresh blend of tobacco, noting it's a bit of work to roll, flavorful. He realizes he has wandered far, suddenly unsure of his location, looking around for recognizable landmarks. Satoshi observes the old city, close to slums but maintained, recognizing its structure and inhabitants nearby. Children call out to Satoshi Osako, demanding meat, surprising him as he recognizes their eager faces. He walks cautiously through narrow alleys, planning to head to a higher area to assess the situation. Satoshi notices someone following him, pondering whether this might be a trap or a dangerous situation ahead. He turns, calling back, realizing the children are tracking him persistently, questioning their intentions while staying alert. Noticed Celestina's brother causing trouble in the village. The children whispered nervously, recognizing him immediately. The Lord's son approached confidently, offering power and influence in exchange for submission. Celestina refused angrily, standing firm against the prince's demands. Her determination was unwavering, observed realizing the children were protected by the nun and Celestina's bravery. Lucerus appeared, beginning a long-lasting bond with Zeros, shaping the future with hope and friendship. Celestina explained she and the other children lived at the orphanage without parents. Zeros listened carefully, worried about feeding them properly, thinking of how the children might be blamed for stealing food. Celestina guided Zeros toward the orphanage. The children celebrated as Zeros agreed to help them, prepared carefully, mindful of spilling food while picking it up quickly. Following the unusual 3-second rule, at the orphanage, Zeros met Rady and Kai, realizing the children were nearly Celestina's age. He sought permission. Zeros carried supplies to the orphanage, hoping the children would enjoy a good meal, navigated the rooftops, spotting Creston's mansion, calculating a safe path to the orphanage. Schweith van Solistia confronted Zeros, demanding he abandon the orphanage and submit to his will. Schweith declared his status as top magician and next archduke, asserting authority over Zeros, reflected on repeated encounters, wondering why powerful people interfered, yearning only for a peaceful life. Zeros and the children noticed Schweith behaving strangely, acting as if driven by love syndrome. Schweith confronted Lucerus, claiming he always gets what he wants, asserting control over her. Lucerus refused, standing firmly, accusing Schweith of isolating the orphanage and acting cowardly. Celestina criticized Schweith, warning him he was endangering the children, showing her anger and courage. Watched the conflict unfold, thinking Schweith's actions were spiraling out of hand and dangerous. Noticed Schweith and Celestina getting overly worked up. He considered potential diplomatic consequences. Zeros observed, thinking Schweith's persistence over Lucerus was childish and futile, reflected on Schweith's first love, realizing the situation was worsening and uncontrollable. Celestina and Lucerus both blushed, surprised by the intensity of Schweith's declaration, strategized, planning to guide the conversation carefully, ensuring the children and Lucerus remained safe. Schweith acted dramatically, warning the children not to imitate him, shouting about appearances and failure, watched calmly, noting Schweith's reckless display in the crowded street as others murmured. Celestina criticized Schweith, calling his efforts a failure, emphasizing both his love life and authority. Zeros focused on practical matters, asking Celestina how to handle the meat skewers safely for the children. Lucerus apologized, explaining the difficulties of surviving without financial aid, while Zeros observed, noting her sincerity. Schweith's temper flared, and the children witnessed his outburst, labeling him cowardly and despicable. Zeros remained calm, thinking objective criticism might help Schweith reconsider his reckless behavior. Zeros focused on practical solutions, deciding the food for the children should be treated as a donation. Celestina accepted the donation gratefully, showing relief and appreciation for Zeros' thoughtfulness. Calculated how to distribute the skewers efficiently, coordinating with Celestina to ensure everyone received enough. Schweith angrily claimed his noble status, refusing to let Zeros walk away without confrontation. Calmly acknowledged Schweith, noting his confusion and questioning the faction he followed. Zeros reminded Schweith he was a low-ranking mage, contrasting their experience and magical skill levels. Emphasized logic and strategy, pointing out that robe color alone doesn't guarantee strength. Warned Schweith not to underestimate opponents, advising him that overconfidence could lead to serious consequences. Schweith attacked Zeros with a fireball, declaring dominance over the supposed low-ranking mage, reacted quickly, protecting himself and the children while blocking Schweith's magic with his own skills. Confronted Schweith, criticizing reckless magic use in the town and questioning his judgment. Zeros emphasized he could handle Schweith without weapons or magic, relying on his combat skill. Schweith ordered subordinates to buy time, intending to incinerate Zeros. Escalating the conflict further, commanded Schweith and his followers to draw their swords, warning it would be their last action. The guards were shocked by Zeros' presence, noting his movements and defensive posture had drastically improved. Prepared to attack, his aura seeming like a roaring beast ready to devour opponents. The followers realized Zeros' appraisal skill and combat awareness surpassed theirs, making them fear for their lives. Analyzed Schweith's fire-type magic, preparing a strategy while the enemies struggled to comprehend his abilities. Schweith panicked, realizing Zeros could perceive everything and outmaneuver his attacks, leaving him frustrated. Attempted a desperate incantation, summoning devastating flames, hoping to overwhelm Zeros. Recognized Schweith's Dragon Inferno destruction spell immediately, preparing his response while keeping the children safe. Executed a phantom rush, dodging and countering the dragons, showcasing his superior combat skills, completed the final strike, neutralizing Schweith's attack, and bringing the battle to a controlled conclusion, watched over Celestina, Lucerus, and the other children, keeping them safe after the battle. Struggled to comprehend Zeros' resilience, noting that even his most powerful spells were ineffective. Schweith continued to be shocked, realizing Zeros brushed off attacks that should have overwhelmed him. Explained that he was currently staying at Creston's mansion, surprising the guards and followers. The children and Zeros observed Schweith's reactions silently, their expressions showing awe and cautious relief. Schweith panicked, realizing Zeros knew his grandfather and was aware of powerful connections, leaving him terrified. Calmly told Schweith to take responsibility and clean up the mess, asserting authority with quiet confidence. A terrified individual cowers as Zeros approaches, warning them that their grandfather will soon be informed, refusing any leniency. Zeros emphasizes that great power carries heavy responsibility, imparting a firm lesson. Iris struggles to detect Zeros' mana, bewildered by the extraordinary magical energy radiating from him. His mana field is extraordinarily vast, preventing Iris from sensing any magical presence around him. Apologizing quickly, Iris admits she knows checking stats without consent is forbidden, while Zeros reassures her. Quietly, Zeros reflects on his own stats, appreciating his personal growth and abilities over time. Overwhelmed by his attention, Iris wobbles slightly, astonished by the intensity of Zeros' focused gaze. Zeros glances at Iris, unintentionally drawing attention to her features in a slightly awkward moment, blushing furiously. Iris scolds Zeros, who apologizes sincerely, explaining he was unable to control himself fully. While attempting to explain, Zeros finds others perceive his actions as inappropriate, causing some confusion. Attempting to direct the men, Zeros points firmly, drawing their attention and securing their reluctant agreement. Accused of inappropriate behavior, the men protest while Iris steps forward, trying to clarify the situation. Zeros maintains his innocence, stressing he respects Iris and has no improper intentions towards anyone. Responding shyly, Iris shows embarrassment, while Zeros calms the situation by asking about kitchen assistance. Zeros observes the abandoned backyard, discovering it was meant to become a cemetery but remains unfinished. Considering a return the next day, Zeros carefully observes the house to plan his next steps. Duke Delsasis angrily confronts Zeros about fighting his guest and damaging the family's valuable heirloom property. Praising Zeros, the elder explains how effortlessly his magic overpowered their spells, embarrassing his son. The Duke questions Zeros' identity, surprised at his skill and connection to Celestina. The elder reveals Zeros serves as Celestina's private tutor, forcing the Duke to show respect. Creston details the situation, leaving two men pale-faced, shocked by the unexpected information and revelations. Realizing Zeros' exceptional talents, the men regret ever challenging him, fearing his immense magical power. It is revealed that Tina has mastered magic, thanks to Zeros' guidance and careful teaching methods. The men express disbelief at Zeros' legendary power, questioning whether he is even human at all. Praising Tina's progress, the elder notes convincing Zeros to join them remains impossible at this time. The elder recommends adding Zeros' textbook to the curriculum, giving mages permission to learn from it. Duke Delsasis reflects on his wives and worries about the dangers his sons may face. Two men argue vehemently over authority and ethics, disputing Zeros' influence and control over women. Intervening calmly, the elder orders the arguing men to stop, maintaining authority over the heated dispute. At Creston's mansion, Zeros plans an experimental lesson for Tina, preparing for hands-on magical practice. Zeros tells Tina he will demonstrate magic, showing its potential to improve people's daily routines. Explaining the experiment, he notes the uncultivated land could be transformed into productive, fertile farmland. Observing the rocky, hard soil, Tina considers how challenging magical cultivation will be in this field. Zeros explains magic has uses beyond fighting, demonstrating constructive applications for society and everyday life. He concludes that healing and offensive magic are two sides of the same coin entirely. Explaining holy magic, Zeros clarifies that despite being considered divine miracles, it is learned through study. He recounts magic's history, detailing how knowledge spread, evolved, and became widely accessible to ordinary mages. Tina is astonished as Zeros demonstrates he can perform numerous forms of healing magic effectively. He explains similarities between priests and mages, and emphasizes avoiding conflicts to maintain social harmony. Tina worries about nations relying on holy magic, but Zeros assures freedom of choice remains intact. Tina asks if Zeros fears divine punishment, questioning whether he resents God due to past experiences. Zeros admits anger at a careless person, regarding them as an enemy shaping his current situation. He shifts focus to immediate problems, hinting at a significant challenge that requires urgent attention now. A playful group of children appears, prompting Zeros to instruct them to step back safely, performing Gaia control. Zeros manipulates the ground, addressing the problem efficiently with his precise magical technique. Demonstrating control, Zeros levitates rocks gently, astonishing Tina and the children with his impressive magical abilities. He chooses to skip fertilizer, instead removing stones, while considering the optimal conditions for the crops. Tina marvels, realizing the magic is designed to enhance people's happiness, not merely to inflict damage. Recognizing a new magical type, she sees its purpose is to help rather than cause harm. Cheering, the children watch as Zeros creates a stone wall, fencing and protecting the area safely. Zeros explains the experiment will yield enough vegetables and herbs for self-sufficiency and potential financial benefits. Tina feels overwhelmed by Zeros' generosity, expressing worry about being able to repay the favors he provides. She admires Zeros, calling him incredible and appreciating his skill, knowledge, and kindness in teaching magic. Zeros notes that area of effect magic consumes significant mana. Recognizing there is still room for improvement, Tina inquires about selling the harvest, but Zeros explains practical limitations prevent ordinary people from managing it. Tina asks about alternate uses of magic, and Zeros explains he avoids applying it for warfare purposes. He worries about civilians forced into magical labor for combat, believing it would be morally unacceptable to witness. Considering the difficulty of setting boundaries, Tina reflects on the ethical challenges of using magic responsibly. Zeros thinks ahead, planning carefully, while leaving operational details to Creston to minimize potential misuse issues. Emphasizing usability, he ensures magic is easier to perform while leaving complex management to higher authorities. Zeros asks what to plant next while Tina wonders whether he carefully thinks far ahead beforehand. He assigns the children to help with planting, teaching them self-sufficiency and practical responsibility for work. Frustrated at entitlement, Zeros emphasizes that lessons must be learned early to prevent later complications effectively. Tina presents the seeds she collected, naming each variety for the upcoming magical agricultural experiment carefully. Reacting to unusual seeds, including mandrake and healing grass, Zeros considers their practical utility and magical effects. Zeros reassures the children, claiming urban legends of dangerous screams are false, encouraging them to beg playfully. Using magic, he smashes rocks effortlessly, impressing the children with his control and keeping them entertained attentively. Excited, the children shout in unison, demonstrating loyalty and enthusiasm for Zeros' confident guidance and leadership. At the Delsasis mansion, the father and son finish their fistfight, bringing an end to family conflict. Zeros observed quietly, keeping to herself while others trained, unnoticed and underestimated by everyone around her. Because of her low magical power, she was excluded from combat practice, witnessing her peers fail through arrogance. She studied every movement and spell carefully, storing knowledge determinedly, refusing to let it go to waste. When battle came, Zeros unleashed her power, striking with precision, breaking through enemy forces effortlessly. Analyzing every foe, she attacked their weak points systematically, demonstrating strategy and strength that surpassed all expectations. Creston watched Zeros carefully, impressed by her strategy. Realizing her skills surpassed expectations quietly, Zeros prepared her attack, raising her hands to summon a precise rock lance against enemies. She struck the mud golem without incantation, using her knowledge to amplify destructive power. Creston praised Zeros, acknowledging her growth and readiness for real battles ahead in training. The group approached the great woods of Faflin, Zeros alert to every lurking monster threat. Zeros prepared for battle while Creston watched nervously, fearing Tina could be attacked suddenly. The grandfather demanded soldiers, insisting true nobility solves problems with enough money, showing ruthless planning. Creston considered crafting top-notch equipment, ensuring Zeros and Tina would be prepared for any threat. Zeros listened as Creston suggested lightweight leather armor and magic gear suitable for her abilities. Tina and Creston exchanged confused glances, questioning the grandfather's unusual but practical strategy for protection. Creston panicked, reaching toward Tina while Zeros and others watched the situation unfold carefully. Tina protested angrily, calling out the grandfather, refusing inappropriate actions while maintaining her composure. It was decided Zeros would handle secondary gear enhancements, leaving crafting to Creston's skilled craftsmen. Observers noticed Celestina's remarkable growth, transforming from helpless child to confident and capable mage quickly. Enemies with multiple golems overwhelmed others, yet Zeros' increasing power and strategy made her unstoppable in battle. Celestina observed Creston, noting his surprise at Zero's ability to control many golems efficiently. Schweith greeted Mishka warmly, while Creston prepared to learn secret techniques about Zero's power. Mishka explained, patiently recounting knowledge accumulated while caring for Creston since he was a baby. She illustrated the chain of command strategy, showing how leader golems relay simple commands through Zeros. Mishka revealed the layered spell, allowing Zeros to create golems without exhausting excessive amounts of mana. Schweith observed Mishka, realizing Zero's true magical potential far exceeded any nation's known power. Creston asked Mishka about her age, surprised she appeared unchanged since he was a child. Mishka scolded Creston playfully, reminding him never to ask a lady her age again. Zeros held the book, startled by the conversation between Creston and Mishka regarding magic. Creston pleaded urgently, seeking Mishka's guidance to reach higher levels of magic and ability. Creston and Zeros discussed magic, realizing their experimentation often caused unintended consequences across the world. Zeros admitted past actions, explaining their group was called the Annihilators due to reckless spells. He detailed raids and experiments, including forcing players to equip cursed items unintentionally. Zeros recounted the chaos of AoE spells, wiping out entire parties, yet learning from mistakes, reflecting. Zeros wondered how past recklessness still led him to becoming a renowned great sage. Creston expressed desire to be remembered as a hero, determined to leave a legacy. Zeros explained heroes become symbols, targeted by enemies, and nations use them for distractions. Creston sought guidance, asking Zeros how to avoid becoming a disposable hero like others. Zeros agreed, advising Creston to aim higher, surpassing his grandfather, and train with Celestina. Creston eagerly prepared, ready to study magic intensely, learning all spells and monster combat strategies. Zeros reflected in the mirror, doubting if he was qualified to lecture anyone effectively. Creston declared high ambitions, desiring to become a memorable hero throughout history. Zeros cautioned about heroes becoming targets, explaining the dangers nations use them to distract enemies. Creston sought Zeros' guidance, aiming to avoid becoming a disposable hero like others before him. Zeros encouraged Creston to surpass his grandfather, training alongside Celestina, learning spells and monster combat thoroughly. Creston shouted with determination, ready to study every spell and technique under Zeros' guidance. Zeros reflected quietly, doubting his own ability to lecture Creston effectively, feeling unsure. The next day, sunlight shone on the academy as new lessons and challenges awaited. Creston and Celestina faced dozens of mud golems, surprised at the sheer numbers confronting them. They fought strategically, realizing charging recklessly into the golems would be disastrous without careful planning. Zeros warned Schweith and Celestina, noting that the mud golems were now more challenging. He explained teamwork difficulties, emphasizing that field coordination often involves unfamiliar or disagreeing partners. Schweith argued, refusing orders, showing frustration at Celestina despite her improved magical abilities. Celestina clutched Schweith's hand tightly, signaling trust while recalling earlier lessons in teamwork practice. Observers noted Tina's technical skills, suggesting she and Schweith could form a strong combat duo. Zeros observed Schweith and Celestina, noting Schweith's impulsiveness and Celestina's difficulty landing decisive blows. He reflected that physical combat skills develop slowly, unlike instant mastery in a virtual game. Celestina yelled, warning Schweith, while he hastily cast a fireball to defend against golems. Several golems moved quickly, forcing Schweith and Celestina to dodge attacks carefully during combat. Schweith struggled under a golem's weight, shouting for help as Celestina fought strategically nearby. Celestina urged Schweith to stay calm and coordinate, warning him about multiple golems attacking together. Schweith shouted in frustration, realizing Celestina's guidance meant he was being held back intentionally. Celestina asserted herself, commanding Schweith firmly, showing his reliance on her careful strategic leadership. Zeros observed from a distance, admiring Tina's daring, noting their teamwork still had room to improve. Zeros counted 2 hours as he prepared his students for extended battle training. He guided Celestina, emphasizing survival and strategy, while she struggled against exhaustion and other student. TZT embraced the challenge, realizing the real fight begins after mana depletion. Celestina resolved to endure, determination shining despite dirt and fatigue. Waits White experienced pure exhilaration, thrilled by the intensity Zeros had orchestrated for them. Tease White realized the training changed him, learning lessons never taught in school. Celestina acknowledged Zeros' harsh training was shaping her skills as his student. Zeros insisted repetition and discipline were the only ways for his students to survive. He explained that monsters would exploit any weakness, making constant vigilance necessary. The forest's brutal training reflected the game's old methods, marking just the beginning of growth. Zeros instructed Dwight and Celestina to stay calm, teaching that life and danger coexist. He reminded them to prepare for worst-case scenarios, stressing that retreat is not always possible. Zeros encouraged reflection on personal fighting style, making mistakes part of growth. White absorbed the sage advice, realizing Zeros offered no mercy but valuable lessons. Celestina and Dwight charged forward, ready to face the obstacles Zeros had set before them. Massive boulders crashed around the training ground as rain began to pour on the castle. Dwight and Celestina struggled to maintain footing, drenched and battered by relentless rain and mud. Exhaustion showed on their faces, but determination kept them pushing forward through the harsh conditions. Zeros reminded them that a real battle could last days, testing endurance and strategy. He explained that even this small skirmish mirrored the chaos and intensity of a full-scale war. Dwight and Celestina collapsed from exhaustion, laughing, despite the harsh training they endured. Zeros calmly revealed he had prepared mana potions, anticipating their fatigue. Celestina drank eagerly, while Dwight reacted with surprise at her determination. Zeros explained he had no small bottles, improvising with wine bottles to help them recover. He reflected on potential dangers in the forest, worried his teachings might still be insufficient. Celestina rushed to Zeros, reporting urgent trouble in the field requiring immediate attention. Zeros followed, startled by the massive, unusually soft plant shapes ahead of them. Dwight screamed as one mandragora uprooted violently, startling everyone nearby. Children nearby screamed and laughed as they struggled to pull the mandragoras from the soil. Zeros realized this was the unpredictable challenge of harvesting mandragoras, testing patience and reflexes under stress. Children laughed and screamed as they struggled with mandragoras, testing patience and control. Zeros observed the strange effects, realizing the mandragoras' screams caused more mental stress than physical danger. Dwight and Celestina noted the mandragoras' screams were still insufficient to fully challenge them. Zeros assessed the area, calculating the rapid growth and potential overpopulation of mandragoras threatening the orchard. Deciding no option remained, Zeros joined the children to help, maintaining control, while supporting their harvest. A mandragora screamed violently as children pulled it from the ground, shocking everyone nearby. Zeros broke into a sweat, worried about the children's safety, despite their laughter. The mandragoras demanded more effort, testing the limits of everyone harvesting them. Several hours later, the children and Zeros finally completed the harvest, exhausted but triumphant. The harvested mandragoras were lined up to dry, while Zeros reflected on their mental strain. The orphanage's finances recovered thanks to the children's hard work with mandragoras, attracting attention. Thieves attempted to steal mandragoras, only to be surprised by the children's defense and local vigilance. Neighbors banded together to catch intruders, earning small bounties, and protecting the harvest. Zeros reflected quietly, considering anti-mandragora measures and ensuring future safety. He reassured Celestina and continued lessons, contemplating improvements like gear control for safer harvesting. Zeros explained how excess mana can interfere with other magic formulas, causing problems and inefficiency. He warned that overflowing mana could collapse magic circles, damaging surroundings if not controlled. Dwight was fascinated, finding Zeros' class extremely interesting and absorbing every detail eagerly. Zeros demonstrated how to shrink magic circles using a layered formula technique, conserving space. He showed how trimming unnecessary parts allowed additional magics, teaching students to maximize efficiency in formulas. Zeros explained that stronger magic requires more complex formulas, challenging students to think carefully. He emphasized that a mage's skill determines how small and efficient a magic circle can be. Dwight realized he could dramatically increase his magical output using the new layered technique. Celestina diligently recorded Zeros' instructions while Dwight experimented with practical applications. She noted how much he had changed, no longer hesitant to apply Zeros' teachings confidently. Dwight and Celestina reflected on their progress, realizing they had changed after meeting Zeros. They debated returning to the academy, conflicted because they were learning far more under Zeros. Celestina tried to ask about Croises, prompting a reaction from Dwight. Dwight expressed frustration, feeling ignored and overlooked by others, despite his efforts. Celestina observed quietly, noticing that certain people, including Croises, had not changed at all. Zeros watches as Celestina receives her brand new equipment, while Dwight observes silently. The old man beams proudly. The elder clenches his fist, determined to protect his granddaughter, prepared to face any danger. Suddenly, he realizes he is selling another soul. Horrified by the heretical situation unfolding, he debates letting Celestina marry Zeros, struggling between duty and personal feelings, refusing compromise. Concerned for his great-grandchild, the elder worries about Zero's involvement while navigating unfamiliar cultural norms. Zeros walks into the room as the old man eagerly anticipates seeing his great-grandchild. Celestina, called Tina, stands shyly in her new outfit, while Zeros observes her carefully, examines the full equipment set, impressed by the breastplate, gauntlets, boots, and magic scepter. The elder realizes much effort funded the equipment, reflecting on treasure and proper expenses. Footsteps echo as the old man confirms everything was obtained correctly, maintaining his pride. Marlin meets Lord Delsasis, who acknowledges hearing about him from his father. Zeros realizes the old man meddled with the treasury, selling sacred gemstones secretly. The situation involves Celestina, and the old man nervously confirms what happened to Zeros. The elder accepts responsibility, acknowledging he may have overstepped and caused harm inadvertently. Delsasis notes the lost items are 2 wyvern magic stones, gifts from the royal family. Zeros talks with Delsasis about the plot behind the Wailing Church, seeking clarity. He shows a cluster of sparkling crystals, revealing he has resources ready on hand. The old man is surprised as Zeros lends the stones temporarily, prioritizing his father's execution. Zeros explains the replacement stones are even more valuable, offering a fair solution for the theft. The elder thanks Zeros, promising repayment, while Zeros requests only enough land for self-sufficient farming. Schweitz studies magical formulas intensely, fully absorbed in his research while others ignore him. 3 days pass, and Zeros prepares to return to his duties after minor distractions. Only 15 knights are deployed, but Zeros believes their number is sufficient for the task. Zeros notes the lack of experienced earth mages, considering the challenge ahead carefully before planning. Preparations are complete, and the Grand Duke confirms Zeros' cooperation alongside his grandchildren for the mission. Marlin meets Aleph Gilbert, the commander of the unit, exchanging introductions politely. Aleph notices Zeros carrying a sword despite being a mage, expressing surprise and curiosity. Zeros explains that a mage skilled in close combat is more effective and safer. They discuss tactics, noting how foreign mages often abandon positions after depleting their mana. Zeros emphasizes the importance of mages supporting knights with spells, increasing their survival odds. The group notices Tina has returned after a long absence. Catching Zeros' attention immediately, Tina and Schweitz carry heavy supplies aboard the transport. Surprising both Zeros and the elder, Zeros organizes the group, planning equipment, books, clothing, and medicinal herbs for the journey. He admits limited knowledge of certain magical mechanisms, leaving Schweitz and Tina puzzled yet attentive. Zeros deduces the magic involves an omnipotent force, emphasizing he is not a god, warns Tina to stay careful, instructing her to eliminate any knights who act foolishly. The elder yells for Tina to return safely as the group prepares to depart. The party leaves by carriage, traveling east along the Faflan highroad into unknown territory. Zeros reflects to Schweitz that asking for a piece of land is ironic yet practical. Zeros thanks the Grand Duke for granting him land, intending to live modestly and independently. Zeros laments being middle-aged, unable to find work, and dreams of owning a house. After 2 days in the carriage, he struggles to act normal, feeling emotionally drained. Finally arriving in the great woods of Faflan, Zeros organizes a secure campsite with his team. He summons a familiar, using a magic note, demonstrating his tactical and magical prowess. Zeros explains the summoned bird is temporary but useful for scouting, helping the group navigate safely. Considers the summoning magic, noting it could be powerful enough to knock out a wyvern. Schweitz nervously tries to clarify their relationship with Zeros, who responds casually to his concern. Declines a magical test from Schweitz, confident in his familiar's abilities and judgment. Tina and Schweitz watch in awe as Zeros' summoned birds fly over the landscape. The group marvels at the view from above, thrilled by the birds' perspective of the world. Nada sees the rapid response of the knights as they prepare for an imminent threat. He identifies a group of nearby orcs approaching the camp, assessing the danger cautiously. Zeros warns Aleph and the others that the orcs number around 20 or 30. Aleph panics slightly, asking Zeros how they should respond to the approaching enemy. Aleph commands all men to prepare for battle, readying the troops for combat. Aleph notes that everyone in the unit is around level 25, confident in their abilities. He signals that it's time for action, calling Zeros to begin their plan. Zeros grins with determination, preparing to initiate the hunt against the orc party. The orcs are already alert, sensing the group's presence as the night deepens. Zeros observes the orcs' formation, noting that they are sticking together and not yet broken up. Tina and Schweitz notice the orcs' unusual sharpness, surprised they detected the group so quickly. Aleph observes the high-level orcs, planning to maneuver around them before initiating the attack. Launches a magical attack, casting the powerful judgment arrow to strike the enemies. The orcs react in shock, yelling as the arrow hits, showing the group's overwhelming power. Zeros noticed another person had also been reincarnated in the strange world. Irie Sumika, a lonely girl, spent her days immersed in the online game Sword and Sorceress. Suddenly, she found herself in a vast forest surrounded by unfamiliar trees and mountains. She realized the world resembled her game, complete with magic and 2 moons above. Excited, she began her adventure, opening a status window and dreaming of heroic deeds. Iris opened a status window and discovered her character. Information matched the game perfectly. She looked at her body and realized it was real, unlike her game avatar. Confused, she questioned why her body differed from her character's exaggerated proportions. A message from Windia explained the gods had self-destructed, leaving her free but alone. Iris understood she had been reincarnated, and her old life would never return again. Iris felt excited thinking about the adventurer life she had always dreamed of. She realized she had never cooked before, having only eaten sweets her whole life. Decided she needed to find a town where people could help her. Starving and cautious of monsters, she kept walking despite exhaustion and hunger. After an hour she finally spotted a village, hopeful for food and shelter. Iris approached the village and noticed a tall bulwark confirming people lived inside. She called out to the villagers, hoping they would give her food and shelter. The villagers reacted kindly, understanding she seemed lost and grateful for their help. Iris suddenly realized she might have rushed into a bandit hideout unknowingly. Villagers explained goblin attacks had caused the bulwark, easing her worry about danger. Iris realized she needed to be cautious after learning goblins had attacked the village. Villagers suspected a higher-level goblin, possibly a goblin king, was controlling the attacks. Iris analyzed the situation, estimating the threat level and how many goblins might appear. She offered to help as a mage, requesting food and a place to rest. The villagers considered her offer carefully, noting her abilities might be more practical than hired mercenaries. The villagers agreed to let Iris handle the goblin threat, trusting her expertise. She asked about goblins' usual attack times and planned her defense accordingly. Iris prepared as goblins approached from the east, analyzing their numbers and strategy. She observed the incoming goblins carefully, ready to act and avoid underestimating them. Villagers noticed her skill, comparing her readiness to the hired mercenaries they had used. Iris noticed the goblins swaying inside the walls and braced herself for the fight. She cast a powerful ice blast spell, targeting the goblins attacking the village. The villagers were amazed as she sealed a breach, protecting the settlement from further damage. Iris monitored remaining goblins, aware they could cause more trouble if left unchecked. The villagers reassured her, noting the main difficulty was goblin numbers, confident in her skill. Iris checked herself after the attack, realizing everything around her was real. She noticed goblins outside had not fled, unlike normal raiding behavior. The previous attacks were just tests, indicating a stronger force waiting to strike. She assessed that some goblins wielded weapons and might be stronger than ordinary knights. Villagers prepared to shoot arrows while Iris realized there were far more goblins than expected. Iris climbed the walls determined to survive and protect the village from goblins. She used her Gaia Lance spell, piercing goblins trapped in the rock needle field. Villagers followed her orders, shooting arrows while she cast Tornado, controlling the battlefield. Goblins were swept away, immobilized by her powerful spells as she targeted clusters. Iris split her focus, directing villagers to defend other sides, while she continued fighting fiercely. Iris ran through the village, determined to survive and coordinate defenses against goblins. She observed the battlefield, searching for the higher-level goblin controlling the attacks. Iris realized the outside goblins were a diversion, directing villagers toward the safest areas. A goblin general appeared, confirming a stronger force led the assault on the village. Iris urged villagers to close gates and avoid direct confrontation, preparing for a more dangerous fight. Jane ran to defend a villager, fending off a goblin while Iris prepared a counter. Iris raised her hands, calling lightning to strike goblins, while protecting the villagers. She cast Homing Thunder Arrow, striking multiple goblins and halting their advance. A rescued villager thanked Iris, and she introduced herself as a wandering magician. Iris met Jean and Lena, forming a team and promising to support them with magic. Satoshi observes Myrna and companions casting multiple spells together, overwhelming the goblin general with combined force. Satoshi steps forward calmly, examining the battlefield, while the defeated goblin general collapses heavily onto the ground. Satoshi exhales quietly, feeling slight relief as no additional enemies appear nearby. After the intense battle, Satoshi notices villagers cheering loudly, amazed that Myrna's group managed to defeat a powerful goblin general. Satoshi studies the fallen goblin body, realizing its corpse remains, unlike the disappearing enemies he previously knew. Satoshi listens as Iris explains her magic specialty, while Myrna reflects on the village reward. Iris advances confidently, declaring one final enemy remains as she prepares to eliminate the target. Myrna inspects the goblin corpse, noting absence of magic stone, while Satoshi considers its unusual condition. Satoshi notices smoke rising in the forest, suddenly realizing Iris might still be nearby, causing chaos. Myrna finds Iris vomiting from the stench, while Satoshi acknowledges her effort traveling alone through danger. Satoshi observes villagers celebrating happily, while he asks Iris about her plans after finishing recent battles nearby. Iris considers traveling with Satoshi and Myrna, thinking about registering as a mercenary in town soon. Myrna playfully interacts with a young boy, smiling warmly, while Iris watches quietly from the side. Satoshi notices the sunset spreading across the sky, marking a calm moment after their recent struggles. Satoshi asks Iris about Lena's disappearance, while Myrna reacts emotionally, worried something unexpected may have happened recently. Myrna reacts emotionally to Lena's actions, while Satoshi questions what exactly happened during the confusing situation earlier. Satoshi recalls their journey, as Iris travels with Jean and Lena toward the city, beginning new adventures ahead. Cadet appears holding a basket, gently calling out while preparing to continue her peaceful daily routine nearby. Katie remains indoors training, while her sister reassures her, promising to return soon despite ongoing responsibilities outside. Katie smiles softly, expressing gratitude toward her sister, believing future opportunities will allow her to finally explore outside. Katie blushes as her sister notices her mood, teasing her about developing feelings for someone recently. Katie helps sick children carefully, giving medicine daily while the villagers express gratitude for her kindness. Katie recalls her past, remembering she was once an orphan, watching other children play happily nearby. Katie remembers suffering harsh treatment, being rejected, and hurt repeatedly, while struggling to survive alone outside. Katie recalls being taken in by the orphanage, finally finding warmth and crying through her first peaceful night. Katie reflects on joining the monastery young, aiming to help orphans, while repaying kindness she once received. Katie quietly acknowledges her magical growth, realizing sacred and ordinary magic share similarities within her developing abilities. Lucilise suddenly reacts loudly, startling Katie, while others notice Jean is unexpectedly absent from her usual place. Myrna explains Jean's condition, mentioning cold symptoms while doctors remain unavailable, increasing concern among those present nearby. Katie carefully examines the symptoms, recognizing fever, nausea, fatigue, and weakness suggesting illness, beyond a simple cold. Myrna speculates about Jean's condition, while Katie reacts in shock at the strange situation unfolding. Katie rushes urgently to gather herbs, determined to prepare medicine before others reach the limited resources. Katie asks the shopkeeper for ingredients, but learns the required cod liver oil has already been sold. Katie worries quietly, apologizing while thinking carefully about alternatives, after failing to secure the needed medicine ingredients. Satoshi appears holding rare materials, asking about their use, potentially offering a solution to the ongoing problem. Katie becomes flustered upon seeing Zelos, surprised by his sudden appearance during the urgent situation. Zelos listens carefully, analyzing the symptoms while questioning how such illness could appear in this environment. Katie considers the possibility of a contagious disease spreading from monsters to humans during this season. Zelos explains the disease progression seriously, warning that delayed treatment leads to severe symptoms and eventual death. Zelos offers medicine calmly, while Kaede gratefully accepts it and rushes to help Jean immediately. Zelos explains his plans to leave, while Satoshi reflects that even lifelong savings cannot easily cover expensive medicine. Kaede suddenly remembers Jean, quickly rushing back as worry grows about her worsening condition inside the room. Iris introduces herself quickly, urging Zelos to help immediately as Jean's condition suddenly takes a dangerous turn. Jean lies unconscious, her breathing weak, while her body shows clear signs of the illness progressing rapidly. Kay panics after seeing Jean's skin turning purple, realizing Zelos's earlier warning about the disease was completely accurate. Kaede carefully gives Jean medicine, supporting her weak body while hoping the treatment begins working immediately. Iris feels relieved seeing Jean stabilize, thanking the outcome, while reflecting on how suddenly everything had worsened. Kaede questions the cause, recalling unusual behavior earlier, and trying to understand what led to Jean's condition. Iris praises Zelos, recognizing his deep knowledge, while Kade realizes his understanding resembles that of legendary annihilators. Iris admires Zelos greatly, believing powerful sages, like him, represent freedom, strength, and ideals she hopes to follow. Iris leaves quickly for work, while Kade reflects on Zelos, wondering about the true nature of sages. Kade entrusts Lucilis with responsibility, calmly stepping away while ensuring Jean continues receiving proper care inside. Kade watches Jean sleeping peacefully, quietly remembering the past and feeling comfort seeing her resting safely. Days later, Jean recovers slowly but grows restless, feeling bored while remaining confined indoors during recovery. Kade refuses Jean's request firmly, insisting she must fully recover first to prevent the illness from returning. Kade smiles gently, teasing Jean about her past while acknowledging her growth into an apprentice priestess. Now Kade reflects calmly, noting Jean remains unchanged inside, despite becoming stronger under Pastor Melisasa's guidance recently. Jane listens quietly as Kade compares her to before, insisting her personality remains soft despite outward changes. Kade admits privately her doubts about the gods, feeling their help has been absent throughout her struggles. Jean reassures Kade warmly, keeping her thoughts secret while maintaining trust built from their shared childhood together. Kade gently cares for Jean, reminding her of past memories while ensuring she rests properly during recovery. Elsewhere, Satoshi moves through the Great Deep Green Zone, continuing his journey toward an uncertain and dangerous objective ahead. Zeros releases a radiant arrow that hits enemies, disrupting their formation immediately. A nearby commander orders knights forward, leading a swift charge with raised swords. Allies cast fireballs and slicing air attacks, pushing the enemy line backward under pressure. Zeros observes their slow reactions while his companion advances confidently across the battlefield. He prepares another precise shot, recalling careless opponents often become the greatest threat to him in future battles. Zeros finishes the enemies swiftly, leaving others shocked by his sudden overwhelming efficiency. The group checks their status and realizes their levels have increased after the battle. They reflect on the fight, acknowledging it was difficult, despite their progress. Zeros evaluates a stronger enemy calmly, while others panic at the large difference in power. He creates a powerful chimera, unleashing it forward as a decisive force to dominate the battlefield. Zeros restrains the chimera using dark chains, holding it in place while urging others to attack quickly. He explains the spell will not last long, warning them the creature will soon break free. The group hesitates, overwhelmed by fear as they face the powerful restrained monster. Explosions and attacks strike the chimera, gradually weakening its resistance under combined efforts. Exhausted afterward, the team collapses in relief while noticing their levels increased from the intense battle. Zeros checks the group's condition calmly, ensuring no one has died after the dangerous encounter. The others remain stunned, struggling to process the overwhelming battle they just survived. Zeros explains their weakness, clearly emphasizing survival depends on growing stronger quickly. He shares his past experience, revealing he endured harsh conditions within the forest alone. The group realizes his seriousness, understanding they cannot rely on him and must become capable themselves. Captain Aleph rallies the knights, urging them to overcome fear and embrace the true duty of protecting people. The knights reflect on his words, realizing they cannot remain afraid of stronger enemies. Zeros observes quietly as they decide to follow guidance and strengthen themselves through action. The knights charge forward without hesitation, engaging the enemy with determination and relentless force. Supported by Zero's magic, they launch a decisive attack, committing fully to the battle without retreat. Tina proudly reports reaching level 50, while others remain exhausted, surprised by her energy and rapid improvement after continuous battles. She denies any secret, though suspicion grows as her progress seems unusually fast compared to others. The group questions her further, trying to understand what kind of ability allows such growth. They realize it may relate to a rare inherited magic tied to strict conditions. Zeros confirms the requirement calmly, guiding her toward the final steps needed to unlock that hidden power. The group relaxes briefly as tension eases, though small frustrations and emotions still surface between members. Zeros reflects quietly, realizing their journey is slowly resolving conflicts among the group. The knights gather materials from defeated creatures, understanding the value of resources gained through battle. Zeros rests alone, thinking about simple comforts while observing the calm surroundings. The group continues forward exhausted, nearing camp while struggling with hunger and physical limits after intense leveling. Zeros and the knights discover a destroyed campsite, shocked by the massive destruction despite magical defenses surrounding the area. They analyze the scene, noticing numerous monster corpses, and realizing something unusual caused the overwhelming damage. The group finds evidence of creatures digging through the walls, understanding how the invasion bypassed defenses. A strange presence is detected nearby, creating tension as they sense something still lurking. Zeros warns everyone to stay still, recognizing the hidden enemy tracks movement through vibrations on the ground. A massive worm suddenly attacks from underground, devouring prey instantly while the group freezes in fear at its sudden appearance. Zeros analyzes calmly, explaining the creature invaded to feed and eliminated other monsters in the area. They identify it as a high-level country worm, far stronger than anything they faced before. The knights admit they lack the strength to confront it, recognizing the overwhelming difference. Zeros steps forward alone, deciding to eliminate the creature quickly, despite his own fatigue. Zeros unleashes multiple spells at once, striking hidden worms emerging from underground and eliminating them with overwhelming force. The knights celebrate his victory, realizing the creatures were weaker than expected, despite their frightening appearance. Zeros reflects on the creature's evolution, considering that growth in this world depends on more than just level. He decides to focus on survival, estimating the dangers that may arise in the coming days. The group faces a new problem, discovering their food and water supplies have completely run out. Zeros speaks calmly about survival, recalling his past hardships while the group listens with uneasy expressions. He suggests shared suffering will strengthen them, though his words leave others confused and unsettled. His intent becomes clearer as he reveals a harsh mindset, believing struggle must be experienced together. As night falls, the group faces the reality of survival, knowing the coming days will test their limits. After 2 days, Zeros surveyed the forest, witnessing knights endure severe and continuous hardship. He understood they hunted in desperation as starving beasts attacked, and their supplies had been taken. Zeros observed their abilities grow savage as fatigue and anger pushed them closer to madness. He recognized their transformation into hardened fighters, while others reacted with shock and concern. Zeros readied himself to face those standing directly before him. Across rocky terrain, Zeros encountered a group of monkeys and carefully studied their behavior. He noticed unusual actions, recalling earlier encounters where one had aggressively targeted him. Zeros analyzed their forms and concluded they possessed mixed traits, indicating a shifting group structure. He reflected on natural patterns connecting their changes to known biological traits in other species. Zeros concluded a dominant female likely ruled the group while males competed under her control. He recognized the largest monkey as a powerful queen, leading the entire group. The knights grew enraged and prepared for battle upon learning their food had been stolen. Zeros observed a signal as light flashed, marking the beginning of their coordinated attack. He witnessed wind magic strike the monkeys, disrupting their formation across the battlefield. Zeros saw the knights advance, pressing their assault as the creatures started to fall. He observed the queen resisting attacks, realizing the fight would not follow standard knight tactics. Zeros noticed the poison failed, confirming resistance and forcing the knights to adapt quickly. He saw the queen charge forward with immense force, scattering the knights across the area. Zeros identified its unstable strength as it damaged surroundings while attacking uncontrollably. He concluded the creature relied on brute force, leaving exploitable openings despite its power. Zeros cast binding magic to restrain the queen, creating a chance for the knights to strike together. He watched the knights release their full power, advancing with renewed determination. Zeros observed their resolve, understanding survival depended on defeating the enemy. He strengthened their focus, directing their momentum as they continued attacking without hesitation. Zeros noticed their strikes could not pierce the queen's defense, forcing direct confrontation. He saw a knight deliver a fierce blow, injuring the restrained queen during the assault. Zeros observed the queen break free, enduring damage while pressure continued around it. He watched the creature turn away, ignoring wounds as it targeted nearby attackers. Zeros analyzed its rage, realizing the uncontrolled state led to reckless movements and weaker defense. He gathered power and released lightning, aiming to finish the weakened queen decisively. Zeros stood composed after battle, sensing attention while deciding to eliminate remaining threats. Suddenly, a pack of wolves emerged from the forest, advancing aggressively toward the group. Zeros realized they were high-ranking predators tracking blood, leaving no chance to escape. He launched lightning attacks, reducing their numbers before they could close the distance. Zeros identified the largest wolf as the leader and moved to eliminate it. He advanced instantly, closing the gap while avoiding the leader's violent counterattacks. Zeros raised a barrier, blocking incoming strikes as the creature unleashed overwhelming force. He acted decisively, delivering a precise strike that severed the wolf's head. Zeros calmly observed the fallen body, confirming the leader's defeat and end of resistance. He noted the remaining threat fading as the knights continued fighting toward complete victory. Zeros returned at night with the group, watching survivors while staying awake on guard. He rested briefly, yet remained alert, maintaining awareness even during a short sleep. Zeros sensed danger as unknown creatures appeared, overwhelming the knights with sheer numbers. He identified them as copied beasts, recognizing their unnatural strength and rising threat. Zeros realized the enemy could replicate others, making the battle far more dangerous. He raised his hand and cast a massive ice spell, destroying the copied beasts instantly. Zeros stayed calm afterward as the knights acknowledged his efforts and recovered. He examined a strange seed from the defeated enemy, realizing it could replicate living beings. A frightened child is seized by a ruthless bandit as chaos spreads among terrified villagers. The attackers continue their assault, showing cruelty while several villagers fall and fear spreads quickly. Survivors are separated and stripped of dignity, forced together as resistance weakens under overwhelming control. The captives stand silently, surrounded by shame and despair as they await uncertain fate. A wagon arrives, bringing hope as survivors believe escape still exists. A group of soldiers return, noticing unusual behavior as survivors act strangely after recent traumatic events. Zeros observes calmly, realizing the victims were pushed beyond their limits and nearly broken by extreme suffering. Some victims collapse from exhaustion near the riverside, while the soldiers assess their weakened condition carefully. The group discovers bodies nearby, confirming a violent attack likely carried out by ruthless bandits earlier. Zeros concludes the danger remains close, ordering preparations as the group braces for a possible encounter. Scouts receive urgent information that the remaining women and children have been taken further upstream as hostages by the enemy. Despite the discovery, the group hesitates, realizing their current strength is insufficient, while their forces remain exhausted from recent events. Nearby bandits grow careless, mocking the situation, unaware that danger is beginning to close in around them. Captain Aleph steps forward decisively, rallying everyone, and ordering immediate preparation for a direct confrontation against the bandits. As the group begins to move, tension rises while they advance carefully, aware that the decisive battle is about to begin. Zeros and his group observe from hiding, confirming the bandits have captured hostages and are abusing them without restraint. The group forms a plan, deciding to distract the bandits and surround them, despite their limited strength. The bandits grow careless, tormenting the captives while believing no one will challenge their control. Zeros steps forward calmly, approaching the camp and drawing attention while concealing his true intent. The bandits question him, unaware that his appearance marks the beginning of their downfall. Zeros approaches the bandits calmly, presenting himself as someone similar to them to avoid suspicion. He maintains the act, requesting resources while observing the situation and gauging the bandits' reactions carefully. The leader grows wary, sensing something unusual and preparing to eliminate Zeros before any threat emerges. Zeros reveals his true intent internally, deciding to act while ensuring the captives remain alive during the process. One captive begins to lose hope, misunderstanding the situation as Zeros continues his calculated approach. A bandit attempts to strike Zeros from behind, believing he has the advantage while the situation appears under control. Zeros reacts instantly, countering the attack with precision and injuring the assailant before any damage reaches him. The injured bandit collapses in shock, while others struggle to understand how the sudden reversal occurred so quickly. Zeros maintains a calm demeanor, revealing that his actions were deliberate, and that the situation is no longer in the bandits' favor. The remaining enemies realize the threat before them, as fear spreads and the balance of power shifts completely. Zeros reveals his awareness, exposing the bandits' failed attempt to coordinate and asserting control over the situation. He calmly spares one survivor, allowing him to live as a witness to the consequences of their actions. Zeros unleashes overwhelming force, cutting through multiple enemies instantly and demonstrating a level far beyond their understanding. The remaining bandits panic and attempt to flee, realizing too late that they misjudged their opponent completely. Zeros prevents any escape, treating the bandits as resources while ensuring none of them can leave alive. Zeros declares his true purpose, revealing he views the bandits as subjects rather than enemies, unsettling everyone present. Fear spreads rapidly among the bandits as they realize any movement could result in instant death. Under Zero's control, Zeros shows irritation, treating the entire situation as beneath him while maintaining complete dominance over the battlefield. A desperate bandit grabs a child, attempting to use the hostage to force Zeros into hesitation. Zeros responds instantly, eliminating the threat with precision, while ensuring the hostage is no longer in danger. Zeros dismisses the hostage threat completely, showing no hesitation as he maintains control over the situation. He reveals his mindset, making it clear he intends to continue his actions as long as it benefits his experimentation. The bandits panic, overwhelmed by fear as they realize escape and resistance are both impossible. Zeros prepares his next move calmly, deciding the situation has reached the point where he will end it. He releases a numbing effect across the enemies, disabling them instantly while standing unaffected due to his own immunity. A fallen bandit struggles weakly, unable to respond as the effects of Zero's attack leave him helpless. Zeros remains composed while nearby soldiers charge forward, taking advantage of the enemy's weakened state. Zeros notices the poison affecting the captives and adjusts his control, ensuring they recover while maintaining pressure on the enemies. The battlefield quiets as the bandits collapse, defeated and unable to continue fighting against overwhelming force. After the battle, the group regains control, acknowledging that strategy and precise action led to their victory. After the battle, Zeros inspects recovered items while the rescued girl watches the soldiers with uncertainty and lingering fear. The girl excitedly explains her belongings, revealing unusual origins while Zeros listens and begins noticing something unfamiliar. Both of them question the strange terms, realizing the concepts do not belong to the current world's common knowledge. Zeros focuses on her explanation, starting to suspect a deeper connection behind her origins and the unusual items she possesses. Zeros rested quietly in the forest as a girl approached carefully, observing him under moonlight. Zeros stayed alert, gathering herbs while maintaining watch, ensuring safety within the quiet surroundings. The girl moved closer with hesitation, showing concern while Zeros calmly acknowledged her presence. A sudden misunderstanding caused her to react strongly, while Zeros remained calm during the moment. Zeros clarified his situation through actions, allowing the girl to slowly understand and relax. Zeros listened as the girl questioned his past, confirming they came from the same world. He described his work handling security systems, focusing on protecting networks and tracking hidden digital threats carefully. Zeros revealed his involvement in large projects, showing his experience within an important organization before everything changed suddenly. He admitted losing his position, explaining how personal issues began affecting his life and professional stability greatly. Zeros reflected on family problems, especially his sister, whose actions caused complications and shaped his current situation deeply. Zeros described how his sister secretly stole valuables, using excuses to enter rooms and take anything useful. He explained protecting his finances carefully, never trusting her, while enduring constant trouble caused by her behavior. Zeros revealed how she manipulated others, appearing innocent while avoiding blame and leaving him to face consequences. He thought the situation ended, but she returned unexpectedly, entering his space again without permission during absence. Zeros concluded by revealing her final betrayal, where she stole his work and caused lasting damage to him. Zeros explained how he faced false accusations, but evidence exposed the truth, allowing him to win the case eventually. He reflected on his downfall, accepting the cause while rebuilding his life quietly through simple work and steady effort. Zeros revealed lingering resentment, showing how deeply the betrayal affected him, despite maintaining control over his emotions. The girl reacted to his story, shifting attention as she tried to understand his identity and current situation. Zeros confirmed his new name, signaling a fresh start while leaving behind the past that once defined him completely. Zeros was suddenly recognized for his past title, surprising the girl as she realized his true reputation. He reacted casually, showing little concern while brushing off the title and questioning her strong reaction. Zeros shifted the topic, asking about her thoughts on the world, guiding the conversation calmly forward. He explained his observations, comparing the world system to something familiar, suggesting deeper underlying similarities. Zeros proposed an idea about simulated worlds, while the girl considered it, trying to understand his perspective. Zeros observed how people accepted the world without doubt, noticing strange details that others ignored completely. He explained that such systems should be impossible, comparing them to controlled structures within programmed environments. Zeros pointed out similarities between this world and their previous one, suggesting thoughts could be influenced unknowingly. He considered the possibility carefully, admitting uncertainty while recognizing patterns that could not be easily dismissed. Zeros concluded by questioning the origin of control, leaving both of them reflecting on a greater unseen authority. Zeros questioned the origin of magic systems, while the girl reacted nervously, unable to follow his complex reasoning. She struggled to understand, admitting confusion, while Zeros calmly encouraged her to think deeper about the world's structure. Zeros revealed his true age and past condition, surprising her as she realized the difference between appearance and reality. He handed over a magical item, shifting focus as others approached nearby, creating a brief moment of tension. Zeros explained the item's purpose, showing it as leftover magic, while others examined it with curiosity and interest. Zeros presented a magical item, demonstrating its defensive properties as others observed with curiosity and growing excitement. He explained the structure behind it, showing how the encoding worked and required understanding to recreate properly. The group examined it closely, realizing its flexibility, as it could change shape depending on the user's intent. They discussed its practical use, considering control difficulty, while connecting it to Zero's earlier demonstration in the forest. Zeros watched them learn, satisfied, as they prepared to test it and improve their abilities through practice. Zeros considered using a rejuvenation method, weighing risks carefully, while thinking about restoring his younger physical condition again. He decided to remain as he was, accepting his current appearance while continuing his journey without unnecessary changes. Inside the carriage, Zeros observed the group quietly, while Iris seemed distracted, thinking deeply about something concerning him. Iris reflected on Zeros, wondering about his abilities and how he could become a reliable companion. A misunderstanding arose suddenly, causing confusion among the group, while Zeros remained unaware of their unexpected reaction. The group continued traveling as tension rose, with misunderstandings spreading about Iris and creating confusion among everyone present. Iris seriously warned about a strange condition, drawing attention as others tried to understand its meaning. The explanation continued, describing human reactions and causing further concern about how the situation might affect others nearby. Details about the condition were revealed, showing its dangerous effects on behavior and mental control if triggered. The group realized the risks involved, understanding that without control, the situation could lead to serious consequences. The group discussed the dangerous condition seriously, while reactions varied between disbelief and acceptance of the situation. Iris became overwhelmed imagining possibilities, while Zeros remained calm, considering outcomes without showing strong emotional reaction. Later, they met a knight commander, who approached them formally, observing their condition and requesting clarification. The commander explained recent events, confirming their survival while acknowledging the difficult battles they had endured. He expressed relief at their safety, recognizing their importance and giving credit to those who fought alongside them. The commander observed Zeros closely, noting his composure and recognizing a change compared to his previous state. Reports were discussed about a dangerous creature appearing nearby, raising concern about expanding threats in surrounding areas. They analyzed the situation further, identifying the source location and considering how information could spread among mercenaries. A decision was made to investigate deeper, emphasizing the importance of understanding hidden causes behind recent events. The commander concluded the discussion, acknowledging efforts while instructing caution and allowing them to return after completing their duties. Zeros stood quietly, sensing trouble ahead, as the closed door symbolized a situation he might need to explain soon. Later the group gathered peacefully, and Zeros felt relieved as the situation resolved, allowing everyone to relax safely together. Zeros discovered that magical textbooks were being altered and sold for bribes, causing exploitation among wizards. 3 days after surviving the great woods of Faflin, Celestina and Schweigt resumed rigorous combat training. Zeros observed their progress, noting that they had grown so strong even a stone golem could challenge them. He recognized their improvement would strengthen their faction's influence, ensuring their growth was remembered strategically. Despite their reluctance, Celestina and Schweigt were drawn into noble faction conflicts, forced into a war for influence. An elder explained how the revised magic would be turned into a scroll for town sales. Zeros expressed concern about opposition, but the elder assured secrecy and careful management of reactions. The revised magic was sold, controlling civil engineering spells under the Duke's family and local companies. A special magical scroll was created to prevent unauthorized copies and limit distribution effectively. The scroll became popular, providing stable income and easing life for engineers and farmers. Though prices remained uncertain, Celestina and Schweigt raised a stone golem with a magical shield, preparing for a powerful attack. They identified the stone golem as the boss and readied themselves for a decisive battle. Celestina used a silver god wall spell while Schweigt coordinated attacks, forming a strong defensive and offensive strategy. They combined shield bash and blade slash, striking with precision to break the golem's defenses. The golem's attack caused an earthquake, surprising them as they adapted quickly to continue their assault. Zeros reflected on the fight and noted that the students hadn't yet shown their full potential. Celestina and Schweigt stood on the balcony, preparing to face a new challenge, hesitant but determined. Zeros teased about forbidden feelings, surprising Schweigt, who nervously tried to explain his intentions. Schweigt admitted he couldn't tolerate someone in his family, unable to use magic, showing personal struggle. Zeros reminded him to focus on correcting mistakes, while Schweigt felt embarrassed and uneasy about the situation. Zeros asked Schweik what he wanted to do, emphasizing that inaction would solve nothing. Schweik wrestled with guilt, admitting he couldn't forgive himself despite being forgiven by others. Zeros instructed him to atone first, and then strive for self-improvement, encouraging rebirth as a better person. Zeros reflected on his past experiences surviving deadly situations, showing his skill in influencing others. Schweik bowed to Celestina, apologizing for past behavior, while she reassured him it wasn't his fault for being unable to use magic. Celestina apologized sincerely, making it clear she wasn't seeking forgiveness, only expressing her feelings. Her words repeated, emphasizing her remorse, while maintaining her personal stance. Schweik and Celestina discussed their master's magical power, acknowledging its strength and potential for devastation if misused. Celestina expressed her desire to use magic to make people happy, following the master's pacifist ideals. Schweik agreed, realizing their mission as disciples was to use magic to help, not harm others. Schweik declared he would protect the people, embracing his role as a successor of a protective family. He expressed willingness to sacrifice for the nation, caring more about others' safety than bloodshed. Celestina acknowledged his heart, forgiving him and understanding the weight of his responsibilities. She reflected on how heavy a burden her brother carried. Surprised by his dedication, Schweik realized he had been following a predetermined path. While Zeros offered him promised land and support from Duke Delsasis, Zeros observed that dwarven carpenters were building quickly while leading a major construction project for the kingdom. He learned about the strict rules at Hasuba Industrial Engineering, where deviations from plans faced severe consequences. The head of the project explained the dangers of taking responsibility if changes were made without approval. Zeros reluctantly agreed to inspect the construction, realizing he would face reprimands no matter his actions. Two young noblewomen noted that someone unable to use magic would struggle in their family, highlighting social expectations. Zeros hid his commoner status while observing nobles discussing Celestina's magic. The nobles expressed suspicion about him, curious where he would take them next. Zeros planned to monitor the field behind Russel's church, preparing for any disruptions. A dwarven foreman punished workers for messing with construction materials, restoring order. Zeros introduced himself as Zelos, surprising the dwarves who mistook him for a lord's visitor. Zeros introduced himself as a sage, requesting a base for his activities, surprising the dwarves. The chief engineer reacted with shock at the idea of a basement, unsure how it could be used. Zeros explained that they could use his magic, Gaia Control, to dig deeper and reach bedrock. He clarified that Gaia Control was his own magic, allowing precise manipulation of soil and rock. Zeros demonstrated his ability, surprising the dwarves as he reshaped the ground to form a solid foundation. Zeros used his magic to form stairs in the basement, shaping the foundation with precision. He created 3 rooms, astonishing the dwarves with his speed and control over the construction. A dwarf approached, asking Zeros if he would work with them. Impressed by his abilities, the dwarf confessed admiration for Zeros' magical skill, offering him temporary employment despite his independence. Zeros considered ventilation and arch designs, planning a solid functional basement with both magic and engineering knowledge. Zeros considered soil and water levels, using magic to adjust humidity and optimize construction materials. He realized that using Gaia Control would accelerate the dwarves' work, saving time and effort. The dwarves asked if he would sell his rock-forming magic, curious about commercial potential. Zeros emphasized that rules were necessary even for magic, creating structure in his work. Thanks to Gaia Control, the dwarves completed the digging efficiently, acknowledging the magic's superiority over manual labor. Zeros confirmed the pillar placement, noting that the construction matched his expectations and functioned well. He demonstrated the power shovel spell, surprising the dwarves with its strength and precision. One dwarf yelled at a worker for eating boromoro, spicy fried chicken, escalating tensions humorously. A cross-counter maneuver from the dwarves created chaos, leaving Zeros to navigate the commotion. Zeros decided to step back temporarily, letting the dwarves settle their arguments while he continued supervising the project. Zeros completed preparations for his magical experiment, activating a circular spell to begin the work. He synthesized a mana light V-stone, compensating for the low strength of mithril, talking to himself while working. Using his magic, he manipulated the alloy, forming it precisely and observing the results with satisfaction. Zeros hoped for the best outcome, confident yet cautious about the experiment's success. A young girl approached, asking for help, and Zeros immediately recognized the need for proofreaders, offering guidance. Zeros prepared a magical circle, carefully practicing techniques for processing metal without using equipment. He studied mastery over magic, combining knowledge of metals, chemical refining, and creating magic circles. Zeros concentrated intensely, typing and casting spells with precision, ensuring every movement was perfectly accurate. He nervously prepared to engrave the magical spell into the metal ring carefully. The spell glowed with power, increasing Zero's proficiency, showing his thorough and disciplined magical skill. Zero studied a complex spell to enhance his magical skills, focusing carefully on glowing symbols. He practiced creating magic circles, channeling energy precisely without the use of any equipment. Zeros combined his knowledge of metals and chemical refining to amplify magic's maximum potential, successfully. After completing training, he attempted engraving a magical spell into a metal ring carefully. Despite difficulties, Zeros rested, reflecting on his purposeful, disciplined progress in mastering advanced magical techniques. After the Great War, heroes and sages barely sealed the evil gods using divine weapons. Many mages perished from illness and battle, leaving unburied corpses and scarce magical resources. Precious spellbooks were scattered, likely destroyed or used as weapons during conflicts among factions. Over time, few retained magical enlightenment, and a peaceful era finally emerged in the lands. Magic research restarted 400 years ago, teaching limited spells while rebuilding the lost magical knowledge. Magic researchers experimented endlessly, connecting letters and sentences to create meaningful magical expressions carefully. Although their treasure magic was powerful, inefficiencies remained, and deciphering incomplete parts consumed enormous energy. A proud elder admired Tina's rapid growth over 2 months, overwhelmed with joy and emotion. Zeros completed optimizing the treasure magic quickly, demonstrating precise mastery and skill beyond expectation. The elder reacted fiercely, threatening anyone attempting to approach Tina, guarding magical secrets with intensity. An elder praised Zero's magic, stating it exceeded anything previously possessed in their world. Zero secretly enhanced the treasure magic's power, surprising everyone with his unexpected advancement. He prepared a potion carefully using mandragora powder collected from the forest earlier that day. Zeros demonstrated a harmless demon plant, calming terrified companions, while showing his controlled magical abilities. He guided others, explaining potion making step by step, emphasizing practice and careful repetition for mastery. Zeros and companions traveled by carriage, preparing for the journey to the academy's distant location. The elder warned of dangers along the land route, suggesting a ship as a safer option. The children debated leaving the academy, weighing practical experience versus familial expectations and responsibilities carefully. The elder expressed concern over disgrace, reminding the children of their noble responsibilities and reputation. Despite objections, the children insisted on continuing lessons, valuing knowledge about magic processes over comfort. The elder advised socializing, explaining that noble connections would help secure the children's futures wisely. Zeros handed rings and bracelets to his students, instructing them to test comfort at the academy. Receiving magical items from their master symbolized their growth, confirming the students' transition toward adulthood. Zeros explained the ritual's significance, clarifying who would receive a bracelet or ring appropriately. He assigned homework for practice, emphasizing efficiency and magical enhancement while students trained under supervision. Zeros motivated his students with encouragement, promising to create even greater magical items for them. The children excitedly prepared to embark on their journey, energized and eager to start learning. Zeros reflected quietly, realizing he was temporarily jobless after completing his previous responsibilities with the students. He decided to move to a new house, ready to begin a simpler personal life. Even without formal work, Zeros found contentment farming and tutoring, using his skills as a hobby. Zeros examined the soil in his garden, delighted to find it full of worms and nutrients. He prepared a variety of seeds, considering which would grow best in the fertile soil. Some seeds failed to grow, demonstrating the limits of certain crops under current conditions. Zeros experimented with beans, combining them with rice and eggs to make soy sauce effectively. He thanked Nagri-san for assistance, appreciating their help while successfully completing the interior work efficiently. Zeros reviewed the Hanba Civil Engineering Company, noting its precision, trustworthiness, and skilled craftsmanship. He prepared to assist with a project, considering challenges and how his magic could help safely. Zeros surveyed a river, recognizing the intense flow made traditional construction foundations impossible. He realized his magic would function like a heavy machine, enabling tasks that machines alone could not. Zeros coordinated construction, assigning roles while planning to manage the base foundation with careful precision. Zeros took responsibility for the foundation, instructing others to manage the rest of the construction efficiently. The elder warned that the fast-growing magical crops required constant attention, or they could be lost. Zeros realized new seeds might overflow the field, requiring careful planning to prevent uncontrolled growth. He discovered a paddy field for wheat, noting that its cultivation differed from other crops. The elder questioned whether the rice weed was edible, prompting Zeros to observe and assess carefully. Zeros examined the rice weed, discovering its fast growth and edible sweet-tasting seeds, despite general disregard. He considered challenges of cultivation, calculating how to divide the field to control rapid expansion effectively. Zeros planned to use rice and malt with the beans to produce soy sauce and miso. He eagerly divided the field, collecting plants to maximize productivity while working with precise efficiency. Zeros enjoyed experimenting with rice, imagining meals with white rice, dried plums, or even on top. He resolved to succeed, determined to restore his Japanese soul through cultivating rice diligently and skillfully. Zeros observes a massive cockatrice, noting its final evolution and danger. His companion learns that eggs are essential for white rice and reacts with curiosity. Zeros explains that eggs are rare high-class ingredients he has barely experienced. They discuss temple traditions, discovering fresh eggs are mostly inaccessible to commoners. The girl becomes excited about buying a chicken despite the bird's challenges. The girl reacts nervously as others tease her about love, feeling flustered and overwhelmed. Zeros examines a cockatrice egg, recalling that dangerous chickens existed in his original world. She asks about mining for minerals nearby, but monsters make the task risky. Zeros warns her that only a Lord-class dragon could survive the mines, promising to return soon. The girl reflects on the strange pain in her chest, realizing it is love. Zeros decides to gather information about nearby mines and thinks a tavern is the best source. He enters the busy tavern, blending in among the merchants and locals while observing the crowd. He notes the set menu and considers exchanging items in the future to fit in better. A familiar face greets him, sparking recognition and surprise in the bustling tavern. He reunites with Rina and Iris, appreciating their presence and recalling prior help. Zeros feels a new, unfamiliar emotion when looking at a woman, wondering if it's attraction. The women recognize him as Osan, recalling he saved them from bandits, though they remain cautious. Zeros explains he needs information about northern mines, but the woman tells him to quit. She warns that a fresh-faced gray-robed traveler would look suspicious among mercenaries in the tavern. Zeros sits with Jean, sharing a meal, noting her strength, and the attention she draws from others. Jean and the others ask Zeros about getting a new sword and mining minerals for a discount. Zeros offers to guide them while handling his own tasks, prompting reluctant agreement. They discuss the dangers of mining, including worms, and deep glowing iron, weighing safety concerns. Zeros notes the village is near the mine and plans timing to avoid nighttime risks. He assures the group he isn't interested in kids, focusing instead on responsibilities and safety. Jean pouts, feeling left behind as Zeros and the others prepare for the journey. Rina hesitantly agrees to follow her chosen path, with Zeros encouraging her decision. Jean blushes, nervous and self-conscious, as Zeros looks at her calmly across the table. Zeros compliments Jean, calling her captivating and beautiful, leaving her flustered and overwhelmed. Jean protests internally, refusing to accept Zeros, accompanying them on their journey, determined to resist. The current Lord of Solistia, Delsasis, assumes power after his father's brother renounces the throne. Zeros plans to store rice in a silo with a dryer, while Jean warns him about her hatred for men. They discuss rice cultivation, and Zeros worries about misusing his identification skill, which could become dangerous. Zeros explains he wants to avoid becoming a father of large-scale warfare, using a foot pedal dehusker. He wonders about Celestina's well-being, realizing it has been a week since he last checked on her. The acumen of Celistia's leadership earns him respect among merchants and increases public loyalty. He establishes a faction advocating for unification of magic and Nightcore, making him influential and unchallenged. Zeros' inclusion of erasure magic ensures that other factions cannot misuse magic scrolls, securing Celistia's advantage. The shopkeeper is instructed to inscribe the buyer's idea directly on the magic paper, preventing overuse. The father discusses mass-producing magic medicine, noting that soldiers learning quality magic improves public order, creating a virtuous circle. Officials discuss the instability of smaller factions caught between larger powers and consider involving Zelos to decipher magic scripts. They debate, gathering skilled alchemists to mass-produce magic potions and better control magical abilities across the nation. Supply distribution is carefully considered, with alchemists from other factions joining to ensure stability and steady salaries. Rival factions, including the Whistler faction, are identified as especially troublesome, prompting cautious planning. The ruling father emphasizes purging unruly vassals and allows decisive action, encouraging bold moves to maintain order. Zeros considers Jean's suggestion, reflecting on his strength, and the mercenary guild's warnings. Two figures, Tina and Schweith, are observed as potential sparks for revolution due to past corruption. Officials discuss Crucis, noting the consequences of failing to learn from mistakes, and the effects of psyche-type magic. The current lord makes a lighthearted comment about being killed by a fine woman, hinting at his bold personality. Zeros listens as Jean questions him about the great woods of Fanlan. Reflecting on past travels and knowledge, Zeros awakens from a vivid nightmare, sweating and shaken, recalling a terrifying memory. He imagines a scenario where failure to submit work on time triggers a chaotic, overwhelming punishment. Observers comment humorously, speculating that the chaos might be caused by missing daily comforts like boba milk tea, adding a lighter contrast to his nightmare. Zeros traveled deeper into the great woods of Fanlan, fifth day of his journey, cautiously moving. Suddenly, he encountered an unexpected threat, sweating as danger loomed from above. A massive, mysterious creature appeared, towering over 10 meters, forcing Zeros to struggle and react. Later, Zeros found safety, helping others and recovering from the terrifying ordeal. The group planned to leave early the next morning, reflecting on the forest's enormous dangers. Zeros listened to the history of the land, learning how monsters overtook the once rich city. The group grew uneasy, unable to sleep. After hearing the tale of past disasters, Zeros revealed he had eaten a giant death mantis, noting its unusual taste compared to normal creatures. They approached a small village surrounded by mountains, its isolation clear from the empty landscape. At Han Village, Zeros observed crowds of miners and mercenaries, preparing for new adventures and discoveries. Zeros reflected on his powers, questioning why they activated even when unnecessary. He observed villagers, noticing some looked like delinquents, assessing the environment carefully. A young fighter confronted mercenaries, determined to use her father's memento, despite danger. Zeros standing nearby. The memento was snatched mid-action, but Zeros intervened quietly, maintaining his calm demeanor. Zeros examined the cracked mithril sword, understanding its limits while preparing for challenges ahead. A young fighter struggled against a mercenary who tried to take her memento by force. Zeros intervened politely, addressing the group while observing the recently acquired sword carefully. He warned that the sword was damaged and using it recklessly could be fatal. Zeros reminded them that life choices were personal, leaving the responsibility to the wielder. He proposed exchanging swords as a safer alternative, preparing to resolve the conflict calmly. Zeros dismissed the damaged sword, refusing to use a weapon in poor condition. He drew his own sword, ready to confront the mercenary with precision. Zeros warned that fighting recklessly against him would lead to certain death. He fixed his gaze firmly, showing calm authority over the tense situation. The mercenary conceded, handing over the sword, leaving Zeros in control of the conflict. Zeros focused on forging a sword, carefully analyzing the metals and design to ensure strength. He handed the completed sword to the young fighter, treating it as a gift. Concerned for her safety, Zeros realized he could not leave her with a fragile weapon. He began repairing the sword with precise magic, ensuring it would not break easily. Zeros finalized the forge, empowering the blade, making it ready for battles ahead. Zeros completed the sword repairs, giving the fighter a weapon she could safely use. The young fighter expressed gratitude, relieved to finally hold her own sword confidently. Zeros reflected quietly on Christine, realizing her identity and acknowledging her presence in the village. He prepared to enter a dungeon, guiding the group while warning them of potential dangers. Zeros sensed kobolds nearby, signaling the team to ready themselves for the coming battle. Zeros checked the team, ensuring they were prepared, and aware of the lowest level threats. He advised the group, explaining strategies to improve attacks while he blocked enemies. Zeros handed magic stones to the fighters, preparing them for combat with careful instructions. The team executed their attacks effectively, showing skills better than he had expected. Zeros reflected on past experience cleaning wild boars, guiding the group while observing their performance. Zeros watched the corpse vanish magically, noting the unusual phenomenon with quiet surprise. He explained the best way to prepare the animal, giving practical survival advice. Zeros imagined enjoying food and drinks later, thinking of mamigar and a cold beer. He decided to prepare a small fridge, leveraging his abilities to keep food cold. Zeros allowed minor indulgences for others, keeping his guidance gentle while observing their reactions. Zeros noticed only a single magic stone remained, realizing its importance for their next steps. He considered the dungeon's challenges, questioning if the obstacles were self-created or controlled externally. The young fighter determined to earn a new sword on her own, showing resolve and dedication. Zeros decided to explore deeper into the mine, aware monsters became stronger there. He understood dungeons formed from condensed magical energy, attracting monsters and humans. The dungeon grew by absorbing souls, leaving behind only corpses after battles. A sudden stampede erupted, showing the dungeon's rapidly increasing monster population. Zeros realized villagers did not recognize the old mine's dungeon danger nearby. Zeros entered the mine cautiously, unsure about the enemies that awaited him inside. He knew going deeper was necessary to find what he truly needed. The villagers worried about the strong monsters lurking in the dungeon's depths. Zeros clenched his fist, determined to kill all monsters he would face. He moved forward, seeking the strongest monster that could challenge a human. Zeros cast a powerful spell, stopping monsters in their tracks with dark lightning. He carefully observed kobolds ahead, preparing to move while protecting himself magically. Zeros activated another spell, summoning magical wings to gain superior mobility in battle. He attacked swiftly, using precise magic to fend off multiple enemies simultaneously. The companions watched in awe, unable to follow his incredibly fast magical movements. Christine, the third daughter, inherited the LVL estate after her older sisters married. The companions prepared for battle, raising their weapons against approaching dungeon monsters. Rena noticed the mine had widened since her last visit. Showing dungeon growth, they realized new traps might exist due to the dungeon's continuous expansion. Zeros explained traps ensured monsters always had food, including pitfalls, poison, and electric shocks. Christine fell into a mining shaft, beginning her exploration of the dungeon carefully. Her father was a brave viscount, and she trained to become a knight. Christine entered the mine, following her father's footsteps and learning from his past. The miners reassured her, protecting Christine as she adjusted to the difficult work. She collected ores, wondering what kind of swords they would eventually become. The knights of the LVL family pledged to save Christine at all costs immediately. They shouted her name as they prepared to fight through the dungeon's monsters. Zeros noticed noises ahead. Realizing spiders were approaching the group in the passage, the knights rushed forward to deal with the spiders, trying to locate Christine. Christine had disguised herself as a mercenary, unaware she might be swallowed by the dungeon. Zeros worried about Christine, realizing the knights were likely referring to her whereabouts. Rena and her companion attacked spiders, determined to obtain silk and support the group. Zeros examined the spiders, noting their taste if fried, while considering the moment carefully. The knights thanked Zeros for his help, explaining their identities without needing full introduction. They realized Christine might have fallen deep into the dungeon, possibly to the bottom. Zeros encountered enormous sandworms, sensing vibrations in the dungeon floor carefully. He considered the possibility of the ground opening again under the dungeon's pressure. Zeros moved cautiously, aware of his surroundings while thinking through their next steps. The group recognized him as a magician, reacting with surprise and astonishment. He hoped the fall was safe, noting the glowing walls and checking the area. Christine cried for her father, struggling to reach safety at the bottom of the shaft. Zeros observed how bats produced vibrations to summon large dungeon monsters effectively. He realized the earlier bat flock indicated additional threats and needed immediate action. Zeros unleashed a powerful spell, the Flames of Purgatory, targeting nearby enemies precisely. Christine teetered on the edge while the bats continued to threaten her descent. Zeros told Christine not to move, explaining that flying magic is difficult to maintain. Christine struggled, nearly falling while trying to stabilize herself against the dungeon's walls. An attack threatened Christine, but Zeros reacted quickly to protect her from harm. She felt despair, believing she might fall, apologizing to her father for failing. Zeros caught her safely, surprising Christine as he ensured she wouldn't hit the ground. Zeros observes a massive horde of monstrous earthworms, calculating the threat scale. He considers eliminating all of them, noting his ability to cast the destructive spell with ease. A companion reacts in shock, seeing the sheer number of creatures and Zeros' lack of hesitation. Zeros expresses a slight pity but resolves to burn every worm down. He releases the spell, destroying Flames of Purgatory, efficiently executing complex magic, and obliterating the entire horde. Prepares his magical shell, a program that can process complex formulas automatically. He releases a compressed spell which draws extra power from the surrounding environment to amplify its destructive force. The spell erupts over the earthworms, overwhelming them with extreme magic energy. Guides his companion carefully through the aftermath, shielding them from scorching temperatures and debris. Is barrier begins to melt, and Zeros adapts, combining earth and elemental magic to maintain control. Reflects on his power, realizing he pushed magic beyond the limits between digital and real worlds. He reassures his companion that the energy will return to normal once the flames settle. They watch tensely, expecting the magic to end, both drenched in sweat from the intensity. The magic creates intense heat and chaos, forcing Zeros to carefully manage multiple elemental spells. He channels a concentrated beam, combining power and precision, striking decisively to stabilize the situation. Activates a skill to detect and extract valuable metals, creating abundant resources from ore. His companion is shocked, realizing the destructive magnitude of Zero's magic far exceeds anyone else's. She labels him Executioner in awe, understanding the weight of his abilities. The title of Executioner is confirmed as Zeros demonstrates his overwhelming magical power on the environment. Zeros calmly identifies rare metals, efficiently mining resources, while his companion continues to marvel at his skill. Watches as his companion confidently steps forward to assist with mining operations. They find rare orichalcum, marveling at the wealth and possibilities the resource provides. Becomes inspired, imagining ways to advance civilization using available resources like rice and metals. He reflects briefly, embarrassed by his own excitement, while the companion observes calmly. They discuss strategy, acknowledging their limitations against powerful monsters and planning carefully for the future. Examines the online game system, noting its connection to a high-speed supercomputer called Babel. He carries his companion carefully through a dangerous route, prioritizing safety during their escape. They descend from a great height, cautious and tense, both aware of the risks. The companion questions Zeros about using magic as a weapon, impressed by its strength, reflects on the dangers of high-complexity magic in human minds, acknowledging potential permanent consequences if misused. Zeros reflects on his desire to be a knight, feeling he does not need magic to achieve it. He thinks about the origin of the game system and the failed government project behind it. Zeros contemplates the differences between the game world and the real world, questioning its existence. His companion reminds him of practical matters, like cooking meat, pulling him back from his thoughts. The companion admits she cannot use magic, highlighting the limits of their abilities in this world. Suggests trying something new while waiting for their meal to cook, sparking curiosity. He explains the usefulness of magic, starting with a simple spell suitable for his companion. His companion examines the short formula, amazed it is simpler than academy-level magic. She carefully recites the spell, igniting a small flame, her first successful use of magic. Her excitement grows as she realizes she can use magic, encouraged by Zero's reassurance. Zeros offers unusual meat to his companion, explaining it is rare and high quality. Companion hesitates, surprised. It is monster meat, but the aroma intrigues her, reassures her, presenting the meat to taste without concern. She takes a bite, marveling at the flavor and texture, realizes how delicious it is, appreciating the rare monster meat for the first time. Examines a rare 38-form blue dragon sword, noting its exceptional cutting power and magical enhancements. Encourages his companion to appreciate meat from animals, emphasizing survival and gratitude. The companion eagerly practices survival skills, using Zero's guidance to grow more confident. Zeros points out a war ant, suggesting they attempt to defeat it as part of training. The companion prepares carefully, sealing the enemy's movement with magic, demonstrating progress despite being lower level. Notes that Celestina collapsed after a powerful level up, planning to carry her carefully while ascending. He watches as she grips her weapon, determined to do her best, despite the challenge. Celestina attacks a war ant with precision, applying the technique Zeros taught her. She successfully strikes the enemy, dramatically increasing her level from 20 to 81. Celestina cries out from the overwhelming power surge, both exhilarated and exhausted by the sudden growth. Carries Christine in his arms, realizing she is still a young girl and must be protected. He imagines how it would look to outsiders, an old man carrying a beautiful young princess. Worries about misunderstanding. Aware that her unique appearance is famous among women, and could create rumors, he debates internally, anxious and determined to avoid any misinterpretation, while safely moving her forward. An experienced magician carries an unconscious princess through the collapsing mine, determined to save her. The ground shakes violently as explosions erupt from the unstable tunnels, forcing everyone inside into panic and confusion. The miners and mercenaries freeze in fear, unsure how to react to the deadly chaos surrounding them. Leaps through the smoke and debris, emerging from a hole with the princess safely in his arms. Rescuers regroup outside, vowing to search for Christine Sama and ensure her complete safety. Guild members discuss the powerful magician and the sword he carried, impressed by his influence on their ranking. Tends to Christine Sama, who collapsed from leveling up too quickly, while others watch anxiously. He insists on collecting monster remains, explaining that carrying her was the only option to save her. Despite his efforts, Zeros feels invisible and sad, reflecting on the weight of responsibility. As night falls, the group decides to spend the night in the village. Having gathered enough materials, a guild member reacts in shock as an unusual magical item appears unexpectedly. Group debates whether they were tricked by the mysterious magician, unsure of his intentions, frustrated by their low-rank positions. One member expresses desire for an easy path to power. The magician explains the item's magic works automatically, offering them a chance to grow stronger. He casually encourages them to try it, smiling mysteriously as the guild members hesitate in curiosity and doubt. A mysterious cloaked figure explains the need for practical tests, hinting the guild members are subjects for experimentation. The guild member excitedly feels the new magical item's power, overwhelmed by its effects. He hesitates but is encouraged to use it, while the mysterious figure observes from a distance. The magician warns that tools too powerful can destroy the user, offering guidance on responsible usage. After giving the instructions, the cloaked figure retreats, leaving the guild members to decide their next actions. Christine-sama expresses frustration about noble affairs, while wondering where Zeros lives. Zeros reminds her that his help comes with conditions, expecting a return for his efforts. He quietly observes the city at night, walking alone through empty streets. By morning, the villagers report Zeros has already left, surprising Christine-sama as she recovers. The guild members remark on his strange demeanor, unaware of the full extent of his plans. Villagers recall the old man who carried a boy like a princess, noting the hole's growing fame. Christine-sama reflects on Zero's actions, realizing he simply wants a quiet life and does not seek gratitude. The villagers reassure Christine-sama she will meet Zeros again, admiring his strength and deeds. Christine-sama gazes into the distance, remembering Zeros and his quiet determination. The mine is officially recognized as a dungeon again, regaining its former crowded status under a new name. Explains to a merchant that he collected magic stones himself, preventing suspicion despite their eagerness to buy. Walking through the town, he plans experiments and preparations, considering tools, homunculi, and artificial eggs for future use. He notices requests from townspeople, including alcohol, while remembering he must sell the magic stones to fund his plans. Suddenly spots a decorated cart, recognizing someone from a past incident, surprising him in the street. He comments on how the shop's appearance has changed, denying any previous accusations as he blends into the town life. Negotiates with clients, selling magic stones and tracking sales at the same rate as before. Christine-sama points out a client, ready to take action, while Zeros prepares for another transaction. The interior of the shop is lavishly decorated, surprising Zeros with its extravagant design. Belladonna, the shopkeeper, insists on her identity and warns Zeros not to use her real name. Zeros greets Belladonna, noting her appearance hasn't changed, as they continue their trade in magic stones. Christine-sama warmly welcomes Zeros back, greeting him with a smile, reflects on trusting her to handle some magic stones, considering buying small presents for her. He is surrounded by children eagerly asking about presents, surprised by their excitement, distributes fried dough and treats sharing food with the happy children. Later he returns to his own world, entering a quiet room in his suit, preparing for the next part of his life. Warmly welcomes Zeros back, while the children encourage him to enjoy meat. Zeros notices something being brought toward him, puzzled and curious about the item. He greets Rosela-san with a smile, appreciating the warmth of being welcomed home. Christine-sama expresses concern over misunderstandings, while Zeros playfully reassures her of his intentions. Departs explaining he has tasks to complete, leaving Christine-sama quietly blushing behind him. Rosal studies intently, frustrated by repeated failures, and trying to figure out what she is missing. Christine-sama reacts with confusion and surprise, as Rosal's focus intensifies. Noting the unusual turn of conversation, the children comment on the influences shaping Rosal's knowledge, reflecting on her older brother and neighborhood guidance. Roselle installs magic at the academy, learning powerful spells, like cutting wind and freezing enemies. She practices carefully, demonstrating growing skill as magical energy impacts the training area, with visible force. Shui's felt weak and sick, lying down while waiting anxiously for help. Celestina and Shui's boarded a boat as petals floated on the river, heading toward the academy. Celestina marveled at the scenery, enjoying the beauty of the flowing flowers and water. Struggled with motion sickness while Celestina noticed a change in his hair, recovered some strength and confidence, presenting himself with renewed determination and a proud smile. A confident woman confronted Miska, asserting her authority while the princess looked on. Miska explained she had tasted cookies from an old vendor while the princess scolded her. The woman criticized Miska for ignoring instructions and warned to follow guidance next time. The princess reacted in shock as the woman revealed her ruthless and disciplined nature. She declared her superiority, emphasizing she was stronger and greater than anyone else present. The princess questioned Miska, concerned about her true identity and intentions. Miska explained her secrets, showing confidence and control over the situation. At Astal Academy, guidance was given to the new student, encouraging careful use of magic. The princess observed the academy, learning it welcomed wealthy children for magical training. The narration revealed political tensions, with aristocrats sending their children to strengthen influence at the academy. The princess wondered if she could learn anything at the academy, while Miska watched. Miska explained that only graduate students could perform certain advanced magical feats. The princess felt nervous as other students whispered about her inability to use magic. She reflected on her uneasy presence and the sacrifices others made to attend the academy. Determined, the princess resolved to graduate and prove herself to Miska and everyone else. Celestina raised her hand in class, asking Professor Samsa a question about magic. She proposed using words created by characters instead of single magic symbols. The professor struggled to respond, labeling her suggestion as troublesome and unconventional. Celestina explained that modern magic relied on the user's ability, which had caused decline. She confidently declared that she could now use magic, surprising everyone in the classroom. Recounted her rigorous battle and magic training, including days spent in Faflin's woods. Other students reacted with shock, realizing she trained in a place even knights avoided. The professor noted that if Celestina's faction truly trained in combat, the academy's hierarchy could be threatened. Students whispered nervously, questioning if she could now use magic and what the Duke family might do. Celestina faced them confidently, her expression calm, ready to demonstrate the skills she had learned. Celestina requested Professor Samsa to consider her ideas, eager for his response. The professor walked away, distressed that Celestina's newfound magic defied established rules. She focused on studying magic, physics, and alchemy in the academy library. Other students reacted to her actions, some intrigued, some still whispering behind her back. During magic practice, Celestina trained her body to measure and control magical power precisely. The princess observed magic operations in practice, noting efficiency and control techniques. She resolved to study alchemy diligently, gathering all available knowledge in the academy. Celestina emphasized understanding natural phenomena as part of mastering magic creation. She encountered classmates like Kalsti Rudd Sangerman, maintaining focus despite social distractions. She kept her identity secret, determined to continue her studies while practicing her newfound magic. Students discussed a traveling researcher who avoided being tied to a single magical power. Celestina admired the researcher, impressed by the dedication to traveling for magical research. She responded confidently when called upon by her instructor, stepping forward without hesitation, questioned whether Celestina could truly use magic now, observing her closely. Her mentor reassured everyone that she was stronger than many magicians, and would prove her skills soon. Celestina faced a resistant magical target, despite classmates doubting her ability. She unleashed a powerful spell, shattering the target and shocking everyone around her. Her precise hand movement and control amazed the observers, proving her skill. Classmates and instructors reacted in astonishment, acknowledging she had overdone it with her magical power. Schweitz unleashed a powerful spell, sending shockwaves across the battlefield, surprising everyone nearby. Hers earlier, a quiet meeting took place at the Weissler faction headquarters, where strategies and war simulations were discussed carefully. Celestina's older brother had been assisting with planning, ensuring the faction's actions would be coordinated and effective. The trio of strategists prepared meticulously, their focus sharp, as the battlefield map showed enemy positions and movement. Plans were set, knights positioned, mages deployed, ready to execute simulations and hold the enemy at bay. Schweitz's skills were challenged by the Duke's son, testing his strategic ability thoroughly. The group questioned tactical methods, noting inexperienced fighters often ignored advice from others. Mages debated calling knights, realizing coordination between different units was essential for success. Synchronized teamwork between knights and mages was crucial to prevent any battlefield disadvantage occurring. Leaders reminded everyone to consider worst-case scenarios, emphasizing preparation before assuming victory. The enemy mobilized large forces, taking advantage of hunger and chaos in neighboring countries. Faction leaders debated urgently, realizing the only solution involved conquering new territories strategically. While discussing plans, the invasion continued, causing destruction and civilian casualties in unprotected areas. Schweitz proposed dividing forces, using mercenaries and evacuations to defend key positions effectively. Strategists considered risks, balancing defense, food preservation, and counterattack opportunities to protect their nation. Schweitz proposed using magicians to burn enemy-accessible food, planning ahead for strategic advantage. He emphasized improving physical strength and magic, seeking both offense and defense simultaneously. Opponents criticized Schweitz's plans, claiming the team lacked experience to conduct proper warfare. Schweitz defended himself, recalling prior battles where survival required practical experience over theoretical knowledge. He explained that knowledge alone isn't enough. Learning survival skills from harsh forests of Fanland. Schweitz emphasized cooperative training, combining combat and magic across factions to strengthen their forces. He explained advanced magic circles, noting only extremely skilled mages could perform them safely. Opponents accused Schweitz of faction favoritism, taking offense at the implications of his proposals. Schweitz warned of rebellions and traitors, asserting his responsibility as a mage for stability. He reminded everyone the faction is collective property, stressing cooperation over individual ownership or pride. Faction members questioned Schweitz about statements he hadn't made since before summer vacation. Schweitz excused himself, noting the meeting was almost over, and he would take leave. Members reacted to his departure, calling his speech inflammatory yet acknowledging its strong impact. Blemite explained his magic influences minds, potentially released under mental shock, surprising his peers. Faction members discussed Schweitz's power, noting he had become very strong during the break. Blemite worried about punishment, stressing the need for careful precautions against potential discovery. Dio explained Blemite had attempted something to him, referencing Schweitz and his friend's actions. Schweitz considered the brainwashing as a crime, probably ordered by Samtrol, raising ethical concerns. Dio confessed having a crush on a girl, but feared her intimidating maid's presence. He spotted her in the magic practice room, realizing it was love at first sight. Dio and Schweitz finally see Celestina, the maid's fearsome presence immediately noticeable to them. Dio blushes, noticing a girl he likes, acknowledging a special bond with her. They observe a playful interaction, feeling a romantic connection, tied by fate, hearts fluttering. Suddenly, a magical explosion occurs, shocking everyone and emphasizing the danger of the battlefield. Schweitz clarifies the magic was merely a simple fire, not a full fireball spell. Celestina practiced magic during class, refining skills, improving accuracy, and strengthening control over spells. Dio and Schweitz admired her talent and beauty, unable to speak, impressed deeply. Dio cried with joy, praising her as an angel, expressing admiration and awe openly. Dio resolved to become the right person for her, motivated by love and courage. Kreisas investigated magic formulas, discovering some ancient formulas no longer activated, studying magical history carefully. Lin encouraged Kreisas to stop reading and spend time outside, noticing his focused studies. Kreisas explained he needed to research for his thesis to prevent faction objections. Lin praised Kreisas's magical formula, emphasizing clarity, effectiveness, and correct expression of physical laws. Lin asked Kreisas about Celestina, noting the connection between Kreisas and his little sister. Kreisas learned Celestina had become a strong magician, surprising him with her progress and talent. They discussed Celestina and her brother going to the woods of Lanfan, wondering what happened. Kreisas realized the library wanted him to return all the borrowed books immediately. Kreisas admitted helping return all the books would take 10 trips, feeling overwhelmed. He encouraged Lin, explaining that beastmen are strong, so multiple trips are manageable. Lin panicked, claiming 10 trips are too many, fearing she would break under effort. Kreisas landed on Lin during the book's task, surprising both, causing chaos and laughter. Lin looked up at Kreisas, stunned and embarrassed by his sudden approach and proximity. Selena, Kreisas' classmate, appeared, observing the situation, blushing and reacting to the scene. Lin and Kreisas clarified the misunderstanding, noting her strength and their previous interactions. Kreisas confined himself in his room for a few days after the incident. Kreisas grew interested in rumors about the couple, contemplating the gossip and its implications. Zeros carefully pushed a heavy cart, sweat dripping, stacking numerous books across the library floor. He continued his endless task, navigating long corridors, counting each pile with meticulous patience. Suddenly, another figure appeared, studying a book with intensity, drawing Zeros' attention with surprise. Observed the stranger, amazed by the magician's extraordinary strength and skill, puzzled by his presence. The stranger recognized Zeros immediately, questioning his long study, and Zeros silently acknowledged the encounter. Followed the scholar through tall library shelves, noticing notes about hidden treasure magic. The scholar explained Celestina's training and how her teacher secretly guided her magical growth. They moved outside, using wind magic to hide their discussion from anyone nearby, avoiding detection. The scholar revealed their teacher was nameless, holding the prestigious title of sage in secrecy. Zeros' eyes widened with shock, realizing this peaceful old man sage could hold immense power. Zeros discovered the hidden magic in the texts, realizing Celestina already surpassed previous knowledge. He confirmed the heretical magic circle's existence, noting how complex magical letters formed complete words. Zeros was shocked learning one person could develop widespread nature magic across the entire world. He exchanged glances with the scholar, silently acknowledging the immense power of their mysterious teacher. The scholar handed Zeros a metal ring with a detailed magical formula, beginning urgent testing immediately. Zeros lingered in the library, reluctant to leave, determined not to miss a valuable chance. Elsewhere, another character faced failure, realizing that their current plan would not succeed. He built a silo quickly, but struggled, realizing the rice would not grow fast enough. A companion suggested searching for the necessary koji mold, offering guidance to continue their task. Arguments erupted about timing and urgency, yet they finally agreed to act without further delay. The journey began, taking 3 days by carriage as they traveled toward distant lands. A companion struggled with exhaustion, complaining about sudden demands while enduring the long journey. They stopped to eat, enjoying comforting, simple beans while discussing the limits of magical power. The traveler explained strategies for war, warning that magic alone could not prevent real consequences. He reflected on past dangers, recalling a terrorist attack and the unpredictable nature of battle. The group discussed how most troops prioritized quick profits and would misunderstand extreme brutality. A companion explained that underestimation or fear could cost lives, emphasizing careful planning's importance. They approached their destination, the landscape stretching far ahead, signaling the journey was almost complete. Rivers converged violently, making their work extremely difficult and dangerous as the water rushed strongly. Companion explained the client's background, revealing this mission was ordered directly by the king. Companion questioned the king's order, suggesting ships would be more practical than building a bridge. Zeros acknowledged the task's impossibility, considering risks from remoteness and potential enemy attacks along the way. He observed the river, noting the lack of engineering magic and difficulty even with machinery. They planned to use magic to reinforce both pillars, counteracting the water's dangerously fast flow. They calculated the number and distance of pillars needed, measuring 250 meters to the opposite bank. Zeros analyzed the river and bridge plan, realizing controlling water flow required more pillars. He explained how uneven pillars would separate water and reduce stress on their supports. Zeros outlined the construction process, inserting pillars into bedrock, reinforcing them with concrete and steel. He considered limitations, realizing that without magic, the construction with iron plates or molds failed. Planned to block the water using an elliptical magical barrier and build pillars simultaneously. Zeros prepared to cast 3 spells simultaneously, realizing creating the magic formula would be difficult. He considered the constant river flow, noting the magical barrier would always experience immense pressure. Thought about simulating the magic formula beforehand, wishing he had advanced tools from civilization. A companion observed him nervously, questioning whether Zeros could truly manage the complicated, powerful magical formulas. Zeros hesitated, expressing reluctance to push himself too hard, wanting to maintain careful control over results. Confirmed he would be ready in 3 days, preparing carefully for the upcoming task nearby. Companions celebrated defeating a bear, praising the amulet that had protected and empowered them. They reflected on the encounter, grateful for kindness and generosity. Despite exhaustion and hunger, defeated bear lay before them, its presence intimidating yet strangely awe-inspiring to the group. Suddenly ninjas appeared, silently watching from the trees, signaling a new, dangerous threat approaching them. The ninjas watched in horror as the people devoured the bear, their hunger insatiable. They realized the people had transformed into monsters, their humanity completely consumed by some force. Panic set in, and they decided to use a forbidden decoy item to lure monsters. Fear overwhelmed the ninjas, knowing they had accidentally created a terrible situation. Beyond their control, they reflected that they had handed the monsters a dangerous item, worsening the situation dangerously. Zeros wakes early in his temporary dormitory, planning a magic experiment to test the river's current. He compares magic to programming, noting debugging skills will help perfect the spell he intends. After working through the night, Zeros rests, knowing his body needs recovery for continued effort. An older engineer notices Zero's plan and reacts with surprise at the magical experiment proposal. Zeros explains how upstream pillars will ease construction and promises a quick test of his magic. Zeros observes the rapid river, deciding to test his magic with several pillars first. He forms an enclosure using a double silver god wall, condensing earth, sand, and stones. The magical construction generates high heat, blending materials, though consuming an enormous amount of power. The river slows as the construction progresses, and Zeros calculates how many pillars will suffice. Unaware of the land's history, he continues, knowing a neighboring country once attempted an invasion. Zeros prepares magic stones, confident the construction will survive water damage. Unaware of future consequences, he decorates the pillars along the river while listening to a strange, growing noise nearby. Suddenly, a monstrous, multi-headed creature emerges, surprising Zeros with its terrifying appearance and speed. The creature attacks aggressively, forcing Zeros to defend himself. Swinging his staff with precision, he narrowly blocks another blow, bracing for continued combat as the monster lunges again toward him. Zeros raises a silver god wall, realizing the monsters feel no pain, making combat dangerous. He uses an air burst to maintain distance, aware the creatures will attack repeatedly. Zeros watches as a monster regenerates and eats its severed limbs, showing extreme resilience. The multi-headed monster engulfs its victims, creating chaos and forcing Zeros to act carefully. He casts a chain-binding prominence flame spell, attempting to restrain the creature and regain control. Zeros decides to burn the monster quickly, preventing regeneration from giving it time to heal. He observes the creature, realizing it absorbed humans and even adapted their faces. A mysterious figure appears, noting that Zeros managed to kill the monster, leaving only 3 more alive. The stranger questions whether Zeros created the monsters, making him uneasy about witnesses seeing the events. Zeros admits a bad feeling, reflecting on the dangerous consequences and the unpredictable nature of this world. The mysterious figure confronts Zeros with a sword, surprising him and forcing a defensive stance. Zeros and the stranger exchange comments, gauging each other's strength and careful not to escalate. Both prepare magical attacks, Flare Lance and Flare Brid, ready to strike with precise control. Magic erupts in a massive explosion, filling the surroundings with intense energy and destructive force. They continue their duel, moving rapidly and striking with precision, testing both skill and magical power. The masked figure acknowledges Zeros' strength, commenting on his surprising power and skill. Zeros and the stranger unleash an airburst, creating a destructive shockwave between them. They engage in a precise duel, both reading the other's movements and magical timing carefully. Zeros reflects on the fight, feeling as if he is battling himself in power and skill. Despite the intensity, Zeros tries to reason and halt the duel, searching for the masked opponent. Zeros and the masked stranger unleash a powerful combined spell, creating a massive explosive attack. The explosion detonates violently, sending shockwaves and throwing both combatants off balance. When the smoke clears, Zeros sees the stranger has vanished, leaving only calm in the distance. Nearby engineers arrive, shocked and confused, trying to understand what caused the enormous magical explosion. Zeros sits injured in a field after being attacked. Nagri discovers him and reacts with shock. Nagri explains he went searching because Zeros had not returned after lunchtime, showing concern for his safety. Zeros notices strange structures nearby, towering figures that seem unusual and out of place. Nagri and Zeros examine the prototype pillars and models, impressed but critical of their design. They analyze the details, pointing out mismatches and sloppy construction, realizing the structures need refinement. Zeros suggests adjusting the sculptures, debating size and placement to improve symmetry and visibility. He explains he is exhausted after creating the statues and fighting earlier, but Nagri encourages him to continue. Zeros collapses from overworking, fainting from physical and magical exhaustion for the first time. Nearby, a dangerous magical device activates, transforming people into monsters, creating immediate chaos. Spies discuss the incident, noting the amulet's magical power, and warning it cannot be ignored by the palace. Spies hide among the bushes, startled by unexpected activity in the area they were observing. Zeros and his companions showcase the completed pillars and statues, leaving the observers amazed by the sight. The spies realize the magicians of Soliste were aware of their presence, complicating any potential ambush. A history of past failed invasions is recalled, showing their ongoing desire for revenge. The spies notice signs of a battle, concluding that one of the monsters created by magic had already been defeated here. Observers notice traces of extremely advanced fire magic, indicating a monster was defeated by a powerful spell. They suspect the magician of Purgatory might be involved, but quickly realize their assumption is wrong. The spies decide to investigate further and report back immediately to understand the situation. They spot a construction project in a remote area, puzzled by its purpose. They conclude the pillars and structures are defensive preparations, likely for an upcoming war, showing careful strategic planning. Spies realize the Duke of Delsasis controls a dark organization, adding a new layer of danger. They discuss the failed invasion and the need to delay further attacks while reporting back quickly. Zeros awakens, and Nagri checks whether his mana has fully recovered. After overexertion, Zeros explains his energy is partially restored, and they prepare to resume work on magical constructions. Using magic, Zeros demonstrates his power, creating a large structure effortlessly, impressing Nagri and onlookers with his skill. Nagri rallies the workers, excitedly encouraging everyone to show their strength and skill. The workers respond energetically, shouting in unison and readying themselves for coordinated manual labor. They begin their work in perfect sync, lifting and moving heavy materials with surprising agility. Zeros watches, astonished at their efficiency and strength, unable to hide his surprise. Zeros joins in, demonstrating his magical ability while the workers support him, completing the task seamlessly. Zeros and the dwarves share a moment of connection, bonding over their work and effort together. The next day begins, with a fresh sunrise signaling a new start and continued labor. Zeros wakes up early, ready to resume work, stretching and preparing for the day ahead. He reflects on his sore muscles from previous work, but appreciates the progress and teamwork. The team resumes construction on the main bridge pillar, balancing rest and hard work efficiently under Zero's guidance. The dwarves continue working efficiently, moving materials rhythmically, completing tasks at an impressive pace. Zeros observes their energy and wonders if their cheerfulness comes from character, race traits, or pure personality. Another group of civil engineers arrives to assist, coordinating with Zero's team to maintain construction flow. Villagers appear suddenly seeking help, drawing attention to an urgent situation beyond the worksite. Zeros assesses the villagers, noticing injuries, and directs them to a safe area to receive care and rest. Zeros learns that a village was attacked by beasts, and most villagers barely survived the encounter. Nagri explains the beasts transform while feeding on humans, confirming they are the same type Zeros had previously defeated. Zeros reflects on the story he heard about the Black Cloak magician, realizing the danger is real. The beasts arrive, prompting Zeros and Nagri to prepare for immediate combat. A monstrous black beast charges at them, moving incredibly fast, forcing the dwarves to attack to defend themselves. The monstrous beast attacks, using its own body to strike, while dwarves scramble to avoid it. Dwarves prepare to kill the beast, but it begins forming rock and altering the terrain around them. The beast shocks everyone by cutting its own body in half, revealing its regenerative abilities. Dwarves retreat as the monster starts regenerating, forcing them to reconsider their attack strategy. Zeros uses magic to confront the beast, demonstrating his skill while the dwarves watch in awe. Zeros unleashes his magic, attacking the monstrous beast with a powerful flame, forcing it back. Nagri and the dwarves react with shock and concern, realizing the creature may have been artificially created. Zeros observes the scene, noting that two more of these beasts have appeared in the same area. The other two monsters emerge simultaneously, increasing the threat to the team and surrounding area. The beasts, driven by hunger, begin consuming each other in a display of ferocity and survival. Zeros recognizes that the last surviving beast will be the one to face him, preparing for battle. Zeros observe the villagers preparing for an unknown threat, their weapons raised and ready in the dark forest. A massive, monstrous creature emerged, towering above the trees, its form menacing, and unlike anything Zeros had seen. Zeros calculated its power and size, realizing the monster had likely consumed others to grow so enormous and dangerous. The creature attacked, striking the bridge and creating chaos, while Zeros evaluated weak points and escape routes. Zeros commanded the villagers to form a defensive line, raising their iron shields just as the monster lunged forward. Zeros directed the villagers as they cast fire spells, preparing to attack the massive creature together. A huge explosion erupted, engulfing the battlefield and scattering debris, but Zeros stayed focused on strategy. The monster formed a magic shield, demonstrating it had consumed magicians, and could defend itself against spells. Zeros concentrated, identifying a single weak point in the creature's defenses to maximize his attack. He unleashed a high-speed railgun attack, striking precisely at the monster's weak spot with lethal force. The creature began healing itself rapidly, regenerating the damage from the villagers' attacks, alarming Zeros and his allies. A villager leapt forward, swinging a massive hammer at the monster, trying to land a critical blow. The monster countered fiercely, forcing Zeros to watch as the creature overpowered the front line. Zeros carried an injured villager, moving quickly through collapsing debris while keeping the monster's attention away. He analyzed the monster's skills and weaknesses, deciding to lead it away to a safer location for a strategic attack. the monster attacked again, grabbing a villager and destroying the surrounding forest, causing panic among the defenders. Zeros shouted warnings as the creature threw the old man violently, forcing villagers to retreat. Villagers continued casting fire spells, trying to slow the monster, while Zeros analyzed its unexpected abilities. Zeros realized the creature could fly, rapidly shifting the battle dynamics and requiring a new approach. He cast a massive spell, combining tornado and flame magic, aiming to trap and incinerate the creature in a single attack. Zeros surveys the battlefield as chaos erupts around him, witnessing a man terrified of an unseen threat. He conjures a massive swirling magical attack, directing it with precision to eliminate the danger threatening the area. After the spell clears, the injured man survives, smiling with relief as villagers regroup nearby. Sudden fires break out, and Zeros watches as villagers rush to extinguish the flames. He discovers a mysterious stone reacting to his presence, realizing it is a fragment of the evil god. Zeros examines a mysterious black stone, recognizing it as an item from his inventory linked to the evil god. He decides to keep the stone for safety while pondering its unknown powers, assisted briefly by a companion. 3 days later, he travels with villagers transporting supplies along the road. A villager notices unusual terrain and questions the sudden presence of a bridge along their path. They discuss the bridge's origin, realizing it was constructed by government orders and reflecting on human decisions. The villagers alert the leader about the mysterious bridge suddenly appearing, pointing out its unusual presence. Zeros manipulates the construction effortlessly, carrying workers and materials with his powers to complete the massive structure. A supervisor arrives, shocked to see the completed bridge, and demands an explanation for its sudden construction. Upon examining the documents, he notices inconsistencies and determines the official request is fake. The villagers realize they were unknowingly involved in a scheme orchestrated by Count Yokubukano. Leaving them confused and frustrated, the leader promises Zeros that the villagers' efforts will be fairly compensated for the bridge work. The villagers celebrate the completion and prepare to return home, excited for rest and festivities. A few days later, Zeros and the villagers arrive in Santal City, their work completed. An old man welcomes Zeros warmly, offering him freshly prepared mekala beans. The villagers observe the old man's workshop, amazed at his skill in blacksmithing, crafting, and general labor. The old man panics after discovering mold in the beans he prepared for Zeros. Zeros quickly identifies the rare koji mold hidden among the grains, surprising the villagers. With the mold, Zeros realizes he can produce alcohol and seasonings, improving the villagers' supplies. The trio spends the night testing and preparing the mold after completing the bridge and other tasks. Afterward, Zeros returns home, amazed by the overgrown fields, reflecting on the time spent helping the villagers. Masked figures discuss turning the evil god stone into powder and spreading it to destabilize enemy territories. They debate caution, acknowledging they cannot act alone without alerting the authorities or risking consequences. One suggests finding a test subject to observe the stone's effects safely while planning to weaken it. The observers reflect on the mysterious motives of the one aiding them, unsure of his intentions. A character recalls despising the four gods, blaming them for turning his life into a personal living hell. Zeros observed Celestina and Schweiss struggling to optimize the heirloom magic, facing complex formulas. He noted that even minor adjustments caused instability, requiring careful analysis and patience from both. Despite exhaustion, Zeros continued transporting books, supporting research with unwavering dedication and quiet determination. He emphasized mastering basic magic techniques before attempting reconstruction, stressing foundational learning's importance. Celestina realized the focus on basics was a setup, helping them rethink research strategy effectively. Zeros reminded the team that research cannot be rushed, emphasizing patience and careful progress. A strange magic formula caught their attention, revealing incomplete or potentially dangerous patterns in records. Zeros studied stacked magic circles, noting efficiency and the need for synchronized minds for activation. He ensured all artifacts reached their grandfather safely, coordinating the group's efforts meticulously. The team noticed Zero's transformation, surprised by his new confidence and refined magical approach. A noble shouted his claim, demanding attention as he declared his position in the family. Strategists analyzed maps and plans, dismissing his arguments as unreliable compared to proven strategies. The noble realized critical information had been shared without his control, causing frustration and doubt. He understood that immediate action was impossible, as enemies were aware and defenses were strong. He hesitated, contemplating the right moment to act, preparing for a careful, decisive approach. A noble plotted during the annual event, hinting that an accident might be orchestrated strategically. Workers labored in the fields, recognizing that no matter effort, life continued with persistent challenges. Zeros arrived at the village, observing crops and preparing to deliver a crucial item personally. He met Creston, exchanging greetings and noticing that careful management of the fields was underway. Creston recalled the magic ring from Zeros, realizing its effectiveness and considering replicating it for others. Zeros discovered spies were observing the academy, noticing mischief affecting daily operations. He received a request to apply his method for decoding magical texts efficiently. Zeros explained that older magic formulas could be safely shared, relying on prior knowledge. He demonstrated a new formula improving processing speed and reducing the size of magical sequences. He concluded that wide-area annihilation magic remained dangerous and impractical, requiring extreme effort to manage. Zeros suggested preparing a cold drink to avoid standing awkwardly under the hot sun. He offered ale, carefully selected and chilled, showing attention to hospitality and tradition. The drink surprised the soldiers, who initially expected a typical wooden cup instead of glass. Zeros emphasized that even while on duty, a little comfort and entertainment was valuable. He also presented other beverages, explaining their unique qualities, showing thoughtfulness and magical ingenuity. Zeros ale impressed the villagers, producing refreshing aromas that surprised and delighted everyone. The soldiers cheered, enjoying the smooth taste and cooling effect, celebrating the innovative preparation. Zeros explained the simple chilling technique, noting it could also prevent food and drink spoilage. Villagers marveled at his ingenuity, realizing magical applications weren't only for combat but daily life. Several requested to learn the cooling method, eager to replicate Zeros' effective practical magic. Zeros explained a simple magical freezing technique, showing it could be used for practical purposes. They realized it could revolutionize commerce, creating storage solutions like a magical refrigerator. Zeros considered recruiting additional mages to expand production and maintain supply for the larger operation. He noted that even graduates faced challenges in alchemy and magic tool production, limiting efficiency. Zeros agreed to share profits with his faction, supporting wider adoption and incentivizing mass production. Zeros examined a long list of completed magical optimizations, astonished by the scale of his work. The villagers noted the extraordinary effort, questioning if so much could be accomplished for the academy. Zeros reflected on the responsibility, aware that refusal could negatively affect those depending on him. He looked out at the town, seeing the impact of his decisions and the trust placed in him. Ultimately, Zeros decided to donate his magical work, committing to benefit the academy and the community. Zeros proposed hiring orphans to work, teaching them responsibility and providing food, clothing, and shelter. He encouraged the children to help weed fields, combining labor with practical learning. The idea impressed the nobles and officials, earning praise for its ingenuity and usefulness. This initiative eventually led to the establishment of the Merlin Foundation, supporting welfare programs. Zeros also planned the commercial release of the magical refrigerator, evaluating fair pricing and small-scale testing. Officials discussed selling Zeros' magical refrigerator and scrolls, strengthening their position against rival factions. They resolved legal disputes and penalties, ensuring smooth commerce and controlling factional conflicts. Zeros observed faction weaknesses, noting the Whistler faction's poor reputation and movements. The Saint Germain faction remained cautious, avoiding risk while monitoring criminal activities in their ranks. Leaders planned to tighten control during the annual event, seizing opportunities without direct confrontation. Celestina discovered the annual real combat training, notice posted in the forest of Ramafi, signaling upcoming trials. Belladonna, a skilled mage, is summoned by a duke who requests her expertise. She wonders why he seeks her, a humble mage, for such a task. The duke explains he needs her power to craft a household tool that freezes water. Belladonna considers the request, noting it is safe and for general use. Despite her hesitation, she agrees, and secretly begins preparing parts for the magical refrigerator, keeping it hidden from her employees. Meanwhile, at Istal Magic Academy, Crasus is reminded to focus on practical training, though he prefers research over exercises. Top students, including Crasus, are required to participate in practical exercises, even if it delays their ongoing research projects. Crasus reluctantly prepares for combat training, frustrated by the requirement, knowing it will take time from his research. He examines ancient magic characters in a book, realizing they resemble old languages and trying to decipher their meanings. Crasus discusses with a peer how magic characters originated from ancient languages, connecting them to concepts like power and convergence. They discover that the characters studied at the academy may have completely different meanings than previously thought. Krasis and his companion realize that the corrupted magic formula they've been memorizing all along might have been tampered with. Students discuss the success of magic scrolls and funding, noting sales are strong and research seems secure. They explain their research group is sustained through merchant contracts, focusing solely on magical studies. Rumors spread about faction splits and the misuse of mind control magic, causing tension among academy students. Gossip grows rapidly, with exaggerated stories about personal conflicts and political schemes within the factions. Students panic over the rumors reaching key members, unsure how the misinformation escalated and worried about consequences. Students line up on the training ground, preparing for intensive combat exercises, aware of the challenges ahead. Combat instructor Barbin addresses the group, promising to drill them in basic combat skills, raising their anticipation. He emphasizes the importance of mages learning field operations, defense, and supporting allies, as the battlefield is unforgiving. The students respond in unison, committing to rigorous training and absorbing the lessons of teamwork and discipline. The training ground erupts with shouts and discipline, as students follow strict orders, learning respect and obedience under the instructor's watchful eye. A man uses magical tools to harvest rice efficiently, demonstrating a wind cutter and foot-powered thresher in a field. Children watch with curiosity, eager to try, while he cautions them about the tool's danger. One child questions whether the harvested seeds are edible, surprised at the unexpected resource. The man explains he will share the harvested vegetation, ensuring everyone benefits. He reminds the children to use the tools safely, emphasizing respect and proper handling during work. The man observes variations in rice grain sizes while harvesting, noting differences that could affect cooking and usage. He categorizes the grains into small, medium, and large types, each suited for different culinary purposes, like crackers, sticky rice, or mochi. He considers building a winnowing machine to separate the grains efficiently, though it requires careful design and improvement. Children tired from manual labor struggle with numb legs after extensive handling, demonstrating the work's physical toll. The man and a young assistant coordinate to handle the rice, balancing work and play for the children while keeping operations smooth. The man reflects on how children learn, believing adults should guide carefully without forcing them, allowing autonomy to develop naturally. He asks the children to help carry harvested rice, offering a feast as a reward, motivating cooperation and teamwork. He plans to meet someone in town, curious about the person and anticipating their arrival. The children reveal that the person is engaged, surprising the man and adding a personal connection to the encounter. The young elf girl stands quietly, observing the scene with calm focus as the man prepares to greet them. Yahello is shocked to see a child elf, recognizing her rarity and high status as a high elf. He learns her name is Isekai'd, and she is in the care of the orphanage. The elf's presence surprises Yahello further, as high elves are highly sought after. Due to their value, Isekai'd formally introduces herself, displaying her serious demeanor and strong presence. She expresses a desire to learn combat from Yahello, acknowledging his skill as both a magician and swordsman. Yahello wonders about Isekai'd's independence, noting her recklessness and questioning the challenge of protecting her sword. Isekai'd explains her family motto and training philosophy, emphasizing the battlefield mindset and living in the underworld while mastering the samurai soul blade. The children enjoy a chaotic meal, eating enthusiastically and showing their spirited, untamed nature. Yahello and Isekai'd react, noting the children's lack of proper manners and their wild behavior during the meal. Isekai'd explains the children are learning responsibility through charity work, earning small donations and doing their best to help the town. Yahello asks the children what they aspire to become, noting their own initiative and desire to learn from Isekai'd. Isekai'd declares her goal to challenge the strong, while the children express comical ambitions like 10 wives, money, or becoming a mercenary. Yahello and the children discover Jane badly beaten, shocked at her condition after a recent event. Jane explains she lost her newly made sword in combat, the opponent proving frighteningly strong. Yahello is astonished to learn a wild chicken caused the damage, adding humor and absurdity to the incident. Yahello investigates unusual footprints, suspecting a monster evolving into a cockatrice, noting its strength before evolution. Isekai'd explains that the creature used a weapon-breaking technique called breaker kick, a variant normally learned only by master fighters. Yahello considers repairing Jane's broken sword, noting her weakened mental strength after the incident. Jane expresses concern over her broken sword, mentioning she even used mithril, highlighting her frustration and disappointment. The broken sword is revealed as a scrap iron greatsword, poorly made, lacking mithril, and incapable of withstanding weapon-breaking attacks, leaving it virtually unusable. Jane discovers her sword contains no mithril, despite receiving it from the craftsman claiming reinforcement with rare materials. Katie and Jane are shocked to realize they were deceived, learning the weapon is weaker than promised. Other adventurers confirm similar experiences with swords from the same shop, revealing a pattern of deceit. Exelos discovers that the rare metals sold by this shop are stolen and not crafted by skilled blacksmiths. Angry customers vow revenge, realizing they were sold inferior weapons, prompting chaos and outrage at the marketplace. Jane decides to confront the weapon shop, determined to punch the owner for selling faulty swords, while Zelos and Kaide discuss the risks. Kaide pleads with Zelos to stop Jane, fearing consequences even if the shopkeeper has committed a crime. Exelos reluctantly allows Jane to act, offering to handle any consequences and letting her take her time. As night falls, Zelos walks alone, reflecting on the wild chicken incident, intrigued by the unusual creature and its potential. A group of young adventurers watched from the alley as two men argued aggressively over stolen mithril at the back of a weapon shop. The thieves attempted to move a heavy crate silently, unaware of being observed from the shadows. The adventurers confronted them, demanding the mithril, causing panic among the men who didn't recognize their challengers. The thieves tried to fight back, swinging knives wildly, forcing the adventurers to evade. One adventurer calmly held a small stone, showing its lethal precision could easily defeat the intruders. The men pleaded, claiming they were just hired and didn't risk much, trying to calm the situation. Their intimidation failed as the adventurers blocked the path, demanding the delivery be handed over immediately. One adventurer recognized the blacksmith, expressing disbelief that he trusted such weak opponents. The group positioned themselves carefully, ready for any attack, standing protectively near the blacksmith. The blacksmith swung a sword precisely, smashing crates and scattering the stolen mithril, ending the confrontation. The adventurers reassured each other as one prepared to swing, careful not to hit the others nearby. The blacksmith froze in shock, staring at the elf wielding the weapon with calm precision. The thieves, realizing her presence, began scheming to sell her to a criminal organization for profit. The adventurers struck simultaneously, taking the attackers off balance and disarming them quickly. The blacksmith executed a precise kick, knocking the remaining thieves aside, and ending the confrontation decisively. The blacksmith looked around cautiously, smoking a cigarette, wondering if the guards had arrived yet. The adventurers and blacksmith noticed the defeated thieves lying on the ground, ensuring the immediate threat was gone. The blacksmith was escorted away by the guards, and the stolen mithril was revealed as part of a larger underground operation. Investigations spread across towns, leading to the capture of everyone involved, while the bounty supported the adventurers and mercenaries. With the operation dismantled, the next day dawned quietly, marking the resolution of the conflict and the reward for their efforts. Exelos examined several prototype threshing machines, evaluating each design and its magical enhancements carefully. He expressed concern about the magic formulas and the possibility of failure, though the mechanism was simple enough to revert materials. The adventurers arrived at a newly built house behind the church, greeting each other as they prepared for the day. Exelos confirmed that all preparations for making the sword were ready, showing the progress he had made. He explained that despite appearances, he had a production job, preparing a mithril sword with magical attributes for their use. Exelos explained that magic stones are harder than diamonds, but become softer when infused with non-attributed magic, showing how to arrange materials. The adventurers discussed the sword's shape, while Zelos prepared the materials in the proper formation. Magic circles and energy swirled around the group as the formation activated, mesmerizing everyone with its radiant display. Exelos explained that swords usually cast magically, but refining bronze metals directly requires exceptional skill in blacksmithing, alchemy, and magic. He further demonstrated the appraisal skill, explaining atomic bonds and carbon mixing for proper sword forging, teaching the team carefully. The adventurers marveled at how magic could perform tasks that would normally put blacksmiths out of work. Curious, they asked if the two of them had a prior connection. Observing their familiarity, Jane-san and the other adventurer explained they grew up together in the same orphanage and joined the mercenary guild after adulthood. They reflected on how a kind priest treated them when injured, inspiring their current dedication and work ethic. The group shared a quiet moment of understanding, with Zelos quietly surprised at the bond between the two companions. The adventurers reflected on the priest's unusual habits, from harsh words to gambling and iron fist punishments, yet he had been a good person. Jane-san described how the priest had challenged blind faith, questioning whether relying on God alone could truly cleanse the world. The group acknowledged the priest's complexity while Zelos declared the sword was finally ready. The adventurers marveled as the newly forged sword glimmered, its magical refinement still radiating heat. Each adventurer felt the sword in their hand, amazed at how well it fit and its perfect balance, appreciating the skill involved. Kaide prepared to test her new magic, planning to shoot flame bullets, while Zelos warned her not to use it recklessly. The adventurers debated about taking revenge on a wild chicken, revealing thoughts about raising chickens themselves. The group quickly realized the chickens were too violent to be tamed, reacting with alarm and disbelief. Isekai'd joined the others, her presence surprising Zelos, who felt as if he was forgetting something important. Isekai'd demonstrated perfect timing, intercepting an attack from the shadows with precision, impressing everyone with her skill. Zelos realized he had not prepared soy sauce, an essential ingredient for their simple meal with rice and eggs. Isekai'd shared soy sauce with him, ensuring they could enjoy TKG Tamago Keikohan properly. Isekai'd proposed a condition for joining a monster hunt, showing her playful negotiation skills. The two clashed hands in a friendly ritual, confirming the agreement and mutual understanding for the hunt. Zelos demonstrated a threshing machine prototype, explaining its wind-powered mechanism and magic-activated separation for grain processing. Zelos activated the threshing machine, and the blades inside began rotating with powerful wind energy. The machine gained momentum, moving violently, as Zelos tried to manage the operation, calling for caution. One adventurer reached out in alarm as Zelos nearly lost control, narrowly avoiding injury. The threshing machine continued spinning, scattering the processed material with incredible force, demonstrating its effectiveness. In the end, the farming tool soared triumphantly into the air, marking the first time it had conquered the skies. The threshing machine escaped the bounds of gravity, soaring into the sky and astonishing the adventurers. They watched in amazement as the farming tool flew away, leaving them speechless at its unexpected flight. Zelos pondered the effect of using smaller magic stones, considering how it would alter the machine's performance and precision. He pressed the button to activate another machine, while Isekai'd frantically warned him to be careful. The new threshing machine roared to life, producing an energetic exhaust, an unseen horizon, and the thrill of experimentation. The farming tool soared through the sky at incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier for the first time. The adventurers shielded their heads from the roaring shockwave, caught off guard by its immense power. Afterward, Zelos, dreaming of TKG, resumed moving forward, despite being scolded by the neighbors in Lucerus, ready to continue his experiments. Zeros discovered Bodan was once a mercenary who raised chickens for his ill mother. Yet those birds became strangely powerful and highly valuable. Investigating the guild's request, he questioned carefully why the chickens had abruptly grown aggressive, dangerous, and difficult for others to control. Watching closely, he saw a skilled fighter defeated almost instantly, confirming the chickens possessed strength far beyond what anyone initially expected. Nearby, trained chickens stood over fallen mercenaries, clearly demonstrating coordinated tactics and unusual combat awareness rarely seen in ordinary animals. Observing everything carefully, he realized the aftermath revealed a situation much more serious, complicated, and threatening than it originally appeared. He soon understood these chickens had evolved into dangerous beings, capable of thinking independently and fighting like disciplined warriors with intelligence. One companion expressed excitement about fighting, yet he stayed calm, concentrating on analyzing the situation, instead of rushing recklessly into battle. They eventually discovered Bohan collapsed on the ground, heavily injured, while a nearby chicken remained watching silently with unsettling presence. Using healing magic, he restored Bohan's condition steadily, ensuring the man survived, despite his injuries, and confirming he remained alive. Bohan explained the chickens attacked him fiercely, even going so far as to pluck out all his hair completely without hesitation. Watching quietly, he saw Isekai'd prepare herself for battle, accepting circumstances calmly and stepping forward without showing hesitation or doubt. Isekai'd directly engaged the chicken, recognizing immediately its unusual ability to transform wings into sharp blades, capable of dangerous close combat. As the clash continued, both sides exchanged rapid and precise strikes, intensifying the battle with speed, control, and constant calculated movement. The chicken launched relentless attacks, forcing Isekai'd to defend carefully, while maintaining composure and controlling her movements under continuous pressure. At the right moment, Isekai'd delivered a decisive counterattack, shifting momentum and gaining the upper hand during their intense duel. Carefully observing, he analyzed the chicken's abilities, recognizing their evolution had granted them unusual traits beyond normal creatures or simple beasts. He explained their weaknesses, clearly pointing out their limited attack range despite possessing strong defenses and impressive ability to block incoming strikes. Reacting strongly, the chicken treated the fight seriously, approaching it with pride and skill, as if engaging in a meaningful contest. Isekai'd continued the duel respectfully, matching each movement precisely and demonstrating control equal to a trained warrior facing a worthy opponent. At a critical moment, he intervened decisively, ending the confrontation swiftly and taking full control of the situation without unnecessary delay. Identifying the archer chicken, he warned others that its attacks could come unpredictably from hidden positions, making it especially dangerous. Preparing the group carefully, he emphasized caution, explaining the enemy relied heavily on stealth, surprise, and sudden unexpected attacks. Katie focused her attention, drawing her blade while sensing subtle movements around her, preparing to respond instantly to any incoming threat. Predicting danger, he anticipated a decisive strike, understanding clearly that a single well-placed attack could determine the entire outcome. Both sides stood facing each other silently, building tension as they prepared seriously for what would become a final and critical confrontation. Suddenly, the archer chicken launched a powerful attack, striking with overwhelming precision and force aimed directly at its intended target. Reacting instantly, he intercepted the attack skillfully, stepping in at the perfect moment to protect Kaidi from certain harm. Kaidi responded with strength, delivering a counterattack that struck multiple chickens and disrupted their coordinated assault effectively. After the clash ended, the battlefield quieted as the chickens collapsed, leaving the group safe though visibly tired from the encounter. One surviving chicken observed silently, seemingly moved by the display of strength, determination, and unwavering resolve shown during the battle. He noticed their attack patterns growing increasingly complex, realizing the chickens could understand language and respond intelligently to surrounding situations. Gathering focus, he activated a special combat skill, preparing himself mentally and physically to counter attacks with refined precision and timing. Stepping forward confidently, he readied himself without hesitation, fully prepared to engage directly and bring the confrontation toward its conclusion. When the chicken attacked, he endured the impact firmly, maintaining balance and composure while refusing to be pushed back or overwhelmed. Responding directly, he matched the chicken's strength, pushing the battle into a decisive exchange where both sides tested their limits. Afterward, the group sat calmly, yet suddenly another chicken appeared above them unexpectedly, interrupting their brief moment of rest. Moving quietly, he demonstrated precise and efficient technique, approaching the enemy without drawing unnecessary attention or wasting movement. Striking carefully, he delivered controlled force, preventing the chicken from reacting or defending itself effectively against the sudden attack. Following through, he unleashed a focused blow, defeating the chicken instantly with a single decisive and efficient strike. Soon, everything settled again, and the group returned to a relaxed state, behaving as though nothing unusual had occurred moments earlier. Reflecting silently, he recognized the chickens possessed remarkable endurance and strength, even though they had not fought with full power. Observing the defeated creatures, he confirmed the situation had been resolved properly, and that the battle had ended under control. Approaching respectfully, the chickens acknowledged his strength, showing submission and seeking guidance from someone they now considered superior. Calmly analyzing, he understood their behavior and condition, piecing together reasons behind their unusual actions and sudden aggression. Eventually, the truth became clear as the chickens revealed the cause, bringing full understanding to the conflict that had occurred. Organizing everyone, he gathered the group together, planning roles carefully for both people and chickens to maintain order moving forward. Katie showed enthusiasm, viewing the outcome as an opportunity to grow stronger through experience gained during intense and meaningful combat. Relocating together, the group settled into a quieter area, establishing a more stable environment away from immediate danger or conflict. Deciding practically, he planned to construct a proper coop, ensuring the chickens could live safely under controlled and secure conditions. Examining rare materials closely, he considered how they might be used effectively in future plans or potential crafting purposes. Thinking carefully, he reflected on upcoming possibilities, preparing mentally for whatever challenges or decisions might arise next. Zeros observes a rare necklace, resting on a table while a wealthy man examines it greedily inside a quiet room. The man plans to smuggle the treasure away as dark smoke begins forming behind him unnoticed. The smoke suddenly attacks, wrapping around his body and forcing him down as fear spreads across his face. Zeros appears calmly, revealing control over the situation while approaching the fallen man and the valuable item. Zeros stands above the table, collecting jewels and securing the necklace, completing the operation efficiently. Zeros stands near a doorway, while a group of men inside focus on her presence and appearance. One man recognizes Zeros and warns others as tension rises, revealing her dangerous reputation. Zeros moves through the building and reaches a hidden room where several figures wait for her return. She reports the mission outcome while standing close to the leader, who listens with satisfaction. The group discusses future work as Zeros remains calm, showing readiness to continue handling dangerous tasks efficiently. Zeros listens as a man describes a dangerous enemy who has destroyed organizations and threatens powerful groups. A portrait of the target is revealed, showing a young man identified as a serious future threat. One member reacts angrily, demanding immediate action and insisting the target must be eliminated quickly. Another man remains calm, reminding them of alliances and warning about recent decline in their strength. Zeros studies the information closely, learning the target's background and connection to a powerful figure. Zeros listens as details reveal the target controls a powerful underground organization and has resisted multiple assassination attempts. The target is identified as the Silent Lion, a man known for stealth and dangerous influence across the underworld. Further information shows his many identities and rise into nobility, making him more complex and unpredictable. The group realizes the target already knows about them and has begun weakening their allies. Zeros decides to accept the mission, preparing to confront the target despite the growing danger surrounding him. Zeros is assigned the mission as the group confirms the plan to eliminate the target and shift responsibility. The leader agrees to support Zeros, showing trust while expecting success from the dangerous operation. Information reveals the target has already moved, boarding a train and heading toward a distant location. A dark memory surfaces, showing tension between two figures connected by past conflict and harsh emotions. Zeros awakens from the memory, realizing the mission connects to something deeper from long ago. Zeros faces a group of strange bird-like creatures that gather around him with strong energy and presence. He explains that relying only on jumping is not enough and begins organizing them for better support. The creatures are assigned roles, helping with tasks and acting as leaders among others while adapting to his guidance. Zeros trains seriously, improving his sword skills while the creatures observe his steady progress. Over time, both Zeros and the creatures develop together, becoming more capable and active in daily life. Zeros receives eggs from the creatures, considering their potential and thinking about future possibilities. He prepares a meal using the eggs and soy sauce, focusing carefully on the result before eating. Zeros uses caution while eating, checking the food's safety before taking a full bite. He continues eating calmly, finishing the meal while observing its effects on his body. Zeros realizes the flavor is too strong and unbalanced, understanding the meal did not turn out as expected. Zeros reacts strongly after tasting the food, overwhelmed by the intense and unpleasant flavor. He reflects on his failed attempt to recreate a familiar taste, realizing the result is far from expected. Zeros studies the differences in ingredients and understands that the soy sauce lacks the depth he wanted. He analyzes the components and considers alternative methods, recognizing his limitations in cooking skill. While thinking deeply, Zeros is interrupted as a creature informs him that an unexpected guest has arrived. Zeros is visited by a formal messenger who delivers a request from a powerful lord seeking a meeting. Zeros welcomes the guest inside, still dealing with his failed meal while listening to the request. The conversation shifts as they discuss soy sauce production, revealing knowledge about trade and resources. More information about merchants and movement across regions is shared, surprising Zeros with new insights. Zeros reflects on the situation, realizing the lord behind the request holds far greater influence than expected. Zeros learns the request includes arriving in formal attire, which makes him uneasy due to his usual appearance. He agrees to prepare properly, understanding the importance of the meeting and deciding to dress carefully. Zeros puts on his formal outfit, recalling it has been a long time since he last used it. He adjusts his clothing, focusing on presenting himself properly for the situation ahead. Zeros stands before a mirror, grooming himself and reflecting on how rarely he prepares his appearance. Zeros reviews his preparation, considering his appearance and using special oil to improve his hair and overall look. He selects powerful equipment, including armor and clothing made from rare black dragon materials. Zeros equips magical gear, understanding its hidden abilities and the strength it provides during combat. He recalls his past as a feared figure, known for his effectiveness while using such equipment. Fully prepared, Zeros steps forward in formal attire, presenting himself with confidence before leaving for the meeting. Zeros speaks with the visitor, explaining he has many eggs but cannot manage all of them alone. The discussion shifts toward a solution, as the idea of sharing the eggs with an orphanage is considered. Zeros agrees to the plan, recognizing that freshness is important and deciding to distribute the eggs regularly. Zeros met a young girl near a quiet building. She hesitated, studying his appearance carefully while he stood calmly before her. Zeros maintained a composed expression, aware his outfit appeared unusual. He showed slight concern but remained confident in his choice. The girl observed him from above and judged his clothing as refined, yet somewhat excessive. Zeros accepted the opinion without resistance. Zeros explained his plan to earn money through hunting and offered eggs from his home as practical support. They later worked together to save money, showing determination despite their simple and resilient way of living. Zeros encountered a tired woman leaning against a wall. She appeared exhausted after drinking too much and requested water while struggling to stay steady. Zeros turned and briefly looked at her condition. He reacted with quiet surprise, but maintained composure without stepping closer. Others nearby misunderstood the situation and exaggerated his presence, calling attention to him. The noise caused confusion, and another girl reacted loudly from a distance. The woman became embarrassed and uneasy. People discussed the situation casually, while assumptions were made about what Zeros had seen. Zeros remained calm as another girl defended the woman, explaining her innocent nature and asking others to stop teasing her. Zeros met Iris inside the church and questioned why she and her companion were staying there instead of an inn. Iris explained they had no money, so they asked permission to remain at the church for a short time. Zeros considered their situation and suggested earning money through work like hunting, but the idea was quickly rejected due to fear and difficulty. He continued advising them to learn basic survival skills since they could not afford proper lodging, though resistance remained. Iris grew frustrated, pointing out that Zeros lived comfortably and did not understand their situation fully. Zeros suggested selling magic potions to cover lodging costs, but the idea was dismissed since producing them was not possible. The group decided to use eggs as a simple resource. With this plan, they believed they could manage their situation for now. A girl demonstrated a new magic tool that preserved food, showing how it could store eggs efficiently for later use. Zeros observed the tool and reflected on how such items became available to the public through companies. After confirming everything was settled, Zeros left the place, while the girl expressed gratitude and continued her work. A girl nervously approached Zeros and struggled to express her feelings, showing clear hesitation and embarrassment. Another girl reacted with surprise, sensing a sudden shift in the situation and focusing closely on their expressions. The surroundings became chaotic as others misunderstood the moment, exaggerating the situation and assuming a romantic development. One observer quietly noted the tension, recognizing that neither side fully understood their own feelings yet. It was explained that such confusion was common, describing it as a phenomenon where emotions created awkward but meaningful misunderstandings. Zeros met Duke de Lacis, who requested his help regarding a troubling situation that required careful handling and discretion. Zeros listened as the Duke explained the need for capable individuals, recognizing Zeros as someone skilled enough to manage the task. The mission was revealed as an escort assignment involving Shweez, who was preparing for practical training in a distant forest. Zeros reviewed the background, learning about a faction focused on military studies and the growing tensions within it. The conflict had escalated due to internal division, forcing Zeros to accept the escort task under uncertain and risky conditions. Zeros listened as detailed information about the Weisler family and Samtroll was revealed, showing internal collapse and loss of protection. The Duke explained control over funds and influence, suggesting power could shift easily by manipulating faction resources. Zeros understood that removing Shweez could change the balance, while hidden groups continued interfering from the shadows. Further risks were outlined, including security weaknesses and threats tied to dangerous magic and covert assassins. Zeros realized the escort mission involved hidden enemies, uncertain allies, and possible attacks during the training expedition. Zeros confirmed the escort assignment, understanding he would be responsible for guarding Shweez during the training camp. He worried about handling the mission alone, but the Duke offered additional support, resources, and emergency tools if needed. Zeros considered unconventional assistance, thinking about using durable creatures to help reduce risk during the escort. He continued planning carefully, aiming to secure both safety and a small profit from the situation. After reviewing the conditions, Zeros accepted the task, aware that the mission involved responsibility and potential hidden threats. Zeros accepted responsibility for escorting Shweez and prepared himself, though he felt uneasy about joining a larger group. During his return, he obtained familiar seasonings and briefly relaxed, enjoying a simple moment before continuing his plans. Zeros began preparing materials, focusing on production magic that could support crafting and improve efficiency. He refined the process carefully, understanding that precision and time were necessary to ensure stable results. Using his own developed methods, Zeros created customized magic tools, relying on his knowledge and effort to complete the preparations. Zeros reflected on how his past knowledge provided an advantage, allowing him to approach problems differently from others. He compared the current world with his previous experience, noticing similarities but also important inconsistencies that required caution. Zeros worked on refining magic tools, compressing structures carefully to improve efficiency, while avoiding instability. He questioned the nature of the world itself, considering whether its system followed rules similar to a constructed game. Zeros concluded that the system carried hidden risks where excessive actions could result in heavy losses, despite potential rewards. Zeros recalled receiving a message from a goddess when he first arrived, realizing his situation was influenced from the beginning. He considered the possibility that both worlds were connected through divine control, allowing movement and interference between them. Zeros reflected on the presence of multiple gods, recognizing their unpredictable actions and the burden placed on him without consent. After completing his preparations, he decided to act quickly despite viewing the gods' involvement as troublesome. Zeros activated his refined magic, releasing controlled power as he finalized his tools and prepared for the mission ahead. Zeros completed preparing several tools, including rings and a mask, planning to distribute them for practical use. He realized most preparations were already finished faster than expected, leaving him with little remaining work. Days later, Iris struggled alone, unable to find work and becoming increasingly exhausted and discouraged. She reflected on her situation, recognizing her limited abilities outside combat and feeling uncertain about her future. Determined to change, Iris decided to seek Zeros and learn crafting, choosing a new path to survive independently. Zeros welcomed a visitor into his workshop, standing beside a strange machine he had prepared through his own methods. The visitor reacted strongly, criticizing his actions and warning him not to disrupt the world with unnatural abilities, while Zeros treated the situation lightly. Observes Miska carrying several books through the academy corridor. She appears focused on research and continues toward the library, showing strong interest in studying new materials. Watches as Miska reacts to the novel she finished. Her behavior becomes unusual, and the content of the book leaves a strong impression on her thoughts and emotions. Nada sees Miska's isolation. She spends most of her time studying, with little interaction with others, raising concern about her balance between research and social life. A sudden magical disturbance occurs nearby. Students gather as unauthorized magic is suspected, reminding everyone of strict academy rules regarding spell usage. Quietly evaluates the situation and prepares to act carefully, discovers a restrained student surrounded by unstable magic energy. The situation appears dangerous, and the student struggles under the effects of uncontrolled power, moves to the library and finds records about ancient magic. The documents describe forbidden techniques connected to bloodline abilities and criminal experiments from the past. Studies further and learns that this magic was altered over generations. It was passed through bloodlines and linked to hidden abilities within certain individuals. The research reveals that these bloodlines were tied to criminal groups. Their magic developed differently, granting unusual strength, but limiting normal magical growth. Concludes that these bloodlines caused repeated disasters over time, leading to destruction and casualties across generations. Observes suspicious figures discussing hidden actions within the academy. Their behavior suggests quiet manipulation, while others remain unaware of the deeper influence spreading behind the scenes. Reviews an unusual book describing strange magic concepts. The content appears uncertain, yet it hints at abilities that may exist beyond common understanding. Uncovers information about royal bloodlines and succession. Certain individuals begin spreading rumors, attempting to influence future leadership through indirect means. Connects the situation to powerful nobles and judges. Authority remains restricted to specific bloodlines, while secret discussions suggest unseen control over important decisions. Realizes that hidden groups could manipulate society, ruin rivals, and reshape power structures through calculated and silent strategies. Studies a record about beastkin abilities inside the library. The information suggests differences in physical traits and raises questions about their unique characteristics. Reflects on his own training experience and magical development. He compares structured learning with natural growth, noticing clear differences in how abilities are acquired. Observes a training scene in the forest. A beastkin individual practices calmly, relying on instinct rather than formal instruction to develop strength. Analyzes how beastkin control magical energy. Their methods involve natural flow and body awareness, unlike the rigid techniques used by most magicians. Concludes that beastkin possess refined control, allowing them to use magic efficiently and remain undetected by conventional magical sensing methods. Senses tension during training and notices a beastkin student struggling under pressure. The situation seems unfair, and he considers stepping in to guide her development. Observes other students mocking the beastkin. Their behavior shows ignorance, while the girl remains unable to properly use her abilities under stress. Quietly begins guiding her, focusing on internal energy control. He demonstrates a method to circulate power steadily throughout the body. The beastkin follows the process step by step. Energy flows through her body, connecting key points as she gradually stabilizes her control. confirms her improvement as her power becomes steady. She begins to regain confidence and control over her abilities. Observes a group of students surrounding the Beastkin girl. Their teasing grows harsher, creating pressure as she struggles to remain calm under their attention. Nada sees her expression shift. The stress begins to trigger a reaction, and her body shows signs of losing control as tension builds rapidly, recognizes the change and understands it as a natural response. The situation escalates as her instincts take over, pushing her beyond restraint. The Beastkin transforms into a battle state. Her strength increases, breaking past limitations while those nearby react with shock and hesitation. Witnesses the sudden impact, as her power erupts outward, overwhelming the surrounding students, and ending the confrontation instantly. Observes the Beastkin girl after her transformation. She appears more stable and confident, testing her strength while the surrounding students react with shock. Nada sees the other students begin to panic. They misinterpret her actions as hostility and call for help, escalating the situation unnecessarily. See Celestina arrive and immediately take control. Her presence calms the area, and she prepares to handle the conflict with authority. Watches as Celestina addresses the students firmly. She points out their misuse of power and challenges their understanding of strength and responsibility, concludes that the students lack awareness. Their prejudice blinds them, while the Beastkin's natural abilities surpass their expectations and expose their weakness. Observes the students continuing their criticism, questioning the value of lineage-based magic. Their confidence appears unstable as doubts begin to surface. Nada sees their reaction shift when they recognize Celestina's authority. Their composure weakens, and tension spreads among them as reality sets in. Recalls the mention of powerful figures connected to the situation. The names represent overwhelming strength, reinforcing the seriousness of the conflict. Sees the group lose confidence entirely. Their earlier arrogance fades, replaced by fear and retreat from their previous stance. Observes the Beastkin girl step forward with determination. She shows gratitude and offers her support, signaling a change in her resolve. Observes students praising Celestina from a distance. Their admiration grows into obsession, forming a group that watches her closely without truly understanding her. Realizes the academy environment is becoming unstable. Hidden tensions and blind admiration begin shaping dangerous attitudes among the students. Shifts focus to another area where a man rides through rough terrain near the city. His presence signals a separate event unfolding beyond the academy. Notes the man's calm attitude despite mechanical issues. He continues forward with confidence, showing experience and control over his situation. Witnesses a sudden confrontation as a large creature appears. The man charges forward without hesitation, preparing to engage directly. Observes a group of mercenaries fleeing in panic as an orc king approaches. Suddenly, a lone rider appears, moving steadily toward the danger without hesitation. Watches as the rider accelerates and strikes the orc king directly. The attack is fast and overwhelming, catching both the enemy and the mercenaries off guard. Sees the aftermath as multiple enemies are defeated instantly. The rider continues forward along the road, leaving destruction behind while maintaining full control. Nada sees the stunned expressions of the remaining mercenaries. They stand frozen, unable to process the speed and power of what just happened. Satoshi Osako carefully studies a mana shield device, adjusting its structure while realizing the design remains incomplete and needs improvement. Erna expresses excitement and gratitude toward Satoshi after receiving assistance, while he calmly observes her reaction and considers next steps. Celestina suggests forming a party for practical training, introducing Christie as another member and recommending Satoshi take the vanguard role. Christie shows admiration toward Celestina and eagerly accepts joining the group, her enthusiasm confirming commitment to the party's planned activities. Satoshi decides to begin training, despite Christie's limited magic ability, planning maximize her potential as Beastkin. While guiding the group, Satoshi Osako works late in his room, adjusting spells like Lairfield and Hawkeye, while focusing on improving their effectiveness for training. Croesus is questioned about preparation for practical training, and his condition shows he has not built stamina, raising concern about readiness. Celestina recalls visiting Croesus's room earlier and noticing unusual items, leading her to suspect he has been experimenting instead of preparing properly. Croesus's room appears filled with dusty equipment and strange materials, showing disorganization and lack of discipline in his approach toward training responsibilities. An accident occurs when smoke from Croesus's experiment spreads through the dormitory, affecting a student and escalating the situation before containment. Students discuss the strange incident involving Croesus's room, while Carol recalls visiting but cannot clearly remember events, despite everyone appearing fine later. A distorted smoke-like entity appears near the window, revealing dangerous results of the experiment as its form spreads and creates an unsettling presence. Carol reacts in fear after witnessing the event and faints, later avoiding Croyus's room despite not remembering everything that happened clearly. Croyus refuses to lend equipment when asked, and his firm response shows unwillingness to share anything related to his personal work. Satoshi Osako examines the situation and concludes both he and Croyus created something similar, prompting further investigation into the missing equipment. Macaron receives warnings about Croyus's unstable behavior, as objects appear torn apart and dissolved by strange energy within his room. Satoshi Osako refuses responsibility for Croyus, stating he cannot manage him and emphasizing that forcing involvement would only create additional complications. Croyus faces confrontation about lacking proper equipment, with others explaining he risks being assigned to a lower support role during training. Croyus explains his habit of collecting unusual items from antique stores, including one object that appears dangerous and possibly linked to the incident. The group notices similarities between Croyus and his brother, as both struggle remembering people, while tension around Croyus continues increasing steadily. Celestina begins instructing Erne for training, introducing 3 spells that will serve as the foundation of her overall magical development. Erne responds with determination and accepts guidance, acknowledging her role as a junior while preparing to follow training instructions seriously. Erne questions handling 3 spells despite lacking magic ability, while Satoshi reassures her that he has optimized them for her use. Satoshi explains functions of Mana Shield, Lair Field, and Hawkeye, adapting each spell to support combat and awareness, despite limited magic ability. Others observe Erne's condition, noting her lack of experience in magic, yet training begins with careful guidance and structured support systems. Erne reveals her past to Celestina, explaining she is adopted and comes from a mixed background involving both beastkin and magicians. Celestina reacts with concern while Erne tries recalling her past, showing uncertainty yet maintaining determination to continue moving forward steadily. Erne begins training by activating Mana Shield, focusing on forming a defensive layer using Satoshi's optimized method to compensate for weak control. The spell activates successfully, creating a visible barrier as Erne maintains focus and stabilizes the shield steadily around her body. Erne gathers mana around her hands and completes the process successfully. As others observe her progress and acknowledge improvement in abilities, Erne completes mana control, forming gauntlet-like energy around her hand, showing excitement as the technique stabilizes and surprises observers nearby. Celestina observes Erne's rapid improvement and realizes it exceeds expectations, while other students react with shock at her unusual development speed. Celestina explains combining mana control with physical strength increases effectiveness, and Erne prepares herself to test this power against a training target. Erne charges forward and strikes the target using enhanced strength and mana, releasing a powerful burst of force upon impact. The target shatters completely from the attack, leaving observers stunned while Erne feels satisfied with her new combat style and ability. Erne responds confidently to Celestina, promising improvement while continuing training, though her control remains unstable despite consistent effort. During practice, Erne suddenly loses control after exhausting mana reserves, collapsing as she fails to maintain the active spell properly. Celestina instructs Erne to improve mana manipulation further, and focus on raising her rank during practical training through steady effort. Erne accepts guidance and recovers from exhaustion, remaining determined to improve her abilities despite clear weaknesses and current limitations. Other students gather nearby, questioning Erne's unusual technique, as her method attracts attention for introducing a different approach to defensive magic. Erne receives a letter from her grandfather during training, reacting with surprise as nearby students notice the sudden interruption. Erne reads the letter carefully and becomes serious while others observe her reaction and sense the contents may affect her decisions. Erne suddenly panics after understanding the message, reacting intensely and causing confusion among others who try understanding the situation. Overwhelmed emotionally, Erne rushes forward and clings to Celestina, showing the letter has deeply affected her mental state. Elsewhere, Satoshi Osako and others discuss Croyus's situation, deciding to provide materials to repair equipment and resolve ongoing issues. A man reacts strongly after hearing about a chimera's stinger found in a dangerous zone, urgently offering money due to its rarity. Erne rushes to inform her brother about the situation, showing urgency as the information appears important and requires immediate attention. Erne becomes emotional upon realizing the opportunity, seeing it as a rare chance that she cannot afford to ignore. The group gathers as Croyus is introduced, again, his presence creating tension, while others observe him cautiously from a distance. Erna greets two individuals politely, while a man reacts intensely toward valuable items, causing the situation to become chaotic quickly. Erna senses sudden tension and realizes Satoshi Osako is approaching, becoming nervous knowing his presence brings strict evaluation and guidance. Satoshi Osako and Croyus react with confusion as the situation shifts suddenly, while surrounding students become alert to the developing circumstances. Shin Wolford showed a strange machine to his companions. The girls examined it closely, confused by its design and purpose. Shin calmly explained the magical device, assuring them he prepared safety measures. The machine looked complex and unfamiliar to everyone. He revealed testing involved an Orc King incident. Shin admitted difficulty controlling the power, showing slight concern about its stability. Despite doubts, Shin demonstrated confidence. Others questioned how he built it quickly, while he insisted everything was already safe now. Finally, Shin explained the structure simply. The girls remained confused, realizing the machine consisted of small parts beyond their understanding. Shin Wolford explained the machine further, describing its engine and magic power source, while his companions struggled to understand its function. As they walked into the forest, the girls quietly observed Shin, unsure about his explanations, but trusting his abilities. 3 powerful creatures appeared, signaling the expedition's approach. Shin mentioned rare dragon materials, while others reacted to the unusual situation. Shin assigned roles for the expedition and gave collars to the creatures. They eagerly accepted, ready to act as escorts. Finally, Shin revealed magical masks and tools, ensuring coordination. The group prepared seriously, understanding the mission required careful teamwork ahead. Shin Wolford presented a new item, but his companions felt it looked too flashy despite his claim of keeping it discreet. At Santor Docks, the group prepared for departure. The escort mission would take 3 days across the sea towards Styla. 2 noble youths caused a loud scene, drawing attention. Their dramatic behavior revealed tension between 2 powerful merchant families. Shin remained calm while others reacted. Nearby, companions waited with supplies, observing the situation without getting involved directly. As time passed, confusion grew about boarding arrangements. The group realized both rival heirs would travel together on the same ship. Julie showed concern for the situation, feeling sympathy, while others misunderstood emotions, thinking it resembled a strange form of love. Both fathers cried loudly, calling their children back, creating chaos at the docks as people gathered to watch. One heir acted recklessly, threatening danger with chemicals, while insisting on marriage, escalating tension between both families further. The crowd reacted strongly, arguing about the marriage. Workers worried about cargo, while both sides refused to accept the situation. Accusations intensified as families blamed each other. Julie misunderstood matters, while the truth about political motives and misunderstandings surfaced gradually. Julie watched as tensions escalated, realizing the situation was becoming more serious while accusations between both families grew harsher. Rommel revealed painful truths about her past, exposing her father's actions, while emotions surged and the conflict deepened further. The crowd reacted with shock and anger. Julie questioned the truth, while others condemned both fathers for their arrogance. Both heirs finally admitted fault, stopping the chaos. Their voices cut through the tension, bringing the argument to an end. With matters settled, Shin and the group prepared to board. The situation calmed, allowing the mission to continue forward. Suddenly, chaos erupted as strange individuals appeared. Shin Wolford and his companions reacted quickly, surprised by the unexpected situation. The crew explained this strange behavior as a recurring condition. Julie warned others, while Shin tried to understand what was happening. Shin felt disturbed by the situation, unable to reason with those affected. Iris feared the consequences if such behavior spread further. Shin reflected seriously, worrying about the impact. He considered how dangerous the situation could become if left unchecked. With everyone finally aboard, the ship departed safely. Despite lingering concerns, the group moved forward with their mission across the sea. On the moving ship, Shin Wolford and Iris suffered from seasickness. Julie watched them, surprised that even they struggled. The chickens gathered around Shin trying to help. Despite feeling unwell, he received their support while resting near the crates. Julie realized their escort target, Rene, seemed unusual. She began questioning whether bringing her along was the right decision. Shin and Iris sensed something troubling about Rena. Her behavior raised concern, making them doubt the situation further. Their fears grew as Rena's nature felt dangerous. Shin compared it to releasing a powerful beast among the group. Shin Wolford reflected on recent events, realizing how chaotic things became, especially with Rena's influence causing concern among the group. During the journey, Seasickness continued affecting everyone. Julie struggled again while the group pushed forward despite their discomfort. The ship finally reached Saison. The port appeared busy, marking the next stage of their escort mission. Shin and Iris stepped onto land, relieved to feel stable ground. Their condition improved quickly after leaving the ship. As they recovered, Julie urged the group onward. Despite exhaustion, they prepared to continue their mission without delay. Two men approached Julie with rude intentions, offering a ride. Their behavior was disrespectful, drawing attention from the group nearby. Julie rejected them firmly. Shin Wolford observed quietly as the men boasted about defeating an orc king to appear strong. Shin recognized their story and realized the truth. The men had fled before, falsely claiming achievements beyond their abilities. When questioned, the men panicked and quickly escaped. Their lies exposed, they chose to run rather than face consequences. Shin and the group continued forward, noticing the men heading the same way, confirming their suspicious behavior and lack of credibility. Shin Wolford revealed a strange vehicle, surprising everyone. The machine moved loudly, drawing attention as it appeared far beyond normal designs. He explained the cart's features, including suspension and comfort. Iris questioned it while noting even the chickens could ride easily. Shin confidently prepared to depart. The group boarded as he set the speed, beginning their journey towards Styla with excitement. Nearby, the suspicious men noticed the group again. They reacted with confusion, still unable to understand Shin's presence and actions. Shin focused ahead, ignoring distractions. His determination showed as the vehicle advanced, leaving others uncertain about his true abilities. Shin Wolford drove the machine forward at high speed, overtaking a horse carriage. The sudden movement startled others on the road. The passing force shook the carriage violently. The men lost balance, struggling to stay upright as the situation quickly turned chaotic. Sage guided the carriage along a rough stone road while Rena and Jane struggled to keep balance. Their bodies shaking from every sudden bump and turn. Rena and Jane leaned forward, feeling dizzy as the motion grew worse, while Sage remained steady and focused on controlling the carriage. The group reached a hill path, where the uneven road caused them to stagger as they stepped out and observed the surroundings. Rena and Jane showed exhaustion, their faces pale from rough ride, while Sage calmly assessed their condition. Sage arrived at a hill overlooking the region, while Rena observed the distance and pointed toward the direction ahead with renewed energy. From the hill, the city of Styla became visible, spreading across the land with structured buildings and active surroundings. At Stole Magic Academy, a student waited nervously, aware that Sage was approaching and concerned about his own lack of progress. Nearby, other students discussed Sage, showing both curiosity and unease about meeting someone with such a reputation. Sage was recognized as a powerful mage, known for wisdom, combat ability, and a quiet life devoted to farming students. At Stool Magic Academy discussed Sage, describing him as both kind and dangerous, struggling to understand his contradictory nature. They compared his personality to their own, noting differences in priorities while recognizing slight similarities in thinking. News spread that Sage would arrive soon, causing surprise and excitement as rumors about his abilities quickly resurfaced. Students tried to stay quiet about confidential matters, but curiosity grew as they analyzed Sage's tools and creations. They concluded that Sage's farming-related inventions were unusual, yet highly advanced, leaving them confused and impressed. Zeros analyzed Sage's work calmly, concluding the result was not a failure, but likely caused by excessive magical output. Celestina and Croas observed Zeros, noting his blunt attitude while recognizing his logical way of organizing thoughts. Croas prepared for a faction meeting, while Celestina focused on her responsibility to teach first-year students at the academy. As they moved through the academy, many students gathered and watched Celestina closely, creating an unusual atmosphere. Celestina remained composed despite attention, while others realized her popularity contrasted sharply with those unnoticed nearby. Zeros received instructions to locate Croas, realizing the task carried urgency and importance within the academy. Croas acknowledged the request while admitting his lack of familiarity with Sage, yet he accepted the responsibility to assist. Schweitz prepared to move discreetly, planning to guide Croas carefully, while considering possible dangers during the journey. Zeros changed into academy robes, despite concern that the outfit might attract attention due to its formal appearance. The robes reflected academy standards, symbolizing rank and performance, while Zeros adjusted himself for the upcoming task. Croas wore a red academy robe, aware of its ceremonial meaning and the restriction that only top-performing students could use it. While searching for his robe, Croas noticed his room becoming increasingly cluttered, struggling to locate what he needed. Zeros examined a ring with interest, thinking about its creator, and considering the knowledge behind its construction. Inside the academy, students gathered, as Crows moved forward, drawing attention with his serious expression and presence. The Academy's robe system reflected rank differences, shaping student identity while allowing limited freedom in color choice. Crows confronted another student during a meeting, criticizing the lack of useful proposals and asserting his own confidence. The argument escalated as accusations were exchanged, with Crows suspecting betrayal and tension rising among those present. Crows declared his intent to act decisively, dismissing the claims against him while preparing to use his influence. He warned the others firmly, reminding them of his status and connections, forcing them to reconsider their stance. As the confrontation ended, the opposing student reacted with anger, vowing consequences while Crows left the scene. After the tense meeting, some students questioned Crows' intentions, suspecting deeper plans behind his actions. Crows revealed he had been misleading others, calmly explaining that his opponent was easy to manipulate, despite the ongoing tension. Meanwhile, Sage and his group entered Stila, observing the large city built around the academy with structured design. They learned about the academy's system, including different disciplines and divisions that organized magical studies. As they explored further, they discovered local facilities like shops and guilds, where mercenaries handled various requests and tasks. Sage and his group entered a facility in Stila, where Rena observed the environment while noticing nearby locations and services. A staff member prepared to deliver a letter, explaining that it needed to be handed directly to the guildmaster. He reflected on the strict rules and difficulties within the system, feeling frustrated despite his efforts to follow procedures. At the reception desk, Sage formally requested to submit a matter related to academy students, presenting his purpose clearly. When the letter of recommendation was revealed, the staff member reacted with shock after recognizing the mark on it. The staff examined the emblem on Sage's letter and recognized it as the symbol of the Solistra Duchy, prompting immediate attention. Sage found the situation unfamiliar, reflecting on his lack of understanding about noble systems in this world. Saifon appeared and introduced himself as the branch manager, acknowledging Sage's connection to the Duke with a composed attitude. His unusual behavior created confusion among those present, as his presence felt overwhelming, despite his refined appearance. Sage reacted cautiously, sensing something strange about Saifon, while the atmosphere around them became tense. Saifon reviewed the request and considered granting Sage a high rank, but decided to test his abilities first, despite the unusual demand. Saifon prepared to evaluate Sage directly, revealing intense pressure as he focused on measuring Sage's true strength. Satoshi Osako faced an old man who challenged him to a sword duel. The situation quickly drew attention. A young adventurer accepted the duel confidently, believing it would be an easy fight after a long time. The adventurer approached with a strange expression, creating confusion and unease around him. His actions became suspicious, raising doubts about his intentions in the duel within the Farron forest. Instead of fighting seriously, he acted improperly, forcing Satoshi to reject the situation and insist on a proper sword duel. A girl suddenly recognized the man and identified him as Saifon the Dazzling, reacting with shock. Saifon revealed himself calmly, confirming his identity as the famous S-rank mercenary with confidence. Others recalled his reputation, describing his speed and strength in defeating wyverns and chimeras alone. More details about his nickname spread, causing discomfort as his other title created an awkward atmosphere. Satoshi Osako remained unimpressed, while his companion worried about the situation and questioned their choices carefully. Saifon led Satoshi Osako toward the guild training grounds, insisting they continue the duel despite irritation. Satoshi arrived with his companions, observing the quiet training area filled with targets and equipment. Saifon suggested using training swords, while Satoshi calmly prepared his weapon and questioned the cost rules. Saifon explained that expenses were handled by the guild, keeping the duel simple and controlled. Satoshi reflected on the guild's declining income and weak monsters. While Saifon remained confident in his ability, Satoshi Osako agreed to use real weapons. While Saifon showed excitement, nearby people gathered. After hearing the guildmaster would fight, both men stood facing each other with drawn swords, creating a tense and silent moment before the duel. The surrounding crowd noticed the sudden change in atmosphere as both fighters prepared seriously. A coin was tossed to decide the start, and both Satoshi and Saifon focused on its fall. The instant the coin dropped, they moved at high speed, clashing blades repeatedly as the duel began intensely. Satoshi Osako launched a powerful kick that shattered the ground, forcing Saifon to react instantly. The crowd watched in shock as Satoshi matched the guildmaster, showing unexpected skill and control. Saifon countered with a fast strike, but Satoshi blocked it directly, surprising him for the first time. Satoshi shifted his stance and pressed forward, making Siphon realize the fight was becoming dangerous. Despite the intensity, Satoshi remained calm, treating the duel seriously while Siphon grew more focused. Siphon unleashed a rapid sword technique, forcing Satoshi Osako into a defensive position as multiple afterimages appeared. Satoshi struggled to respond while Siphon pressed forward, surrounding him with continuous strikes from every direction. Siphon intensified the attack, landing a powerful blow that overwhelmed Satoshi's guard and shook his stance. Satoshi attempted to counter, but Siphon quickly adjusted, deflecting the attack and maintaining control of the duel. Siphon executed a precise finishing move, closing the distance instantly and catching Satoshi off guard with superior technique. Satoshi Osako admitted his mistake after the exchange, recognizing Siphon's high skill and experience in combat. Siphon suddenly charged forward again at full speed, continuing the fight without hesitation. The scene shifted as people at the reception reacted, confused by the ongoing disturbance. Elsewhere, small creatures gathered calmly, contrasting the intense duel happening nearby. Satoshi reflected on the strange situation, while the unrelated scene highlighted the chaos spreading through the guild. At the reception area, people ignored the rules and panicked after a sudden incident involving strange creatures. Several men became aggressive, confronting others violently and escalating the situation without control. The small rooster-like creatures suddenly attacked, overwhelming the men and knocking them down quickly. After the clash, the creatures stood victorious, showing unexpected strength, despite their small size. The scene ended with chaos around the building, as people realized the roosters were far stronger than expected. After the incident, people became fascinated with the small roosters, admiring them despite the chaos they caused. Rumors spread quickly, and soon many mercenaries began carrying chickens, turning them into a strange trend across the city. Later, Satoshi Osako prepared to leave, acknowledging the arrangements made for him but feeling uneasy. He entered a luxurious room prepared for him, surprised by its size and overly extravagant design. Satoshi sat down and reflected quietly, deciding he preferred a simpler environment despite the spacious and decorated room. Satoshi Osako felt uneasy inside the luxurious room, thinking about his old life and preferring a simpler place. He noticed a knock at the door and became cautious, suspecting possible trouble in the unfamiliar environment. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Mishka, someone he had not met for a long time. Mishka avoided explaining how she found him, giving vague answers that raised suspicion. Satoshi remained thoughtful, realizing that many spies might be watching him in the city. Mishka informed Satoshi Osako that someone had come to meet him, catching him off guard. Satoshi entered the room and found a person completely tied up, making him immediately suspicious of the situation. Satoshi Osako is introduced to Lord Croas while observing Schwitzer brother with expression. The situation turns strange as a person is tightly bound with rope, leaving others confused and questioning the method. Satoshi realizes the explanation is unreliable, and judges the reasoning as dishonest through observation. It is revealed Lord Croesus fell into danger from a shady vendor, leading Satoshi to act similarly using forceful restraint. Satoshi reflects on his actions, considering the risks and treating the act like a calculated professional decision despite doubts. Satoshi Osako calmly excuses himself and prepares to move inside while placing responsibility on Lord Croquis. He observes the bound man and considers using his high-speed mobility magic tool to adjust the situation efficiently. The restrained man begins reacting wildly, drawing attention with strange behavior while still tightly secured. Satoshi evaluates different tools and decides cutting the rope is the fastest solution despite possible danger. He presents an unusual knife from his collection, offering it confidently as a practical tool to resolve the situation. Satoshi Osako inspects the rope and notices steel wire woven inside, revealing unusual preparation. Croas van Solisteer formally introduces himself and expresses interest in learning from the great sage Zeros. Satoshi shifts focus to a mechanical device, carefully securing parts while working with precision. Croesus observes closely, fascinated by the complex structure and trying to understand its components. Satoshi explains the machine is only a prototype, yet shows strong interest in analyzing and dismantling it further. Satoshi Osako explains crafting skills, showing how alchemy and engineering can be learned through effort. He reveals his divine hermit skill, describing how multiple abilities merged into advanced professional techniques. Satoshi sits calmly with tea, reflecting on the nature of his abilities and their classification. He studies a magic formula carefully, analyzing its structure and reconstructing its components with focus. Satoshi concludes the magic system is stable and standard, confirming the formula meets acceptable understanding levels. Satoshi Osako reviews the magic circle and points out that its scale is too large, suggesting improvements. He evaluates the formula further, noting unnecessary lines while recognizing Kros von Solistier's strong crafting potential. Satoshi recalls past experiences, remembering how he once discussed similar magic mechanics with companions. Memories of former allies surface, reminding him of people he worked with during earlier journeys. He also recalls an attacker from that time, someone masked and unknown, whose identity he never fully discovered. Kros van Solistier calls out to Zeros while Satoshi Osako lies back, momentarily confused and unfocused. Satoshi regains awareness and begins explaining his plan to inscribe magic formulas into stones. He describes the risks, noting that improper structure could cause distortion or unexpected magical effects. Satoshi calmly concludes that growth depends on training, allowing individuals to reach their desired magical level. He shifts the discussion forward, deciding to explain the topic clearly, while Kros listens with curiosity. Satoshi Osako presents several crafted items, assigning one each to Schwitzer, Celestina, and Kros van Solistier. Kros examines the charm and ring, realizing they contain protective magic and tracking functions linked to Satoshi. Satoshi explains their purpose, describing them as emergency tools designed to respond to danger and warn of threats. Kros becomes deeply interested, showing strong curiosity and desire to study the items further. Satoshi observes calmly, recognizing Kros's reaction as expected, due to his natural fascination with such creations. Kros van Solistier reacts strongly, sensing that Satoshi Osako understands his thoughts too well. Satoshi casually comments on the situation while ordering Masuka to safeguard the gifted items. Masuka prepares to leave for the night, still carrying rope, as Satoshi remains calm and observant. Afterward, Satoshi realizes he forgot to request his guild card, reflecting on the earlier noisy encounter. Outside, two girls approach and return the forgotten item, drawing Satoshi's attention back to the present. A girl stops Satoshi Osako and returns his forgotten guild card while mentioning a strange sight earlier. Satoshi accepts it calmly, while the others reflect on the unusual events that recently occurred. He pauses after hearing about a shocking development, showing clear confusion at the situation. Nearby, mercenaries discuss rumors and recent excitement, hinting at growing attention around the events. A composed figure observes calmly, emphasizing the importance of maintaining control and caring for those involved. Rumors begin spreading outside as people misunderstand Satoshi Osako's actions, calling his behavior unusual. The discussion escalates when exaggerated claims appear, describing Satoshi as someone with many relationships, shocking others. Satoshi reacts casually, explaining Masuka's personality while others become flustered by the situation. Attention shifts to the stuffed animals, leading to confusion about their origin and connection to earlier events. Jane questions Satoshi's views, while he remains calm, causing her to react strongly to his unexpected attitude. After the intense discussion, one girl collapses on the sofa while another quietly observes Satoshi Osako. Satoshi suddenly proposes marriage to Jane, speaking seriously while she becomes overwhelmed and emotional. Jane analyzes the situation calmly, identifying her reaction as a form of love syndrome toward Zeros. The others consider the possibility of compatibility, suggesting that Satoshi and Jane could form a perfect pair. The idea escalates further, causing embarrassment and confusion as Satoshi reflects on the unexpected situation. Satoshi Osako observes Jane closely, realizing her reaction and quietly acknowledging her charm. Far below Hydra City, a hidden location is revealed, suggesting a shift toward a darker situation. A mysterious woman speaks confidently, surrounded by allies. While preparing for an uncertain event, a man discusses slavery and control, while another figure demands freedom after completing a task. The woman dismisses the claim coldly, asserting dominance and rejecting the idea of easy freedom. In the underground, criminals discuss recent chaos, mentioning attacks on guards and growing unrest in the city. A shadowy figure calmly dismisses concern, describing their role as one who moves unseen and completes tasks efficiently. Another man expresses hatred toward Duke Delsassis, vowing revenge and promising to return greater harm. A masked operative listens silently, accepting orders with the mindset that failure cannot be tolerated. The leader reveals the mission clearly, directing them to assassinate the Duke's son without hesitation. Observing silently, Celestina notices Shin struggling with unfamiliar camping equipment, failing to understand proper usage, while others nearby show unique reactions and concentration on their tasks. Calmly approaching, Zelos assesses the unfolding scenario carefully, recognizing the complexity ahead. mentally preparing himself to face possible unexpected difficulties during their current assignment. Gathering together, Lilia and her companions discuss the mission to protect a noble's child, organizing roles and planning backup safety measures thoroughly. Assigning magical birds for precaution, Shin ensures protection, while the group continues preparing, considering potential emergencies and the best strategic approaches for their operation. Everyone reacts with shock during evaluation when the noble's guards reveal an alarmingly high combined power, far exceeding any initial expectations the group imagined. Lilia notes that the creatures under the noble's guards are frighteningly powerful, comparable to dragons, with abilities surpassing initial training expectations, significantly and seriously. Anxiety rises within the group as they question Shin's careful planning, realizing their opponents are far stronger and more dangerous than originally anticipated. Calmly, Shin compares the situation to a simple fairy tale, explaining the scenario clearly, though others remain unsure of how to proceed next. Using magic, Shin explains he can track the target's location, also observing the guards' weaknesses, despite their significant strength and inconsistent combat behavior. Providing the group with protective amulets and tracking rings, Shin ensures everyone is prepared for emergencies, offering tools for both safety and strategic advantage. Demonstrating the ring's magic, Shin explains how it emits signals for tracking, allowing the group to understand its practical benefits during their operation. Reflecting thoughtfully, Lilia considers how Shin's exceptional abilities allow him to create powerful, valuable tools easily, far beyond the normal limitations of ordinary people. Accepting the mission after receiving the items, the group expresses relief and gratitude, while Shin casually dismisses any concern over the cost of materials. Announcing the upcoming training schedule, Shin allows the group to rest, giving Iris a chance to explore, while others focus on preparation carefully. Arriving late at the library, Miska faces questions from a guard, yet remains composed, continuing with her duties efficiently and without visible concern. Discussing Shin's unusual magical skills, the guards observe Miska listening quietly, acknowledging his unpredictable behavior and extraordinary abilities, which continue to intrigue and concern everyone. Explaining the functionality of magical items, Miska describes the rings and defensive amulets, leaving the guards impressed by their efficiency and sophisticated design capabilities. Considering Shin's unusual inventions, the group finds his approach unconventional, leaving them uncertain about his intentions while still following his unexpected instructions. Suspecting Shin may be testing them, Miska notices his dark, ominous presence, causing tension and concern over what his true purpose could be. Remaining cautious, the guards continue observing Shin's actions carefully, aware they could be potential targets, deciding to stay alert while maintaining strategic vigilance. Discussing Shin's peculiar behavior, Miska and the guard conclude his actions serve as a warning, keeping everyone alert and aware of potential risks ahead. Introducing unusually aggressive creatures, Shin confuses the guards by describing violent chickens, leaving them bewildered and struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the scenario. Struggling to grasp Shin's reasoning, the group realizes his approach often defies logic, but they accept that following his methods is necessary, despite confusion. During training, several students collapse from exhaustion, showing how difficult the exercises are, while Shin maintains strict expectations without reducing the rigorous demands placed on participants. Despite weakness and collapse during harsh training, students appear unexpectedly satisfied, demonstrating resilience and pride in completing Shin's intense preparation exercises successfully. Reacting carefully, Lilia and her companions maintain vigilance as Shin introduces dangerous creatures, ensuring the group remains alert and prepared for potential threats during exercises. Gathering at the guild the following morning, Shin and the group organize carriages, coordinating travel with students and establishing a structured plan for their journey. Assigning knights to protect the convoy, the students and soldiers alternate between riding and walking, ensuring safe transportation of supplies along the journey route. While traveling, students engage in training to harvest monsters, receiving close supervision from soldiers to ensure proper technique and safety throughout practical exercises. After multiple days of travel, the group arrives at the forest of Rama, preparing carefully for the next stage of their mission in the wilderness. Kreisa struggles with continuous movement, overwhelmed by exhaustion, admitting he is not physically prepared for the long journey and intense activity required by training. Commenting on the harsh conditions, other students remind Kreisa that endurance is essential, and quitting would negatively affect his assessment and overall evaluation. AA student collapses due to fatigue, regretting joining the training, while Shin enforces high expectations, refusing to reduce demands regardless of the challenges encountered. Criticizing Krosas, another student compares him to stronger peers, but he continues determinedly, refusing to fall behind despite pressure and fatigue. Observing the others, Lilia notes their stamina and endurance levels, identifying differences in physical performance among students during the rigorous training exercises. Walking with the group, Lilia notices Celestina resting due to fatigue, while another student comments on differences in stamina, emphasizing Celestina's stable condition. Reacting defensively, Celestina explains her participation despite exhaustion, pointing out that others are equally tired, striving to maintain dignity while continuing the journey. Discussing the group's numbers, members notice several strong presences nearby, prompting Lilia to become cautious, aware that complications may arise from these individuals' appearances. Hesitating, Celestina considers approaching unfamiliar figures, thinking carefully about etiquette, social rank, and the appropriate way to interact in the potentially delicate situation. 3 unknown women appear in front of the group, capturing attention and signaling a new encounter that could influence the mission and subsequent events. Shocked, the group notices a remarkably large figure approaching, creating awe and emphasizing the impressive presence of this imposing individual in their path. Discussing the figure's abilities, Ulna and others note the red-haired woman's strength, assessing her potential as a formidable participant in possible combat scenarios. Imagining domestic abilities, the girls assume the figure can cook, clean, and possess high femininity, judging her character by outward appearance and mannerisms. Shin reacts to the new presence, attracting the attention of Celestina and others, highlighting the sudden and notable recognition of the arriving individual. Lilia identifies one of the figures as a student under Shin, revealing familiar connections and making the group aware of relationships during the ongoing journey. Celestina and the group realize the coincidence of being on an escort mission with Shin, recalling their prior journey from the Deep Green Zone, discussing shared acquaintances. The group notes everyone knows Rue and Lucerys through Shin, confirming that their paths have become interlinked through mutual connections. Internally, Lilia regrets her previous rude statements, feeling embarrassed, yet she cannot openly admit her past comments to the group or apologize directly. Observing a distant carriage, the group recognizes familiar figures approaching, signaling new participants' arrival, and indicating potential reinforcement or interaction in the ongoing mission. Bandits hide strategically in the forest, plotting an ambush, discussing targeting students and women, and preparing weapons in anticipation of the attack. Signaling their attack, the bandits prepare to strike at the chickens, beginning the ambush, forcing students and escorts into immediate defensive action and alertness. Celestina and Dwight notice Satoshi is missing, sensing something unusual in the quiet forest around them. Suddenly, an old man crashes violently to the ground, sending shockwaves across the clearing, startling Celestina and Dwight. Satoshi inspects the fallen figure, noting the filth covering him, unsure if he's a mercenary, bandit, or stranger. Celestina realizes the presence of a dangerous aura and calls it the White Devil, recognizing the unmistakable threat. Dwight and Celestina stare in horror, fully aware that the White Devil's appearance signals imminent danger nearby. Dwight struggles to keep up, refusing to ride the wagon, determined to maintain his pride despite exhaustion. Celestina scolds Dwight for neglecting rest, reminding him he must pace himself during the journey. Creston watches from the bushes, noticing Dwight's progress, and hoping the girl's popularity at the academy doesn't cause problems. A masked figure suddenly appears, holding a staff, catching Dwight off guard with an imposing presence. Dwight and Celestina react in shock to the masked figure, learning the outfit was a formal request from Lord Delsasis. Dwight notices the masked figure standing prominently, realizing the posture is meant to intimidate and project strength. Dwight recalls recent events, trying to remember names, and wonders if the masked figure is familiar from yesterday. The figure mentions 3 wild cocoa birds, emphasizing the presence of multiple strong mercenaries accompanying him. Dwight is shocked as the masked figure demonstrates his power, warning that each mercenary has combat ratings over 400. Dwight screams in disbelief as the masked figure reveals what he did to the wild cocoa, leaving Dwight stunned and alarmed. Dwight argues with the masked figure about the wild cocoa. Learning these birds are a unique subspecies, the masked figure instructs Dwight to close his eyes and focus, listening to the faint sounds of battle. The masked figure demonstrates his strength, attacking with incredible speed while Dwight struggles to understand the power displayed. Zaid contemplates the deadly nature of the cocoa, realizing bandits were lying in wait, ready to ambush. The masked figure reflects on the world's unpredictability, reminding Dwight that it's impossible to know everything about it. Dwight comments on the eccentric nature of the masked figure, realizing his master's unconventional methods are extreme. Dwight witnesses training chaos as creatures attack, the intensity catching him off guard, while others react in panic. The masked figure explains the purpose of the exercise, training Dwight to master the hold-back skill against dangerous creatures. The Coco engage in a competitive display, testing Zwite's reflexes and awareness, pushing him to defend against multiple targets. Zwite struggles as the Coco's attacks carry poison and paralysis effects, forcing him to adapt quickly to survive the training. Zwite and his companions are shocked by unknown creatures, struggling to identify and comprehend their threat. They discover the creatures are controlled, using clairvoyance, a bloodline magic, projecting specific areas onto magical mediums like crystal balls. The group realizes the aggressive creatures are likely the work of Duke Soleist, designed to guard and intimidate. Celestina laments the extinction of Foresight bloodline magic, recognizing the tactical advantage it could have provided against these threats. The group rallies together, pushing through arguments and confusion, determined to reach the rendezvous point, despite the dangerous and chaotic situation. Zwite worries as Bremite's mind control spell seems to fade, wondering where the controlled forces have gone. The forest of Rama stretches ahead, a vast area filled with unknown magical creatures, presenting a challenging terrain. The masked figure notes the forest lies on a ley line, creating a perfect environment for magical creatures to thrive. White and the masked figure discuss the forest's hidden magical veins and the overgrowth of mandragora, hinting at natural magic sources. The group inspects magical devices, observing Crace's fascination with intricate toys, while White notes the impracticality of casually making such tools. The group examines Crace's magical gadget, noting it resembles a toy despite its complex and practical construction. The masked figure recounts how Croesus bombarded him with questions, delaying the testing of the sidecar and magic cannon container. Zwite questions the masked figure's ideas, sarcastically wondering if the invention should have been a Gundam to function as a bike. The masked figure observes students setting up tents, commenting on their busyness and organization as White joins them. White reflects on field training for magic users, noting that military coordination and tactics are largely ignored compared to mercenaries training. The masked figure reflects on the mercenary system, noting their obligations, conscription rules, and the value of experienced fighters. He explains that higher-ranked mercenaries train newcomers while lower-ranked mercenaries face penalties if they refuse assigned tasks. White gives a word of advice, while the masked figure prepares to set up the mercenary tent for training and coordination. The masked figure warns White that some mercenaries may occupy other people's tents, hinting at the chaotic field arrangement. Celestina, Zedway, and friends struggle with assembling the tents, questioning the function of the pipes and finding the task unexpectedly difficult. Celestina, Zedway, and friends struggle with tent setup, wishing for instruction manuals while being forbidden to ask other students. The group debates sleeping on the ground, but Celestina firmly rejects it, citing propriety and personal pride. Celestina explains her pride in modesty, stating that being seen unclothed never hurt anyone, maintaining her dignity. AA student questions why they are addressed by name. Curious about the differing honorifics used for Celestina, another student asserts their own noble status, demanding equal recognition, highlighting the confusion and hierarchy among the group. Celestina explains her pride in honorifics, noting how being called Sama can create distance, while others wish for more casual nicknames. The group reassures her, explaining that aside from formalities, Celestina is free-spirited, and she need not worry about rigid treatment. Celestina reflects on her background as the daughter of the Sacred Flame, appreciating how her friends treat her naturally. The masked figure approaches during tent setup, explaining that the mercenary tents are in a separate area from student tents. He updates Celestina and Zwite on the White Devil, revealing that he has been clearing paths of monsters and bandits for their safety. The masked figure explains that bandits defeated by the Cocos were either enslaved or executed, highlighting the brutal efficiency of mercenaries. Celestina reflects on the mistake Zway pointed out, frustrated by the arrogance and lack of reasoning among some nobles. Zway and Celestina, frustrated with tent setup, huddle together under a blanket, struggling to assemble it correctly. Celestina apologizes for distraction, prompting curiosity from the group about a person's sudden appearance nearby. The masked figure observes the group's behavior, noting how the Beastkin students instinctively respect social hierarchy, without needing intimidation. The masked figure explains that expecting inexperienced students to set up outdated tents is unreasonable, even for mercenaries. Celestina realizes the rule against asking others applies broadly, including teachers and students, clarifying the training exercise's intent. White and Celestina understand that the task is designed to train interaction and coordination with the mercenaries, finding it educational. After a long struggle, Celestina and friends finally secure a comfortable sleeping area, celebrating the accomplishment with relief. The masked figure reveals the old man's tent is a modern pop-up design, earning attention and dirty looks from the group. Zero's Merlin charged through the chaos as starving wolves attacked the camp, chefs desperately trying to carry supplies and defend themselves. Despite the commotion, Celestina observed the chef's incredible fighting spirit, while Iris and Lena quietly prepared breakfast for everyone. The academy students and mercenaries, full from breakfast, gathered in the forest as escort pairings were determined by lottery, tension rising. Suddenly, a spell missed its mark entirely, startling everyone and causing the group to flinch and scatter in surprise. Iris and Lena were paired with younger siblings, trying to remain composed, while Zeros watched. Relieved the assignments avoided immediate danger. Lena struggled with frustration, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed that a sweet boy was assigned to Zeros Merlin's team. Zeros considered alternatives, while Iris suggested asking Fakey and others to help escort Schweith, balancing strategy with caution. Breakfast's effects lingered as Zeros felt stomach pain. Noticing the students' discomfort and realizing the group needed guidance, the Kokos approached, politely requesting help while maintaining calm, showing their unusual intelligence compared to ordinary animals. Despite their small size, the Kokos exuded intent to fight, intimidating the team, but demonstrating their surprising strength. Zeros Merlin confidently assured everyone that the Kokos would follow orders, while Lena nervously worried about Celestina's reaction. He imagined Schweith and the Kokos perfectly grilled, while others thought he might be too reckless and head over heels. The escort team argued, insisting they were responsible, but Zeros reminded them to rely on the magic tool carefully. Schweith and companions confronted the older mercenaries, asserting the three-bird strength, intimidating the arguing team with calm authority. Zeros demonstrated the Kokos' intelligence, explaining they understood speech and could act instantly, reinforcing their value in dangerous encounters. The Kokos confidently assured Zeros Merlin that they would handle the mission, leaving the older soldiers resting. Zeros encouraged Schweith to remain careful, emphasizing his value more than an army of 10,000 in the field. As they entered the forest of Ramaf, Zeros noted its abundance of magic stones and weapon materials. The forest revealed its true nature, a merciless arena where reserve soldiers and knights gained battle experience. The escort remained calm, greeting each other politely, while Zeros silently observed, recognizing Larga's presence among the group. Carbruno Kashira Pantiski boldly introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Pantiski, surprising Zeros and the group. He proudly displayed magic scrolls given by his parents, asserting he could use intermediate magic without hired guards. Zeros and Schweith warned Carbruno about his lack of battlefield experience, but he insisted he was the group leader. Largus silently acknowledged the situation, preparing for the upcoming exercise, while Zeros observed, analyzing Carbruno's confidence. Carbruno led the group into the forest, commanding everyone to follow, ignoring warnings and asserting authority with youthful bravado. Zeros scolded Carbruno, explaining that survival depended on individual strength, while the noble brat protested, insisting on his authority. An unexpected ogre appeared, shocking the group as they struggled to comprehend the dangerous situation unfolding before them. Schweith and others realized the lesser ogre posed a serious threat, prompting fear and the urge to retreat quickly. Largus prepared to confront the ogre, while Zeros readied himself, determining who would take the lead in battle. Carbruno swung his weapon against the ogre, initiating combat as the group followed, demonstrating courage despite the overwhelming threat. Carbruno and the group confronted the ogre, striking it with coordinated attacks as Zeros analyzed its movements carefully. Zeros demonstrated top-class skill, attacking rapidly while Largus complemented his actions, showing precision and teamwork in combat. Together, Zeros and Largus slashed at the ogre, exploiting its weaknesses with swift, calculated movements that amazed everyone. Schweith and the young students watched in awe, impressed by the skill and teamwork, unable to hide their admiration. Zeros inspected the ogre's hide and organs, explaining how they could lure smaller monsters, turning the battle into a teaching moment. Zeros instructed the group to gather useless meat and organs, using magic to create hidden spots and lure monsters safely. Carbruno angrily resisted, unwilling to follow orders, showing frustration at being constrained despite his noble status. Zeros scolded him for unilateral actions, warning that reckless behavior could lead to disaster, while crows circled the area. The students observed silently, realizing the tension between discipline and arrogance, unsure of how the battle might unfold. Carbruno insisted his elite education would protect him, but Zeros' stern gaze and preparedness quickly silenced him. Zeros explained that understanding killing intent was essential, and he did not want young students to die recklessly. Carbruno questioned the value of life, but Zeros warned that nobles must act with forethought to prevent fatalities. Zeros emphasized consequences, saying allies could be abandoned if dragged down, reminding the group of survival importance. Goblins suddenly appeared, shocking the students as they faced monsters for the first time, fear and excitement mixing. Carbruno laughed nervously, advising caution with magic, explaining how high power spells could exhaust mana and tear someone apart. Zeros instructed the students to cast magic properly, emphasizing that a mage's true value lies in mastery and control. The goblins were struck by a powerful fireball, shocking the students as the spell obliterated their enemies unexpectedly. Carbruno panicked, surprised by the intensity, while the students hesitated, unsure if they could replicate such power. Shweeth guided the students to use ice and stone spells, demonstrating teamwork and strategic combat against the monsters. The students' attacks sent the goblins flying, leaving Carbruno and the others, astonished at Zero's overwhelming skill and precision. Zeros commanded Carbruno to cast magic properly, reminding him that understanding spell effects is essential for safety. He instructed the students to assist with goblin extermination, choosing appropriate spells to maximize impact without risking allies. Zeros paused to recover mana, offering tea while preparing strategies, showing patience and leadership in the forest. The group gathered around the campfire, cautiously resting, while Carbruno observed from behind a tree, planning his next move. Carbruno, frustrated, declared he would show his noble power, hiding behind a tree as he prepared to strike. Satoshi and Celestina prepared their magic and weapons cautiously, anticipating threats in the dense forest. Each movement required precise timing to maintain safety. Venom raptors emerged, surrounding the group in packs. Their coordinated movement and sharp claws created a tense atmosphere, forcing the siblings to stay alert constantly. Fakey noticed a pattern in the raptors' attacks, signaling that a boss type might be directing the pack. Celestina focused on dodging swiftly, analyzing every motion. Satoshi stepped forward, calculating strategy to minimize casualties. Fakey instructed the team to locate the leader controlling the raptors. Each member understood the plan, moving with resolve to confront the command source. Satoshi, Celestina, and Fakey readied their weapons and mana, preparing to demonstrate close combat training under Barbin Sensei's guidance. Raptors attacked aggressively, forcing the team to coordinate. Fakey took charge, analyzing each raptor's movement, while Satoshi maintained defensive strikes. The group struggled against the overwhelming numbers. Celestina dodged quickly, while Satoshi warned against reckless attacks and planned their counter-strategy, encouraged the team to hold ground, reminding them that battlefield experience was harsh, requiring focus and resilience for survival. Satoshi identified the commander-type Venom poise, signaling a counterattack. The team coordinated flawlessly, preparing to strike decisively and neutralize the leader. Satoshi and Celestina observed a fallen Venom raptor. The group realized its tail contained paralysis poison, raising caution for their next move. Noted the presence of 3 Venom poise leaders. Everyone silently evaluated their situation, understanding the danger they had narrowly survived. Celestina's body felt sluggish after prolonged fighting, and Satoshi's movements slowed. They waited for the right moment to strike again. Fakey instructed the team to rest while the recovery team collected materials. Smoke signals were prepared to communicate success. The team reflected on the battle, acknowledging the group combat style as educational. Despite exhaustion, Satoshi and allies felt prepared for future challenges. 3 birds equipped with harnesses observed the surroundings, seemingly ready for action. Their alertness hinted at an unusual mission ahead. Celestina launched a fireball at the approaching threat, protecting the group. Satoshi and Fakey readied defensive maneuvers alongside her. Krasas gathered herbs while monitoring nearby armor boars. Fakey warned him not to get distracted, ensuring the team maintained focus. The group analyzed poisonous plants carefully, noting potential use in combat or crimes. Details about their effects were discussed cautiously. Celestina expressed exhaustion from rank-up syndrome. Fakey reminded her that real human experiments were not part of their mission, keeping training grounded. A girl noticed all the boys she was observing were being escorted by Zeros, leaving her isolated and frustrated by her situation. She imagined a demon obstructing her love, feeling it was impossible to overcome. Her thoughts created fear and despair in her mind. Erna and the other party members scanned the surroundings, noting how difficult it was to locate monsters. Their awareness kept the group cautious. Erna emphasized that scouting relied solely on her. Another member observed the unstable situation caused by the party's composition and abilities. The group assessed their balance: 3 mages, 1 beastman, and 2 close combat fighters. They realized their formation and synergy were far from ideal. Erna and companions discussed the risks of encountering powerful monsters. Grades didn't guarantee survival, and caution guided their strategy. A character reflected on losing to Iris in understanding Sensei, feeling conflicted and unsure of her own abilities. They admired a former exterminator, a powerful figure not bound by age, whose reputation inspired both respect and fear among the group. Details of the exterminator's past feats emerged. defeating mass-breeding orcs, challenging a behemoth, and slaying dragons, cementing his dangerous reputation. Celestina questioned the selfish behavior of mages conducting human experiments. The party realized that even powerful figures sometimes acted on whims rather than ethics. Reflected on Sensei's fame, realizing that his reputation in-game didn't always carry over to this country, sparking curiosity. Erna and companions debated the concept of justice, whether helping the weak and defeating enemies equated to true strength. Karasti trembled as the group observed warrior shivers. The companions detected the distinct smell of beasts, heightening their awareness. A fluffy creature appeared, intriguing Celestina. She noted its texture and taste, intrigued by its harmless and playful demeanor. The fluffy creature jumped, startling the group. Celestina and companions prepared cautiously, unsure whether the soft figure was dangerous or merely curious. The group recoiled as a large object spiraled toward them. Celestina and Erna shouted for everyone to get back. A crusher rabbit appeared, a ferocious creature capable of destroying weapons and consuming anything it could fit in its mouth. The team attempted evasive maneuvers. Celestina and Erna dodged skillfully, trying to anticipate the rabbit's unpredictable attacks. Satoshi evaluated the rabbit's strength, noting its defense rivaled that of a fire grizzly. The group searched for weaknesses. He instructed everyone to protect their ears as a sound bomb attack was launched, aiming to exploit the crusher rabbit's vulnerability. Erna cast Shadow Bind to restrain the crusher rabbit, giving the group a chance to act. Celestina and companions prepared for coordinated attacks. The team engaged with Ice Lance and Beast combat form. Each member used their unique abilities to confront the ferocious creature. Satoshi enhanced allies with Power Boost, Wind Enchant, and Intelligence Boost. The group struck strategically, targeting the Crusher Rabbit's vulnerabilities. Mana depletion became evident as the battle continued. The team adjusted positions, protecting each other while maintaining offense. Satoshi unleashed a stun bullet attack, aiming to temporarily immobilize the Crusher Rabbit and create an opening for a decisive strike. Celestina cast Ice Storm, creating a raging blizzard. Iris's magic amplified the effect, freezing the Crusher Rabbit and controlling its movements. Satoshi and Erna acted quickly, assessing whether their attack successfully immobilized the monster. Everyone remained tense, knowing the stakes. The Crusher Rabbit struggled, as Celestina maintained pressure. The group observed her skill and efficiency, impressed by her precise control. Erna and Celestina coordinated to restrain the rabbit further. The team dodged surprise attacks, protecting each other from unexpected danger. Celestina declared the battle over due to rank-up syndrome. The companions marveled at the power displayed, acknowledging her strength and teamwork. The team discussed raising a smoke signal and calling the recovery team while monitoring the surrounding area for safety. Satoshi and Celestina noted Iris's incredible skill. Despite being their age, her magic deployment and multitasking abilities were extraordinary. Erna addressed Celestina directly, using her nickname, Celestina-chan, showing respect and familiarity while coordinating their actions, prepared the smoke flare as instructed. Satoshi guided her carefully, ensuring the signal would reach the recovery team accurately. Satoshi borrowed a small device, testing it before use. The group reacted quickly to prevent accidents, demonstrating teamwork and caution, reflected quietly, wondering what Sensei was doing. She felt herself slowly beginning to understand Iris, noticing nuances in her behavior. She recalled the far-flung Great Deep Green Zone, hoping Sensei hadn't reverted to past behaviors. Her premonition proved correct, giving her relief and insight. Zelos and the boys were trapped inside a bunker, surrounded by monsters, unable to move, rank-up syndrome worsening. Zelos ordered them to endure the night without food, teaching isolation as necessary training for survival skills. He scolded the boys harshly, calling them spoiled, bratty, and unprepared for the harsh realities of life. Zelos emphasized that in this world, survival of the fittest mattered, and authority meant nothing at all. With a sharp, determined expression, Zelos announced they would fight continuously, facing danger until they fully hated it. The boys screamed desperately for help, trapped and terrified, while Zelos urged them to fight and survive endlessly. Zelos instructed them to attack with weapons until mana recovered, realizing monsters had noticed and surrounded them quickly. Satoshi panicked, unsure how to use the staff effectively, while Zelos explained that even hitting things helped. A teammate prepared strategically, suggesting opening a wall hole, forcing the group into active combat against approaching enemies. Zelos reminded them harshly that survival demanded killing, explaining the world's brutal rules and reality outside their comfort. Zelos forbade whining or weakness, forcing the boys to endure fear and confront death without escaping or complaining. He encouraged them to grow stronger, warning that even goblins in the deep green zone could kill. Satoshi realized coordination was critical, protecting allies and eliminating targets. Efficiently understanding every mistake could be fatal. The boys used physical attacks effectively, avoiding attracting more monsters, understanding that magic alone would not guarantee survival. With determination, they fought fiercely, striking for the sake of survival, preserving peaceful lives amidst relentless monstrous attacks. The next day, the boys struggled, crawling under obstacles, exhausted from previous battles, but forced to continue training. Zelos explained rank-up ascension, absorbing defeated opponents' strength into the body, showing that the system held many mysteries. He described harsh regions increasing monster strength and rank affecting mind, skill, and body, making survival extremely challenging. Rank-up syndrome caused fatigue, joint pain, nausea, and paralysis, if growth occurred too fast, requiring battlefield care. Schweith observed the rules, noting a rare free day while contemplating what actions would improve personal strength. A student carefully prepared materials over a fire, trembling hands, risking mistakes, focused, despite exhaustion from previous training efforts. Schweith's body froze from rank-up syndrome while he labored, yet he quietly pushed himself to complete tasks. Zelos warned against overexertion, emphasizing that pushing through sheer intensity would deplete one's strength completely and dangerously. Other students, tired and cautious, were instructed to rest, ensuring no one interfered with research or became exhausted. Makaran panicked as his eyes were irritated by flying smoke, questioning whether he added too many Mokona grass stars. Satoshi rushed forward, weaving through smoke and chaos, while the others tried to follow, avoiding environmental hazards carefully. Croesus observed calmly, noting the group's positions, wondering where their master was, analyzing each movement for potential threats. Lena silently watched from afar, concerned noticing the boys had not returned, muttering about their unpredictable behavior. The group discussed the possibility that their master had returned to past training methods, evoking memories of harsh lessons. They acknowledged the master's teaching, understanding how easily peaceful daily life could be disrupted, and that reality lessons awaited them. Croesus discussed recent events with Lena, mentioning a powerful crusher rabbit and strong escort mage aiding in combat. A high-ranking female mage demonstrated multiple magic skills simultaneously, surprising the students with her strength and efficiency. Croesus explained that lower-year students withdrew en masse, while overprotective nobles requested individual escort assignments through separate routes. He commented that blindly following faction hierarchies and requests wasted resources, draining the academy and weakening its efficiency. A student challenged a giant rooster, demonstrating readiness and focus, preparing for combat with determined and steady movements. A beastkin girl sparred fiercely against the giant rooster, demonstrating energetic attacks and adapting quickly to environmental challenges. Croesus emerged calmly from smoke and chaos, showing his poison nullification skill, impressing Schweith with his toughness. Lena gasped as Carburno and the boys returned, relieving her anxiety and signaling the group's survival and teamwork. A female character joyfully awaited the boys, opening arms for a passionate embrace, celebrating their safe return together. The boys advanced confidently through smoke and debris, battle-worn but resolute, facing the remaining monsters with determined teamwork. Zeros reunited with the boys' relief and joy evident as they confirmed each other's survival after chaos. Carburno reflected on past mistakes, acknowledging foolishly pursuing power without consideration, realizing the importance of self-reflection. He recognized his fragile status, admitting that remaining passive would leave no mark in history, merely forgotten. The boys felt renewed, exhaustion replaced with purpose, their fatigue invigorating them as they overcame obstacles toward glory. Carburno resolved to secure his family's legacy, promising that the Pantiski name would be remembered forever. Carburno expressed delight, showing affection openly, while Zeros noted his exaggerated movements, signaling happiness and overwhelming dependence on him. Zelos observed the boys, noting their survival against deadly threats, impressed by their resilience and unexpected growth. Carburno reacted strongly to being grouped with the old man, expressing frustration while acknowledging the boys' remarkable development. Zelos reminded the boys that the world was harsh, survival demanded pragmatism, and purity alone could not protect them. Carburno enjoyed the peaceful moment, appreciating the calm, promising to protect it against anyone threatening their hard-earned tranquility. Carburno led the boys, rallying them for peace, annihilating enemies, demonstrating teamwork and inspiring courage for survival. After eating, Satoshi slept soundly, using rest to erase unpleasant memories, recovering strength and mental clarity. The boys struggled with sloppy preparations, questioning whether assassins would appear, concerned about readiness and potential threats approaching. Samtroll's faction deviated from plans, establishing a base midway, improvising actions, and relying on others, showing lack of coordination. A high-ranking female mage appeared, apologizing for the wait, her presence signaling imminent Hydra assassin arrival and danger nearby. Somtroll and his companion evaluated the female mage's skills, questioning whether her abilities were legitimate and trustworthy. The mage demanded information on the target and escort numbers, asserting her ability to silence anyone at will. She identified the presence of 2 reserve soldiers, assessing the situation and noting a terrifyingly strong creature nearby. The soldiers recognized the creature, their expressions tense, muttering the name Wild Coco, showing fear and concern immediately. The female mage reacted in shock, realizing the gravity of the threat and the unexpected challenge they faced suddenly. Satoshi placed the time-sealing orb carefully on the ground. It recorded and replayed Coco's abilities, capturing every movement. Iris and Celestina observed the orb. Impressed by Coco's combination of stealth, ranged, and sword techniques, they noted her skill far exceeded normal expectations. Nearby adventurers debated Coco's chances of completing her dangerous assassination mission. Doubts and caution spread among the group. Coco crouched silently beside the orb while Satoshi analyzed the recordings. Both focused on understanding the full extent of her abilities. The team planned to separate the powerful target from companions, ensuring isolation, strategy, and magic combined to prepare for the next move. Satoshi introduced his bodyguards, Reinhold and Nameless, to the group. The team studied the surrounding area carefully, planning their next move. Kako evaluated the target, noting that it shouldn't be too strong. Satoshi considered their freedom and resources while preparing for action. The strategy was set: push the other group into a pinch, then rescue them. Confidence and calculation guided their movements. Blemite's brainwashing influence began to fade. The team sensed the urgency to act before the enemy regained strength. Time ran out. The mission's success depended on taking control of the Weisler faction before reinforcements could arrive. Satoshi woke up feeling refreshed. The morning air filled him with a quiet determination. His companion had already arranged protection for the day. Satoshi planned to move carefully while conserving energy. Magical tools and amulets were explained, each designed to track and defend against dangers. Pre-activation was necessary for their effectiveness. Satoshi instructed a signal system using mana. It would alert allies and buy time while he acted. He resolved to test a new magical tool, personally. The mission required hands-on evaluation, despite the risk involved. Satoshi declared he would not let the villains survive. His resolve was firm, his conscience clear. He considered restraint and the use of prototype gear, recalling past battles and dangerous opponents. His companion noticed the shift in Satoshi's expression. He displayed a serious, intimidating demeanor, ready for combat. Satoshi mentally reverted to his exterminator mindset, preparing for decisive action against the enemies. Meanwhile, the academy resumed strict training. Students who had recovered were forced back, balancing faction demands with live combat readiness. Satoshi observed the academy students entering the forest, maintaining the perfect distance to remain unseen. He noted the hereditary magic faction's coordination, which complicated their mission, and considered the limitations of some magic users. His companion highlighted past incidents where mages claimed others' achievements, warning of potential risks during the operation. Stories of misuse of authority and magical power spread, creating tension among the allies and caution in planning. The team discussed dark rumors and the careful use of hereditary magic, understanding that improper use could bring conflict. Satoshi noted the influence of the 4 gods, which sometimes complicated the mission and affected the allies' behavior. The group detected a sweet scent in the forest, initially assuming it was harmless flowers. Satoshi warned that certain scents could be dangerous, requiring vigilance against potential traps. The team realized some scents might function as enchantments, attracting monsters with man-eater abilities. Shweeth immediately reacted as the group discovered a magical evil perfume flower that drew monsters, forcing them to flee quickly. Satoshi explained that the evil perfume made from man-eater petals could excite monsters, creating a dangerous situation. Shweeth questioned the sanity of using such a powerful magical item, understanding its threat. He stumbled as the group moved to avoid the area, attempting to stay safe from the magical lure. Kako and allies reached out to help Shweeth, emphasizing teamwork to avoid accidents. Shweeth activated a barrier just in time, protecting the group as monsters began approaching rapidly, forcing them into defensive positions. Shweeth reassured the team he had taken precautions, urging them to move quickly. The others trusted his instructions and followed, relying on his careful planning. Shweeth activated a magical signal, pleading for Satoshi's assistance while the danger approached. Earlier, Satoshi had felt confused, uncertain about how to handle the rapidly escalating threat. He paused while gathering herbs and assessing the situation, preparing to act decisively to protect the team. Satoshi noticed a glowing rock formation and studied its magical properties carefully. He began breaking apart the rocks with precision, extracting valuable ores for crafting magical tools. One sample was manadite ore, which could be processed into sapphire magic gems to enhance fire-based magic. As he continued mining, Satoshi's abilities allowed him to work tirelessly, using skills that amplified his strength. He noted his stamina was far beyond normal, making his awakening skills extremely powerful and effective for prolonged labor. Satoshi analyzed how awakening skills not only enhanced physical stats but also amplified professional abilities, creating cheat-level synergy. He considered applying spirit crystals, debating whether natural or artificial crystals would better serve the annoyance plan. The plan existed only in Satoshi's mind for now, requiring careful preparation and experimentation. He studied rare magic stones, which crystallized mana from monster fluids, understanding their use in crafting magical tools. Satoshi prepared to combine materials, focusing on the best resources for powerful gems while crafting, determined to maximize magical potential. Satoshi, immersed in mining, struck the rocks with immense energy, chanting his own motivational dig and break rhythm. He enthusiastically compared himself to a human superalloy drill, fully absorbed in the process, showing his otaku-like obsession. Meanwhile, Schweith faced imminent danger, as Satoshi remained unaware of approaching threats while focused on mining. Schweith realized the activation of his magical tool had been delayed due to his failure to sense murderous intent. He struggled with the unexpected weight on his back, bracing for an immediate threat while Satoshi continued his overpowered mining frenzy. Kako reacted suddenly, startled by the unfolding situation, her eyes wide as she fell forward. Schweith, equally surprised, instinctively looked up, alarmed by Kako's sudden movement and the developing danger around them. A young assassin pinned a red-haired man to the ground and tried to pressure him into carrying out a killing. Instead of resisting, the man offered food and shelter. His unexpected kindness left the girl uncertain about following her original mission. Before she could decide, another woman arrived and warned him against influencing her. The newcomer revealed herself as the assassin's employer. After examining the situation, the red-haired man identified the relationship between them and uncovered clues about the knight's past. Meanwhile, Zelos, Kame, and Mia watched from nearby. Confused by the relaxed conversation, they questioned why nobody seemed concerned about the danger. Kame revealed that the enemy already knew their actions and suspected their headquarters was under attack. While Kame focused on buying time, Astarte listened carefully. His confidence suggested that larger plans were already unfolding elsewhere. Meanwhile, the enslaved assassin became excited by the possibility of freedom if the organization collapsed. As the conversation continued, details about his status emerged. Kame explained that such restrictions only applied to slaves convicted of serious crimes, leaving the group confused. The assassin then admitted the reason behind his punishment. His foolish attempt to pursue an unrealistic dream left everyone speechless and frustrated. The group questioned the assassin's strange crime as the details emerged. Everyone struggled to understand how such a minor incident had led to his punishment. Kame explained that forcing unwanted actions on others was unacceptable, regardless of the situation. His reasoning left the assassin with little room to defend himself. Meanwhile, Zelos pointed out that becoming a criminal slave had made the man vulnerable to exploitation. Embarrassed, the assassin finally admitted that he had resisted the guards who came to arrest him. Astarte listened to the confession and quickly lost interest. The discussion ended with the group viewing the assassin as far less capable than they had expected. The discussion shifted toward the assassin's profession. While Astarte assumed ninjas were skilled killers, the others began correcting her misunderstanding. Mia explained that true shinobi focused on gathering information rather than direct combat. Her clarification exposed how little Astarte knew about the subject. Ignoring the lesson, Astarte decided to end the confrontation herself. She prepared another attack while the group remained cautious. A hidden blade suddenly shot toward Kame. Fortunately, a defensive magical tool activated automatically and blocked the strike before it could reach him. After witnessing the failed attack, Kame praised the artifact's creator. Astarte remained confident, however, believing victory was still possible once its magical energy was exhausted. Astarte continued her assault and pressed Kame with another close-range attack. Despite the pressure, his defensive equipment activated again and prevented a direct hit. Realizing brute force would not work, Astarte deployed a rare magical artifact. The tool created an isolated domain that trapped everyone inside its barrier. As the battle continued, she examined Kame's protection more carefully. The artifact's advanced defenses and shock reflection effects convinced her that its creator possessed extraordinary skill. Meanwhile, Kame remained calm, and revealed that he had already sent a signal. The assassin listened from the sidelines while Astarte remained frustrated. Although freedom was still on his mind, the ongoing conflict left him increasingly uncertain about what to do next. Astarte grew increasingly annoyed as the discussion drifted away from the battle. Frustrated by the group's attitude, she urged them to stop talking and accept defeat. Instead of complying, Kame and the others continued debating morality and loyalty. Their calm responses only made the situation more absurd. The assassin reflected on his profession while listening to the conversation. His comments unexpectedly turned the tense standoff into another strange argument. Eventually, he declared that Astarte would remain his target. Kame accepted the statement calmly, viewing it as little more than a delay tactic. A sudden misunderstanding then erupted among the group. Embarrassment, confusion, and accusations quickly replaced the seriousness of the confrontation. The enslaved warrior lost control and charged recklessly at Kame after making an embarrassing confession. Meanwhile, the enchanted chickens observed the battlefield. Realizing the barrier blocked their path, they searched for another way to reach their target. A sudden disturbance appeared above the barrier. The birds noticed an opening and quickly understood how they could bypass the obstacle. Using the gap overhead, the flock escaped confinement and descended on nearby soldiers. The chickens swarmed through the area, infecting numerous people with their strange influence. Seeing the disaster unfold, a young scout rushed off to warn the camp before the situation worsened. Several students realized the strange disaster unfolding nearby matched Samtroll's usual reckless plans. At the same time, Iris confidently advanced through the forest. Ignoring warnings, she treated the monsters as easy targets and eagerly searched for more. Rather than fighting carefully, Iris relied on overwhelming magic. One blast destroyed multiple monsters at once and shook the surrounding forest. The attack spread farther than intended. Although the monsters were eliminated, the explosion threatened the area, forcing Iris to rush around, preventing a larger fire. After the smoke cleared, the forest remained standing. The group realized Iris's immense power solved problems quickly, but her methods often created new dangers just as fast. The soldiers watched the massive explosion from afar and were stunned by the young girl's overwhelming magical power. As the destruction continued, confidence vanished from the group. Several members concluded they could no longer contribute and began questioning their purpose in the mission. Their leader reluctantly admitted defeat. With their plans falling apart and key forces unavailable, he decided the operation was effectively over. Frustration spread among the soldiers. Arguments broke out as they blamed one another for following a failed scheme and wasting their efforts. While preparing to leave, some members reflected on recent events. Strange memory gaps and suspicious circumstances made them wonder if they had been manipulated all along far away. Schweith realized he had been cut off from support. Shocked by the situation, he struggled to accept that his carefully arranged plans were collapsing. Meanwhile, the assassin and Nameless continued fighting around the protective barrier. Nameless launched another reckless attack, but the barrier's reflection effect sent him flying back. Despite the danger, the assassin showed little concern and only wanted the battle to end quickly. After observing the strange tool more carefully, the assassin realized direct attacks were ineffective. While the battle stalled, the child quietly enjoyed staying close to Nameless. Their casual interaction contrasted sharply with the tense fight still unfolding nearby. Nameless became jealous after seeing the child comfortably cling to someone else. His frustration quickly turned into loud complaints, drawing attention from everyone nearby. The assassin found his reaction amusing and teased him further. Instead of calming down, Nameless grew even more irritated and started throwing insults in every direction. As the argument continued, the conversation drifted into increasingly ridiculous accusations. Meanwhile, the child ignored the commotion and thought about family matters. The assassin, however, wondered why she kept encountering such troublesome people. Eventually, Nameless and his companion shouted the same complaint at once. Their brief moment of agreement surprised both of them and brought the absurd argument to a sudden pause. Nameless and the young leader briefly set aside their differences, forming an uneasy partnership, while the assassin watched their unexpected cooperation. Meanwhile, the assassin remained focused on the ongoing battle, calmly considering the barrier's presence and searching for a way to overcome it. Astarte examined the barrier and acknowledged its impressive construction. After approaching Zelos and his companions, she expected cooperation. Humiliation quickly turned into anger, covering part of her face. Astarte glared at the group while struggling to control her rising frustration. Meanwhile, Zelos and the others calmly observed her reaction. Their discussion led them to believe that Astarte had become irrational and refused to face reality. Unable to endure the remarks, Astarte rushed forward in protest. Her determination centered on proving that she was still young despite their assumptions. Kame remained unconvinced. Looking past her appearance, he concluded that Astarte's behavior revealed the mindset of a middle-aged woman. Zelos calmly analyzed Astarte's behavior and pointed out several flaws in her attitude. Frustration continued to build as the criticism became harsher. The group concluded that Astarte was selfish, arrogant, and accustomed to taking advantage of others. Before the situation settled, Astarte revealed a hidden control pawn. Its appearance surprised Zelos and Kame, who recognized similarities to powerful magic they had seen before. Using the pawn, Astarte activated the caller's control and forced Zelos into pain. However, Kame quickly cast a protective barrier, disrupting her plan and blocking further interference. The control pawn slipped from Astarte's grasp. Watching the failed attempt, she realized the group possessed abilities capable of countering her magic. Kame analyzed the strange magic and concluded that Astarte had transferred damage to a substitute object. With the caller's influence removed, Zelos finally regained his freedom. Relieved by the outcome, he thanked his companions while Kame rejected any involvement in Astarte's deadly schemes. Astarte's expression hardened as her patience disappeared. Deciding to abandon her games, she prepared to eliminate the group without further hesitation. Dark magic suddenly concealed her presence. Zelos and Kame searched the area, realizing that she had vanished using an assassin's stealth technique. The forest fell silent for a moment, while the others looked around in confusion. Mia calmly identified Astarte's hidden location. Astarte launched another surprise attack after being exposed. Zelos reacted quickly, striking back and forcing her to reveal herself from hiding. Meanwhile, Mia calmly judged Astarte's actions. Her words reflected a simple belief that kindness should be repaid, rather than exploited. Zelos explained that he had anticipated being used and had already turned the situation to his advantage. Even so, he admitted that Astarte was more resilient than expected. Kame remained confident throughout the confrontation. Trusting the outcome, he predicted that Astarte's plans would ultimately fail. Suddenly, Mia summoned Coco-chan and several birds. Their appearance introduced a new threat that immediately shifted the battle's momentum. The birds suddenly charged at Astarte with overwhelming affection. Caught off guard by the strange attack, she struggled to understand what was happening. Instead of fighting normally, the flock crowded around her and refused to leave. Their relentless attention left Astarte, frustrated and unable to maintain her composure. Mia watched the scene with satisfaction while the birds continued their unusual assault. Attempting to regain control, Astarte launched a swift counterattack. The birds reacted instantly and avoided her strikes with surprising speed. Her patience finally broke. Embarrassed by the situation, Astarte angrily complained after being repeatedly outmaneuvered by a single fearless chicken. Astarte grew tired of the birds' interference and decided to end the distraction herself. Meanwhile, Coco-chan calmly accepted the challenge and prepared for a direct confrontation. Without hesitation, Astarte unleashed a powerful shadow attack. The strike rushed toward Coco-chan, carrying enough force to eliminate an ordinary opponent. The attack landed moments later, causing Zelos and Kame to fear the worst. Even so, Coco-chan remained strangely calm amid the chaos. Believing she had won, Astarte relaxed and celebrated her success. Her confidence lasted only briefly before she noticed something unexpected. To everyone's surprise, Coco-chan survived by strengthening his body with magic. Mia praised the bird's toughness, while the others admired his remarkable resilience. Coco-chan lowered his head and prepared himself seriously. Realizing the battle was no longer a game, he resolved to fight with everything he had. Astarte launched another deadly attack, expecting a quick victory. Instead, Coco-chan responded with a sudden transformation that caught her completely off guard. The bird evolved into a dazzling cockatrice and surged forward. Shock replaced Astarte's confidence as the transformed creature unleashed overwhelming speed. Unable to keep up, Astarte desperately tried to avoid the incoming assault. Her earlier composure disappeared as panic began to take hold. The cockatrice followed with a petrifying breath attack. Cracks spread across the battlefield while Astarte narrowly escaped being completely overwhelmed. Astarte survived the cockatrice's petrification attack by relying on special equipment. The group discussed Coco-chan's evolved form while observing the battle. Zelos remained unsympathetic, believing Astarte was merely facing the consequences of her own choices. Despite repeated setbacks, Astarte refused to give up. Her persistence impressed the others, though they suspected her substitute items were the reason she kept surviving. As the fight continued, Zelos concluded that Astarte depended heavily on magical tools rather than personal skill. The conversation shifted to Astarte herself. While some questioned her fate, Zelos firmly rejected the idea of becoming involved with someone whose behavior constantly created trouble. A powerful impact suddenly erupted across the battlefield. Kame barely avoided the blast, while the group watched their protective barrier collapse under the force. After regaining his footing, Kame realized the attack was far beyond Astart's abilities. Moments later, Astarte was launched through the air. As she fell from the sky, the group immediately understood that a new participant had entered the conflict. A mysterious man arrived riding an unusual vehicle. Without hesitation, he struck Astarte and overwhelmed her with a single decisive attack. The newcomer calmly approached after landing. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Zelos and Kame could only stare as the unexpected rescuer revealed himself.